From Greece to Norway, from Spain to England, hiking is hip. Hiking is young, hiking is green and healthy, and you can only get up close when you're on foot, everywhere in Europe.
Sometimes it's hard to match the topography to the map because there's so many small hills and ups and downs. But the way is so clearly marked that it's I have to try really hard to get lost here. So I think I'm going that way.
Bradley Mayhew is a Brit living in the United States. He writes travel and trekking guides. Usually he's in faraway Asia. Now he's exploring the most beautiful hiking trails of Europe. Le Puy-en-Velay in Auvergne is the starting point for a trail that follows the steps of Robert Louis Stevenson, the author of the classic novels Treasure Island and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Bradley Mayhew is in the old town of Le Puy. He's meeting a French woman called Laura Léoton.
How are you? Oh, more than one.
It's 3 times here.
Okay.
Yes. Welcome to Le Puy.
Thank
Bradley.
you very much. What a beautiful town you have.
Yeah,
It's
I'm very happy to meet you here.
Thank you.
In my hometown. Yes.
It's good to be here. I'm looking forward to going walking.
Yeah,
I'm
completely.
already.
Perfect. I'm too.
Okay.
Let's go.
Time for it.
Laura works for the Stevenson Association, a foundation that tends an historic pathway. At the end of the 19th century, the Scottish author Robert Louis Stevenson spent 2 weeks hiking in the mountains of the Massif Central. His tale of the journey is entitled Travels with a Donkey in the Cévennes.
Yeah, Stevenson is best known for his adventure stories, but he was also a great traveller. Not so many people know that. Apart from this journey that he did, he travelled all the way across America and travelled by boat a lot in the Pacific and the South Seas, lived there for a large part of his life. And this trip of his here in France is kind of in many ways the very first outdoor example of literature. He defined outdoor literature. The camping, hiking, trekking, these were not things that people did that much in his days, and certainly didn't write about it afterwards.
I did the trail first. I didn't want the book to influence me, and I told myself it's better to read it afterwards. It was nice. While reading, I re-experienced the landscapes, villages and people.
The Stevenson Trail traverses the Massif Central in southern France. The trail's official name is Long Distance Footpath number 70. It's 220 kilometers long. Beginning in the volcanic landscape of the Velay area, it leads along the mountains of Lozère and ends in the town of Saint-Jean-du-Gard in Cévennes. It's about 20 kilometers from Le Puy to the village of Le Monastier-sur-Gazeille. Aged 28, Stevenson's travelogue began here in Le Monastier. And officially, so does the Stevenson Trail of today. Le Monastier arose around Saint-Chaffre, the oldest abbey church of France. It dates back to the 7th century. In 1878, Stevenson prepared for his journey here in Le Monestier. The scion of a dynasty of engineers, he began writing as a child. He studied law and travelled extensively.
Stevenson had a strange collection of items for his trip. The first thing was a revolver, which his wife said was more of a danger to him than to anyone else. And then he had some pots and pans, he had books, he had a spare change of warm clothes. He had an egg whisk, which was a strange choice. He got rid of that on the very first day. And he didn't have any of this modern gear. He didn't have a map, a guidebook, no Gore-Tex. He didn't have a proper torch. He was very much a trailblazer of camping and hiking in this part of the world.
Stevenson planned for a 12-day journey. In this village, he bought all his provisions, which included a huge sleeping bag, a leg of lamb and red wine. Laura, however, only wants to get some sausage and cheese to get them underway. The specialty of the region is fromage de l'artisan, a mite cheese made from unpasteurized milk. It comes from a town close to the Stevenson Trail. Laura likes it and also takes a piece of Velay, another local cheese.
The mite cheese, with tiny creatures in the crust, is a typical product from here. Old, ancient products, which you can still try out today, and that Stevenson also ate.
To carry all his luggage, Robert Louis Stevenson bought a travel companion. Her name was Modestine, the modest one. Christian Brochier has been renting out donkeys for 30 years. For Bradley, he selected Macumber.
Not sure, is she? Not quite sure. Do I want to do this? And does she speak any English?
Yes, sure. English, German, French, Italian.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, he's a clever donkey. Oh, hold on. Not yet. We're not ready yet. Everyone in the village trying to help him choose a donkey, haggling the price down. It was half the village was there watching him doing it. He spent 65 francs and a glass of brandy. That was the cost of his donkey, which was actually cheaper than his sleeping bag. So it was quite a bargain.
Okay. Do that 3 times.
3 times, okay.
And then it gives the leg, you know?
You can't just get up and go with a donkey. You have to know how to handle it. And this includes doing some grooming and care.
And I should do this like every morning and every evening?
Morning.
Or?
Every morning.
Okay.
Every morning, on the way, if you see the donkey don't walk well, you look to see if there is a problem. Okay, 2 legs more.
Halfway.
More close to the donkey,
okay.
like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Ear around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that good?
That's good. Les ânes peuvent partir avec n'importe qui. Tellement ils sont
Donkeys
calmes,
can go with
faciles,
anyone. They're so quiet
très
and patient,
indépendants aussi.
and very
Tandis que
independent.
les chevaux,
They say you train horses,
mais que
but
les
you
ânes
raise
s'éduquent.
donkeys.
Parce que pour
To do so, you have to negotiate with it. A donkey has a strong personality. You have to make compromises with it.
Et c'est une négociation, c'est un compromis qui s'établit.
Stevenson set off from Le Monestier in the autumn of 1878. Nowadays, hikers, especially families with children, rent a donkey for the long trek. Macumber has already done the trail 24 times. According to Stevenson, his donkey, Modestine, was not much bigger than a dog, the colour of a mouse, with a kindly eye and a determined underjaw. Initially, however, the author of Treasure Island had some difficulties with his pack animal. Modestine refused to obey him and walked in slow motion.
I think the first day Stevenson had with his donkey was incredibly frustrating for him. He spent the first 4 hours trying to get it loaded up. He kept slipping over. Everyone was laughing at him. Eventually he set off, and I think he just spent twice as much effort trying to get it to move as he would have done if he just walked and carried it himself.
The first leg of the Stevenson Trail descends into the valley of the Young Loire. The upper reaches of the river are lined with hamlets, above which the ruins of medieval castles tower. Château de Beaufort, destroyed during the French Revolution, looks down upon the village of Goudet. Laura and Bradley spent the night here, and now, the next morning, before they can continue, Macumber needs to be brushed and groomed.
I think there were a few reasons that Stevenson undertook this journey. For a start, he needed some money, and he wanted to write a book. That was part of the main thing. He just left the woman he was in love with. She was going off to America to try and get a divorce, so he had some time to think about that relationship. He was a bit in turmoil over that. And he wanted to make his mark as a writer, and he thought going on a silly journey with a donkey and then writing a best-selling travel book about it would make him turn him into a great writer and give him the money he needed to have some independence.
From the valley, the Stevenson Trail ascends to a basalt plateau. The region is renowned for the eponymous green lentils grown here. Stevenson wanted to spend the night beside a lake he'd heard of. The young writer stumbled through the forests of the volcanic massifs until late into the night, but he never found the Lake of Boucher.
I'm sure that it's down in this.
It's quite hidden, I think.
Yeah, quite, because it's in like a hole. Yeah, something like that. So.
Because Stevenson tried to find it, I think. He originally wanted to camp here.
Really?
Yeah, but he got some bad directions from a couple that weren't interested in helping him.
Okay.
So I think he gave up and slept in the village over there. But his plan was to have a nice night's camping in his sleeping bag on the lake. See if we can get it.
Yeah, perfect. So it's connected.
Created 800,000 years ago by a volcanic explosion, the lake is known for its abundance of fish. Didier is kind enough to teach Bradley the fine art of fly fishing.
Ouais. Be careful, okay?
Not
Huh?
okay.
Very, very, only with the
Okay.
with the arm, okay? And go. Push to. Ouais, yes, good. good. Yeah, it's good.
To do it badly is easy. To do it well is difficult.
C'est là qu'il est vraiment spécial parce que
This lake is truly special. It's a crater lake, even if it isn't on a mountain. It's not fed by a river, but gets its water from underground springs and rain. That also makes the lake special.
des nappes phréatiques et de la pluie, donc c'est ça aussi qui fait sa particularité. Et les randonneurs peuvent vraiment apprécier ça, c'est vraiment chouette. Et puis il y a beaucoup.
A place like this is fabulous for hikers. They like it. Enchanting. That's the charm of the Stevenson Trail. Varied landscape, small magical places.
Cette diversité de paysages et de petits endroits un peu magiques.
I don't think there's any fish in this lake anyway.
Oh
That's
no!
not good.
Stop!
I think I just killed somebody.
Laura and Bradley continue on together for another day. They're heading for the small town of Pradelles. At 1,300 meters above sea level, it's one of the highest lying communities in France. Here, Bradley has to bid Laura farewell. She took 4 days off work and now she has to return. But she plans to meet up again with Bradley in a week and do the last leg of the trail with him. For now, Bradley has to manage on his own. He's lucky that Macumber is such a well-behaved animal. Pradelles is the gateway to the department of Lozère. The area was formerly known as Gévaudan, a notorious name in its day. 250 years ago, a terrible monster terrorized the countryside here.
When Stevenson was passing through here, the beast was just a memory, but for him it was symbolized the beginning of wildness or the promise of some kind of adventure, that somehow there was something dangerous, something might actually happen on this part of the trek. He calls it the Napoleon Bonaparte of wolves. He says, he lived for 10 months at free quarters in Gévaudan and Vivarais, 8 women and children and shepherdesses, and pursued armed horsemen in broad noonday. I think it could even have been the inspiration for later, novels that he wrote. The Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, women being murdered in back streets. I mean, this could easily have come from something that was in the back of his mind when he heard about the beast of Gévaudan.
The beast is not a myth. It really did exist. But was it a dog, a wolf, a werewolf? Bradley has an appointment with Manuel Atman, an expert on the beast of Gévaudan.
Forêt de Mercoire, if you're still interested in the walk.
Yes,
Yeah?
I'm okay for
Sounds
that.
good. You get the bag, I'll get the donkey.
From here, the trail leads into the woods of Mercoire. Manuel's decided to join Bradley for some of the way.
So it's the landscape where the beast was most active?
At the beginning, it's in this direction, and after the beast travel on this landscape, in this area. And at the finish, the beast was killed there in the big mountains in front of us.
The Stevenson Trail goes past the Nosac Reservoir, through the town of Langogne, and into the woods of Mercoire, where the beast's siege of terror was particularly bloody.
The beast was like a dark spirit, always everywhere. It was a monster with powers bigger than a wolf.
I heard killed almost 100 people.
Not exactly 75 people, sure. Maybe 120.
All attempts to hunt down the beast failed, until June the 29th, 1767.
2 men lay in wait for the beast in a bog close to the village it had terrorized. The man with more experience, Jean Chastel, shot it. The bullet went through his shoulder and neck.
And they killed him? Was that the end of the story? Did the killing stop then?
Yes, everything stopped. Nothing after. And people was too happy.
Yeah, this is where I have to say goodbye to Manuel. I've got the next 5 kilometers or so by myself through this wolf-infested forest, but I'm sure I'll be fine. I've got my donkey to look after me, so I'll be good. Well, we have to say goodbye now. Time to go, yeah?
Yeah, have a good trip.
Thank you very much.
Have a good luck.
Yeah, and have a safe return walk.
With this wolf.
To this very day, it's still not known whether the beast of Gévaudan was a wolf, a dog, or a hybrid of the two. Robert Louis Stevenson didn't hike due south, but strayed from the path as he pleased. In 1878, when he wandered past Château de Luc, it was just being converted into a chapel. From here, it isn't far to the monastery of Notre-Dame-des-Neiges, or Our Lady of the Snows. Like Stevenson, Bradley wants to take a break here. He's been on the road for 6 days and has a little less than half the way behind him.
This is the end of line for Mokumba. I'm sad to see her go. She's been delightful to travel with, but I'm going to be happy to walk at my own pace again. Bonjour Christian.
Salut.
Ça va?
Hello.
Still alive?
Ouais, ça a l'air. Comment ça va, ma bien?
Everything okay?
Seems to be.
Good, yeah?
Okay. Good. You take care of it. Okay, Makumba.
Robert Louis Stevenson actually went quite
Go
a
home.
bit further than I'm going. He sold her for half of what he bought her for, which was quite a good deal. And in the end, he missed her. He was, he spends half the book moaning about Modestine and poking fun at her. But in the end, I think he really missed her, and he shed a tear as the book ends. So somehow these animals, they're stubborn, but they get into your hearts. Merci beaucoup. Adieu, copain. Be safe.
Allez, Makumba, à la maison.
Notre-Dame-des-Neiges is a Trappist monastery and offers shelter to pilgrims and travellers. Trappists are a branch of the Cistercians. A dozen monks live here in seclusion and asceticism. Bradley learns from Père Hugues, the abbot of the monastery.
La vie quotidienne dans un monastère de trappistes.
Life in a Trappist monastery is very simple and focused on seeking God. We hear His words in an environment of silence. That's most characteristic of us.
Dans un climat de silence, c'est ce qui nous caractérise le plus.
Robert Louis Stevenson wrote in detail about the monastery. As a Protestant, he was skeptical about the Catholic order, but he was nevertheless impressed by the spirituality of the place.
Moi, je suis très heureux qu'un homme qui n'est pas venu ici.
I'm happy that a man, not even a Catholic but a free thinker, now leads people here who are also not very religious. We're happy about all hikers that stop here. We owe Robert Louis Stevenson our sincere thanks.
On remercie beaucoup Louis Stevenson.
One of the longest stretches of the trail leads across the massifs of Lozère. Bradley has now reached the highest point of the Stevenson Trail.
When you cross this pass, the light seems to change, the mountains change. It's much more of an open landscape. You see the open rolling hills, the various ridgelines of the Cévennes. It feels much more like the south of France. The air gets a bit warmer. It feels open, a little bit brighter. It's definitely You know, with watersheds and mountain ranges, they always divide very different landscapes, and this is no exception.
Here, the weather can change within minutes. Mont Lattari is soon covered by thick layers of clouds. For days now, the herds have been underway on the Drei, the traditional routes used for the seasonal migration of the local livestock. Before they continue on their way, shepherds Jean-Paul Ebrard and René Ure share a farewell lunch with friends and family.
There used to be many more herds underway. Now there aren't many of us left. Today I'm the only one on this drover's road, but there used to be 7 or 8 herds a day. Nowadays, a herd a year.
After the lunch, the shepherds are leaving for the mountains, where they'll stay for the next 4 months. Only a few shepherds still drive their animals from the winter pastures to the summer ones. The weather is getting worse and worse. Jean-Paul has invited Bradley to spend the night at the sheep farm. The next morning, the sun rises above the sheep farm, where the shepherds will be spending the summer.
We always use a specific area and divide the pastures fairly. We're here all summer, so we use one area after the other. Each night, we herd the animals back into the pen where they spend the night.
That there are fewer and fewer sheep each year has a direct consequence on the nature here.
The gorse comes first, then trees, and finally the forest. Then you can no longer get through. As soon as a pasture is no longer used, in a few years it's completely overgrown.
Under Napoleon, the paths were widened so as to help prevent the spread of forest fires.
The shepherds' paths used to always be passable, for many people had sheep and the paths had to be kept open. Now they're disappearing.
Or they become streets or hiking trails.
That's how I came across the paths here. The Stevenson Trail connects with a couple of these Drei. And that's really the joy of hiking in Europe. You're always following in ancient paths, whether it's trade routes or pilgrimage routes or migration routes, invasions. There's always centuries of people walking where you've walked.
From Mont Lattari, the Stevenson Trail follows a broad valley. From here onwards, it goes through the Cévennes National Park. The nice thing about hiking is you meet people and strike up conversations. The beehives of Yves Illy are located right next to the trail. Yves raises Cévennes black bees, Apis mellifera mellifera, a subspecies of the European honeybee. It has survived in this area of southern France since the Ice Age.
Les abeilles noires sont réfugiées dans le midi de la France.
The black bees fled the encroaching northern glaciers and came to southern Europe, including southern France. The more resilient bees survived and reproduced, and the black bees are the result. As the climate normalized, they spread across all of Europe. They've been giving Europeans honey for thousands of years. They are the European bee par excellence.
C'est l'abeille européenne par excellence.
Stevenson, il est passé là. Juste en dessus.
In the Cévennes, the bees used to be kept in hollowed-out chestnut tree trunks.
No bees.
No.
Today there aren't any bees in there, but you can see how it works. Here's where the bees normally make their honeycombs, and here's the entrance.
Oui, la rentrée.
Yves lives in Pont-de-Montvert, a small village on the upper reaches of the Tarn River. Yves is a co-founder of an association that wants to reintroduce the use of tree trunks as beehives. He hollows out new hives in front of his house. Bradley wants to know why chestnut wood in particular is used.
Look, here's a piece of chestnut wood. When it's dead, it becomes as hard as stone. It preserves naturally.
And how long does it take to carve such a beehive?
One day. But then the beehive will last for 300 years, so it's quite economical. With beehives like this, you work more quietly, you need more time, and you get less honey. If the beekeeper sells the honey directly, he can live from it. You just have to break a little bit out of the normal scheme of things.
De sortir un peu des schémas habituels, quoi. Alors on a le miel des abeilles pour faire l'alcool. Pour boire un coup.
Yves also collects pollen and makes mead from honey. Mead, a lightly alcoholic drink, can be enjoyed warm in the winter and cold in the summer. It's been used since olden days to fight illnesses and strengthen the immune system. Pont-de-Montvert, on the upper reaches of the Tarn River, is a place of history. Here, the War of the Camisards began. Instead of uniforms, the Protestant Huguenots wore simple shirts, called in French chemise. This evolved into the name Camisard. They fought for freedom of religion.
The War of the Camisards was really a major theme of Stevenson's book and probably the main reason he came to this part of France. And this was a defining point for him on his trip. This is where the War of the Camisards kicked off, so this was a very symbolic place for Stevenson. This is where the Abbé de Duchela, he lived here and he'd been torturing and holding Protestants down in the basement. And one night, a group of 52 Protestants stormed the building, forced him up to the rooftop. He tried to escape down some knotted sheets out the back window, fell, broke his leg. They got him, they dragged him back to the market square, and then each of the 52 Camisards slowly came up, stabbed him once and said, "This is for my brother, this is for my father," and killed him there on the spot. And that was the beginning of the War of the Camisards.
By the end of the war in 1705, the region had been severely depopulated. Even today, the Cévennes Mountains remains one of the most sparsely populated regions of France. Robert Louis Stevenson followed the course of the Tarn River. However, since a road now runs along it, the hiking trail has been rerouted over a high plateau. Along the way, Château de Grisac, a castle from the 13th century. Bradley's in luck. The lord of the castle is at home today. He gives Bradley a private tour of his manor and shows him the corresponding landholdings. From the town of Florac, the Stevenson Trail once again returns to the original route taken by the Scottish author. Many hikers spend the night in Florac, but Bradley wants to continue on his way. On the banks of the Tarnon, a tributary of the Tarn River, Bradley meets Christophe. Christophe is opening a small sluice to redirect some water.
Okay. Thank you very much. You're welcome. So this water is going all the way down to the mill? Yeah. Wow. Now it's done.
300 meters downriver is Christophe's mill. Bradley is curious. You don't get to see an old water mill every day, and as long as the water supply is closed, you can get up close to the old paddle wheel. Meanwhile, up above, Christophe Borelli is preparing to do some grinding. The mechanisms are made of stone and wood. The millstones are never turned without grain. The water supply is opened only after Bradley has poured the grain onto the millstone.
On and off switch from 500 years ago. It's like the switch.
Yeah, it's different.
The oldest document is from 1642. It mentions 2 mills on the ruins of an even older mill. The mill's been in our family for 6 generations. We want to try to keep it a bit longer.
If you buy in a supermarket, the taste is different?
Yeah. It is better because
of the
it's my
stone?
meal.
Well, you don't want to always taste better.
No, it's different.
Because of the stone?
Sur la qualité de mouture, il est évident que les meules à pierre apportent une
Stone-milled flour has a special texture which interests bakers and even housewives. It's much easier to handle than common flour.
Même les ménagères, c'est une farine qui se travaille beaucoup plus facilement que d'autres.
No electricity, no petrol,
No.
ecologically very friendly.
Only water.
Only hydropower.
I take the water and I give the
it
water.
back, yeah?
The final stretches of the Stevenson Trail go through the Cévennes National Park, which is one of the oldest protected areas in Europe. A park in which the protection of nature and the productivity of man are not mutually exclusive. There are small hamlets and farmsteads in the park, and agriculture is permitted. But since neither the land nor livestock produce enough to feed the local farmers, some farms also offer bed and board to hikers. In Stevenson's day, the simple inns along the way were rare and far apart. He often slept under the stars. Bradley, however, has booked a bed at Ferme Laborie. The goats are milked twice a day. The unpasteurized goat's milk is used to make peladon, a traditional and well-known cheese from Cévennes. A couple of years ago, Jean-Christophe Barthez bought and restored the farm. It now specializes in organic products. Jean-Christophe makes the cheese himself. Guests are always welcome, and they can either watch or lend a helping hand.
Faut le gaver.
Nice? Yes, nice, sweet. From caramel.
No caramel, milk. Don't smell nothing.
Don't smell it. No,
smell it.
Good idea. Yeah, don't smell it, just eat it. The line between tourists and workers is kind of blurred. So you come here and you kind of get really involved hands-on in the production of cheese. It makes it so much more special when you take some cheese back that you've nice and organic, it's environmentally friendly, it revives local customs and crafts, and tourists have a great time, they get a good place to stay. Everyone's a winner, I think.
Aside from peladon, Jean-Christophe also produces tom, a mountain cheese.
I'm turning the loaves because they have to breathe on both sides, here on the chestnut boards. Also, they shouldn't stick. It isn't easy to always make the tom the same, but we don't worry about that. We like it when each series is distinct and has a slightly different taste. We use about 700 liters of milk a day to make about 30 to 40 tom. Each shelf here is a day's production. They ripen for 3 to 4 months in this cave.
The hiking guests and family eat together in the evening, and for the last course, the in-house homemade cheese is served. The Stevenson Trail continues through the Cévennes. From Mimont Valley, it passes some castle ruins before climbing to the Plan de Font-Maur, high above the Vallée des Françaises. Bradley's meeting someone here. National Park Ranger Dominique Foubert is going to accompany Bradley for a while. Here, the Stevenson Trail follows an old, so-called royal road. In the 17th century, elaborate roads were built in the Cévennes. They were used primarily to move military troops. In some places, the roads are still in excellent condition, fully paved and with gutters to redirect rainwater. One of the most beautiful sections of the Stevenson Trail, it runs along the ridge and offers regular, unobstructed views of the Cévennes National Park.
In the old days, the Cévennes National Park was densely settled, and even today a lot of people still live within park limits, at least in comparison to other French national parks. So what's special is that the park combines conservation and human activity. It was founded on this basis, and hopefully it'll continue in that direction.
Right here, in 1878, the Scottish writer jotted down some notes.
Stevenson talks about a rough and rocky path, which is still correct. He talks about the wildest view he had on his entire trip from the pass up here, which is also correct. And he talks about the fact that this is a major watershed that he just crossed. All the water on this side goes down to the Mediterranean down there, and on this side of the hill, all the water goes down into the Garonne River and then onto the Atlantic. So another major point on his trip, I think.
The village of Saint-Germain-de-Calbert. Laura Léotin arrived here early this morning. She's buying some provisions for the final leg of the Stevenson Trail. For the last 20 kilometers, Laura and Bradley will walk together again. The Cévennes slowly taper down towards the south. Laura knows a great place for a picnic at the side of the Gardin de Sainte-Croix River.
I mean, the Stevenson book, it's not a guidebook. If you travel with it just as an inspiring piece of travel literature, then it's a great companion. You can still find a lot of the taverns, the auberges, the gîtes that he stays in. You can still get that kind of feeling through the villages, through the history, the change in landscapes. A lot of that is absolutely still valid.
On the
Stevenson Trail, hikers pass different areas and meet different people. That's exciting. And the trail is also somewhat physically demanding. In short, I think the Stevenson Trail is getting more popular every year.
Yeah, it feels like the Mediterranean is within striking distance. You can almost smell it from here. It's nice to make that transition over the mountains. Can't be far to go now. I think it's just a few hours walk, and then at the end of the Stevenson Trail.
After 220 kilometers of walking, the final destination, Saint-Jean-du-Gard, a small town on the Gardon River. Robert Louis Stevenson was on the trail for 12 days. On the 3rd of October 1878, he walked across this old stone bridge. And who knows, perhaps he too ended his hike on a sycamore-shaded square like this one.
For me, there's always a mixture of emotions at the end of a trip. It's part relief, part sadness that the hiking is over. But for me, with my research, the hard work really starts here. It's when you sit down at the desk and write up your notes, and that's what Stevenson would have done as soon as he got home. And for him, this kick-started his literary career. So I think for Stevenson, the trail was like one of his books. It's a happy ending.
In June 1879, Robert Louis Stevenson published a travelogue about his hike across the Cévennes. 100 years later, a trail was inaugurated that follows his footsteps and carries his name.
I'm here in southern Italy. This is the town of Sorrento, the Sorrentine Peninsula. On one side you've got the Bay of Naples, Mount Vesuvius, Pompeii, the big city, all iconic sites. And on the other side you've got the Amalfi Coast. I'm going to be following a network of mountain paths that take me along parts of the Sentiero del Dei, the Path of the Gods. I've heard it's one of the most beautiful hiking parts in this part of Europe. So I'm looking forward to it. Time to start hiking.
One last look at Mount Vesuvius, and then it's a steep climb uphill. At the church Santa Maria del Castello, Bradley reaches a pass that has connected Naples with the Amalfi Coast since the days of antiquity. An ancient stone-paved road leads to Positano. The painter Paul Klee once described the village as the only place in the world conceived on a vertical rather than a horizontal axis. Back then, Positano was a sleepy fishing port.
It's pretty much from the 1950s that things started to pick up for Positano. John Steinbeck wrote about it in 1950. The Stones came here a few times in the late 60s, even wrote a song in one of the cafes here. Rudolf Nureyev stayed in an island just off the coast. And now it's very much a place for the rich and famous. It's a very affluent place, superbly picturesque. It's a little bit too busy for me. I love the place, but I'm looking forward to getting up into the mountains, somewhere a little bit quieter.
Bradley organised a hiking partner via the internet. Anna Naclerio is from a mountain village close to Amalfi, and she has a lot of friends along the coast. The Amalfi Coast extends southwards from Naples. Bradley's planned a week for his hike, which will take him along the Monti Lattari, or Milk Mountains, through the town that gave the coast its name, and all the way to Vietri sul Mare. When hiking here, you need to be prepared for a lot of stairs.
Nice.
Yep.
And how many more steps do we have now?
1,400.
1,400?
Yes.
Okay.
Cousins, we are related.
1.5 hours and many steps later, Anna and Bradley reached the village of Nocelle. time to take a break. A lemon unique to the region grows here on the Amalfi Coast. Found nowhere else in the world, it tastes almost sweet and is particularly rich in vitamin C.
Before the lady,
of course.
And then the man.
Grazie, Tadina. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that's nice. Fresh.
The most popular hiking path on the Amalfi Coast begins in Nocelle. It's one of the most beautiful trails in all of Italy. The Sentiero degli Dei, the path of the gods. The Amalfi Coast has a year-round hiking season, though the summer months can be rather hot. As a hiking guide, Anna backpacks everywhere in the mountains off the coast, but her favourite hike remains the Path of the Gods.
What's this? It's so brand new. Have you ever used this before? Look at
Yeah,
this.
no,
That's a water bottle that's been used.
I do use the bottles. It is you having some problem with your bottles.
So why is it actually called the Sentiero degli Dei? I mean, we're Path of the Gods, but why?
The name comes from some quotations of artists having passed through this path and having named this like that. Because for us, the local people, it has always been the path, il sentiero, we say.
It's not because it's up high?
No, we have a higher option to this, couple of higher options, but this is like the best. You can stay up, then go down, find the village, stay there, like find a beer or a place to stay overnight, and then you go up again for the mountains, for these very ancient walking paths.
The paths of the Monti Lattari were created long ago by shepherds and farmers. Now they're used mainly by hikers, but whenever it rains, they're joined a few days later by mushroom pickers. Antonio Cuomo is one of Anna's friends. They both come from the same village. Porcine, bebolette, parasol, many valued and edible wild mushrooms can be found in the Monti Lattari.
You've been bitten? Oh, that's great. All from here?
All from here, yeah, from this forest.
In a couple of hours?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Is this a good place to find porcine mushrooms?
For this time of the year, yes.
What's this type? I've not seen this kind before.
We call this mushroom mazza di tamburo.
Mazza di tamburo. Very nice.
Yeah.
Do you think we could borrow a couple of these and cook some nice dinner?
Yeah? Yes, borrow, sure.
Maybe we have a bottle of wine together, bottle of my red wine.
Your red wine and your mushrooms. Yeah. Antonio, I like you already.
Okay. I'm happy that you are enjoying it.
That's why Bradley likes to hike with locals. Through them, you get to meet the people who live and work on the trail. Ludovica Crudele is a frequent visitor also to the Path of the Gods. Her birds of prey require daily training.
Here she comes.
Ludovica and her husband, Andrea, breed and train falcons and hawks.
Step by step.
They've got very good eyesight, haven't they?
It's perfect. They can see a pigeon in about 10 kilometers of distance.
10 kilometers?
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty good. They're good hunters, I guess.
Yeah. Group can hunt a big rabbit or hares
Big prey.
of 5-6 kilos.
Why do you have the birds?
With this animal, we do an important job, bird control, inside to the airport, scrapyard, and other site where are many pigeons.
It's okay.
Close, please. Oh.
Wow, that is an impressive bird. It's not too heavy. It's
No,
quite
it's
light.
not too heavy.
Hi, you okay? Strong claws. Isn't she?
Yes, very strong.
She's getting impatient. She wants to go flying.
For centuries, the local inhabitants have worked with nature to shape the steep slopes of the Amalfi Coast. The terraces are still used and cultivated today. Anna and Pepe Sorrentino are on the way to their hillside vineyard.
They are collecting the grapes today.
The couple invite Anna and Bradley to join them picking grapes. It's only a small detour, so why not? Anna's family grows Tronto. Although it's a varietal native to the region, it's increasingly a less cultivated grape here. These days, very few people on the Amalfi Coast still live from agriculture alone. Anna's an attorney, but she would never even think of giving up her family's terraces.
Our forefathers made many sacrifices for this place. But of course we also do it because we like it. And because we like how the wine tastes. And also to pass the tradition on to our children.
Well, it's quite surprising, I think, to find such hands-on, intensive agriculture, hard work, so close to big tourism centres. You know, it's but certainly harvesting is a great time. It brings the whole community together.
As soon as all the grapes are harvested, they're also stomped. Anna and Pepe produce around 800 litres of wine a year. It's primarily for their own consumption. The wine isn't filtered and is aged for 2 years before it's drunk.
You don't get this in the shops.
I'm amazed how many products you get from here. You get the olives, you got figs, you got the lemons. You make the cheese, the tomatoes.
And these people had to produce what they needed here in the place. They didn't go to the shops. And so they're still used. Is it so, Anna?
Yes.
You're still used to make things at home here.
Sometimes neighbours or friends also stop by to pick up a bottle or two.
Prenderò un po' di vino.
Capito? Stiamo facendo insieme il sentiero. E che sei venuto a This is also Italians. We always come the right moment. When the bottle of wine is open, then Italians come.
Leonardo Scala has invited Anna and Bradley to visit his home. His family lives down on the coast, in the village of Praiano. The church of San Gennaro is from the 16th century. The dome and church square are decorated with glazed ceramic tiles. Noteworthy examples of Mediterranean architecture can be found everywhere along the coast. Leonardo's father, Pasquale, builds musical instruments. He specializes in lutes. Pasquale works at home, so his son's arrival with unexpected guests is a pleasant diversion.
Tutto bene, lei? Tutto bene?
Pasquale, ciao.
Bradley. And thank you, Bradley.
Bradley finds out from Anna that Pasquale also makes guitars, an instrument synonymous with the music of the region.
Special event, but also for folk music.
Instruments like this need a lot of time. For the guitar I'm working on now, I'm using the same materials as in the old days. This here is inlaid bone and ebony. Leonardo does this work. We split the responsibilities. I make the body and handle, and Leonardo does the ornamentation. And that's how we push ahead with the work.
Many young people here move to the city or go into the tourist trade. Leonardo, however, chose to pursue the traditional family handicraft. Bradley and Anna have decided to spend the night in Praiano. To go with the wine from the mountains, there's pasta e fagioli. Beans are sautéed with garlic and celery. A little water is added, and once the beans are soft, they're cooked together with the pasta, all finished with a dash of olive oil. A visiting neighbour plays one of the guitars from Pasquale's workshop. Pasquale knows many of the old folk songs of his home country. Most of them are about unrequited love. Not far away from Praiano is the beach of Furore. Many hikers spend the night down on the coast. Breakfast on the beach is worth the long, steep hike back up the mountain afterwards. A climb of 630 meters is required to reach the plateau of Aggerola. In the village of Bomerano, Anna and Bradley once again take up the trail along the mountains. While the coast is overflowing with tourists, it's a bit quieter in Bomerano. Many hikers start the trail here, and it's an excellent place to pick up some provisions.
This is one of the first places. We do it like the typical ways. Indeed, this is one of the first slow food places in Campania, as you see over there, and that is named Fior di Latte.
Fior di Latte. It's not mozzarella though, because it looks like mozzarella.
It looks like mozzarella. It's the main difference is the milk. This is not buffalo milk, this is cow milk.
Okay, but the production is the same?
Yes, the process is just the same. Yeah. They have to process it a bit longer, so they can really weave it like a dress, or they just make a ball and then they cut, and in Italian we say mozzare, that is cut by hands, and you have the typical
that's where you get the mozzarella.
Yes,
aha.
Yes. Ding, ding.
Okay,
yes,
I understand.
Yes.
When it comes to hiking provisions, however, the hard provolone is actually better suited. Steep, elaborately terraced slopes, dramatically scenic and historic places. In 1997, the Amalfi Coast was declared a World Cultural Heritage Site by UNESCO. The coast bears the name of a town that became rich and powerful through maritime trade, Amalfi. Where once goods from Cairo and Constantinople were traded and sold, tourists from around the world now crowd. Between the 9th and 11th century, Amalfi was the foremost maritime power in Italy, more powerful than Genoa, Pisa, or Venice. At Amalfi's main square, Anna and Bradley have a rendezvous. Professore Giuseppe Gargano is a city historian. He wants to show them parts of Amalfi where tourists rarely wander. There isn't room for large settlements anywhere along the coast. Consequently, houses have always been built high and then been connected above the alleyways.
This palace here in the Byzantine Quarter is called Atrium Hospitium. The building has 4 floors and housed only one family, a rich merchant family named Montincolo.
There were a number of families like the Montincolos during the city's golden age. The trade with the Orient had made them rich.
Il motivo della grandezza di Amalfi è il fatto che gli amalfitani per primi
Amalfi's grandeur lies in the fact that the merchants here conducted trade with people who were enemies with each other. As a sea power on good terms with Byzantines and Arabs, Amalfi could bring goods from there to the west. Amalfi became enormously rich in gold, fabrics and spices, as documents of the time reveal.
The wealth and cosmopolitan nature of Amalfi is above all reflected by the town's cathedral. Its origins go back to the 10th century. Byzantine, Arabic and Romanesque influences merge in obvious harmony. The pillars support decorative pointed arches, a stylistic device borrowed from Islamic architecture. The three-aisle interior nave, richly decorated with golden ornamentation in the style of the late Baroque. The cathedral is dedicated to the Apostle St. Andrew, an early disciple of Christ and the patron saint of Amalfi. The next morning, Anna has to take care of some personal business.
Buongiorno, my name is Bradley. I'm here to see Giuseppe.
Yes, mister, welcome. Come in.
Thank you, grazie.
Bradley uses the time for another excursion into the history of Amalfi. He's visiting Giuseppe Amendola Amatruda, the junior manager of an old family business.
Paper we produced for
Giuseppe's family has been in the paper business since the 15th century, and they supply the Vatican, amongst others.
Oh, plan. A very good plan.
The paper mills in Amalfi are powered by water. Long ago, rags were the raw material. Today, it's cellulose.
It looks like this part of the process hasn't changed for centuries. It's very traditional.
No, it's exactly the same. This machinery was used always also in the 13th century when the paper was introduced in Amalfi by the Arabs.
These days, only the finest paper is made by hand. Produced in small quantities, it's very expensive.
Do you want to try it? I would love to try it, but I have a feeling it's harder than it looks. Well, in the medieval days, Amalfi was the great European gateway to the Middle East. So a lot of trade came through here, a lot of technology came through here. And this was one of the very first places in Europe where technology of paper came to arrive. So this is where the first paper mills were set up around the 13th century. And this was really the major production of paper in Europe. And I think Giuseppe's family is now pretty much the only one left still producing traditional paper.
Okay. Oh. Hey, it's your shit.
Well, it's okay. I suggest you give this to your worst clients, the ones that don't pay on time. They can have this bit. Grazie, madam. Thank you very much. Well done, first.
Once the leaves have dried, the quality is controlled, sheet by sheet. From Amalfi, Anna and Bradley walk up the valley of the river Caneto. In the 1950s, a flood destroyed the last of the paper mills here. Anna leads Bradley to a small nature reserve. Hot, humid southerly winds give this sheltered valley a unique, almost subtropical microclimate.
Just 15 minutes off the main trail, right at the end of the Valle de Molini. There's this hidden gully full of waterfalls, ferns, completely different climate, completely different environment from the Amalfi Coast. You'd never know this was here. It's a real surprise.
In October, the last lemons of the season are harvested. For the farmers and their helpers, it's once again time to knuckle down to business. Hikers along the Amalfi Coast are sure to pass by lemon groves. These groves here belong to the lemon farmer Antonio Palombo. The 77-year-old takes pride in his sfusato amalfitano. The lemon is named sfusato because of its spindle-like shape.
In summer, we graft it onto bitter orange trees. That's why they grow smooth and long. The lemons from Calabria are much rounder and not as nice and consistent as ours. After our lemons are packaged into crates, who knows where they end up? Who knows?
They're not like totally sweet, but they're quite sweet for a lemon. The inside is still quite lemony, but the pith itself is really quite sweet. The outside is where you get all the fragrance and where the flavour of the limoncello comes from. So yeah, these are the kings of lemons. These are the best lemons you can get in the world. They've been growing lemons here for hundreds and hundreds of years. There's apparently evidence of mosaics in Pompeii. I think the lemons were already here in some form, but then the Arabs brought different types of lemons that mixed with the local lemons. So this is this back-breaking hands-on work has been going on for generations and generations. It's actually part of the landscape now.
A crate should weigh exactly 57 kilos. The carriers are paid by the dealer, who always shows up personally during the harvest.
Everything comes to a head at our company. 90% of the farmers bring their lemons to us, and we market them. Everything is done by hand, with love and passion, up until the lemons land on the tables of the people.
After the harvest, everyone eats together. Carlo Di Riso is the largest lemon dealer on the coast and a passionate cook. He's making lemon pizza for his workers, with lemon peel, lemon leaves and, last but not least, lemon oil. The Amalfi lemon is also used for pasta sauce or risotto. It's a staple foodstuff on the coast.
Buonissima. No, signora.
Anna and Bradley haven't made much progress today, but the goal, the village of Ravello, isn't much further. And on the way, there's the ruins of a Romanesque church. The basilica was built in honour of St. Eustace, a general in the army of the Roman Emperor Hadrian. He converted to Christianity and died a martyr. The richly decorated capitals on top of the pillars emulate ancient prototypes and create a connection to the glorious past of the Roman Empire.
We're at the church of the De Flito family, an old noble family. They had it built in the 13th century in honour of their patron saint, St. Eustace. A place like this you can come back to again and again, and each time you see it with different eyes.
What's the village up on the ridge?
This is Ravello.
From the windows of the basilica, you can already see Ravello, where Bradley and Anna want to spend the night. In the 13th century, Ravello replaced Amalfi as the most important city on the coast. The nobility and merchant families settled there and built magnificent estates. A family of ship owners and bankers had the Villa Ruffolo constructed. In the mid-19th century, it was acquired by a Scottish industrialist. He renovated the building and designed the gardens. Richard Wagner passed through Ravello in the spring of 1880. The gardens of Villa Ruffolo are supposedly the inspiration for Klingsor's Magic Garden, a setting in his opera Parsifal. In honour of Wagner's short visit to Ravello, the town holds an annual music festival. Bradley and Anna are lucky enough to meet two musicians who are preparing for their performance that evening.
The concert is today, or? Questa sera.
Two hands and two hands.
They're going to play excerpts from Wagner's operas arranged as four-hand piano duets.
It's my part.
Yeah, that's not so easy.
The two invite Anna and Bradley to come watch them practice.
Especially, I think, romantic composers, they've drawn great inspiration from the landscape, from the view. And that tradition continues here today. You have musicians still coming here for the great festival. So it's, yeah, you can feel that here. You know, the landscape adds to the music, I think.
Federica Monti and Fabio Bianco are playing the overture from Tannhäuser. Wagner evokes Germanic myths in his operas, but the country of his desire was Italy. He visited the country 9 times before he died here in Venice. The pianists see no contradiction in playing Wagner's dark music under the bright sun of Italy.
I think it fits to any environment, especially when it's as well written and transcribed as this piece. Also, the fact that Wagner visited Ravello makes having this music at this location something very special. Wagner was inspired to his last work here, to Parsifal, and that also makes it special for us to play here.
Federica and Fabio are not only a twosome at the piano.
For us, this is normal by now. We developed our feelings and work life together from the start. We've always been together, 24 hours a day.
We studied together, we performed together, and we've travelled together to concerts around the world, always on the piano.
From Ravello, it's downhill again. Less than an hour away is the town of Minori, where Bradley and Anna are once again meeting someone. The market for the coastal lemon had bottomed out when traders like Carlo de Riso managed to get the declaration of origin for the Sfusato Amalfitano legally protected at EU level. Today, Carlo sells 3 million Amalfi lemons annually, all across the world.
Our ancestors left us a legacy and a mission to bring the Amalfi lemon to the front. I think when the passion hits you, your blood turns into lemon juice.
Carlo was saying that, in the 90s, a lot of lemon growers were starting to give up the business, let the terraces decline a little bit, but then with the recognition of the Amalfi lemons, with the fixed prices, that the factories like this guarantee purchasing power for the lemon growers, it becomes worthwhile for them. That protects the terraces, the lemon groves, it keeps the economy of the communities intact. Yeah, it's breathed new life into the area, I think.
The peel of the Amalfi lemon is used to make limoncello. Carlo shares the recipe with Bradley. First, add 1.5 kilos of lemon peel to a litre of alcohol.
Now let it steep.
Oh, dark place?
Dark,
For 3 days.
Diventa così. Poi prendi, buttati.
Then dissolve 1 kilo of sugar in 1.5 litres of water and stir the mixture into the alcohol.
It's magic.
Such a great colour.
This is a limoncello. It's
ready?
Ready.
Finished.
Finish. Okay.
So you should drink it very cold.
Yeah?
The lemon liqueur of the Amalfi Coast is best drunk well chilled.
Good. Bravo, Bradley.
Salute.
Bravo. Salute.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. You've done this before.
Okay. Next year you work here.
I'm busy next year.
Okay.
Once again, the day starts with a climb. There are no roads in this part of the coastal mountains. The fruits or vegetables that are grown here are transported by mules. The penultimate day of the hike ends for Anna and Bradley at the village of Cetara. Tourism has arrived here too, but many of the townspeople in Cetara, like their forefathers, still live off fishing and fish processing. At Laboratorio Nettuno, his Neptune laboratory, Giulio Giordano produces a rediscovered delicacy.
Stiamo lavorando.
Famous anchovies.
Sì. Ci hanno portato le alici stamattina verso le 5:30.
We're working away. They delivered the anchovies this morning at 5. First, we have to separate the head and gut the fish.
Poi l'importante è questo.
What's important is to use only coarse salt.
Prendi il sale doppio.
You sprinkle it all over, you see?
Vedi? Lo facciamo macerare.
The mixture is left to ferment for up to 2 years in barrels like this one. Then there's nothing left but fish paste and salt. And the best of the fish goes into the sauce. In the end, we get about 1 litre per barrel, at the most.
Cetara is the last place on the entire Mediterranean coast where fish sauce is still produced.
Yeah, the Greeks and the Romans made a fish sauce called garum. It was a little bit funkier. They used the stomachs, the intestines, the head. I think that was a stronger flavour. They didn't have many spices or herbs back then, so they needed that as a condiment to liven up their food. This is a descendant of that, but it's much more refined. It's much more of a smoother, more subtle taste.
It's the final day of hiking along the Amalfi Coast. One last time in the mountains, and then the final slow descent. Raito is a suburb of Vietri sul Mare, which is famous all over Italy for its pottery. In Vietri and the surrounding villages, the potter's wheel has been turning for centuries in dozens of small manufacturers like this one, belonging to Lucio Liguori. Lucio specializes in functional ceramic wares. Each and every plate, bowl or vase is made by hand.
We were wondering why there are so many potters in Vietri.
Vietri is a ceramic centre. If we consider the archaeological sites, the Greeks who were here, the ceramics began way back then. The tradition was lost and then resumed in Roman times. So the ceramic tradition of Vietra is really old.
The whole family helps out. Each piece is hand-painted. Bauhaus-influenced German artists discovered the pottery workshops in the 1920s. The artists stayed and began producing and painting ceramics as well, thus making Vietri sul Mare famous around the world.
Some of the pots really look like they date back to Roman times, the design and the form, almost amphora-like in their structure. But then some of them are really bang up to date in the 21st century. I think they got a new influx of ideas, especially from Germany in the 1920s and 30s, and you can see that. It's a nice mixture of the old and the new coming together.
Finally, Vietri sul Mare. Bradley's trip took 1 week, from Sorrento via Amalfi to Vietri. From here, he'll take a train to Naples. But Bradley still has time for one last treat, a lemon ice cream. By following Anna on the trails through the Monti Lattari, Bradley got to discover one of the most famous coastlines of Italy, as beautiful as expected, but refreshingly different.
What I hadn't really realised is how quickly you get off the main coastal highway and head off into a completely different world up in the hills, full of lemon groves, vineyards, food production still going on as it has done for generations. That's beautiful to see. And the people have been fantastic. You know, I really have to thank Anna for that. Her charm and her infectious laugh has opened up doors throughout the Amalfi Coast for us. So I'd say that was also a real highlight. So yeah, if you're looking for some spectacular scenery, some beautiful timeless villages, some good strenuous hiking, if you don't mind lots of steps, it's hard to beat the Amalfi Coast.
Gibraltar, a British overseas territory on the southern coast of Spain. Flights from London land here 3 times a day. To get to the starting point of his hike, Bradley Mayhew wants to take a boat. Every day, over 300 cargo ships sail the Strait of Gibraltar. The incoming current from the Atlantic Ocean attracts finback and sperm whales, porpoises and dolphins to the strait between Africa and Europe.
This is quite an unusual way to start a hike for me, but I figured this was such an important meeting point of the 2 continents and the 2 sets of water that it's a natural place to start, coming out looking for some whales. So I actually start the walk tomorrow, but what a great way to start a hike.
The city of Tarifa. In 710, the first army of Berbers from nearby Africa landed here. They came on the order of the Arabs. A year later, the Berber and Arabian conquest of the Iberian Peninsula began. They ruled today's Andalusia for over 700 years. Traces of their reign are still visible, including the so-called white villages that are now linked by a hiking trail.
Well, this is the official starting point of the GR7 trail. At this beginning point, it follows the E4, which goes for about 10,000 kilometers all the way to Athens. I'm not going quite that far. I'm just going to do a section of the Andalusian part of the trail. But I can't put it off any longer. This is where the hiking begins.
Tarifa is the southernmost point of mainland Europe. The first couple of kilometers go along the town beach.
You have the Atlantic meeting the Mediterranean here. You have Africa meeting Europe. It creates a really unique climate. You get the wind, the Levante wind, which is blowing here all the time. It also makes it one of the wettest corners of Spain. So I've packed my wet weather gear. Hopefully I'll get some dry weather, but it's got the sense of being in a very unique place here.
Bradley's due to meet someone living alongside the trail.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Disculpe, ¿conoce Kiko?
Francisco Reboledo, known as Kiko, works for the union and is active as an environmentalist. Kiko's going to accompany Bradley on the Gran Recorrido 7, or GR7 as the path is officially known. The two will be on the road for 2 full weeks. More than 700 kilometres of the GR7 pass through Andalusia. Bradley's doing only the first part of the trail, from Tarifa through the white villages to the city of Ronda. The hike's going to end after 250 kilometres at the gorge of El Chorro. The first part of the trail goes through the Los Alcornocales, one of the largest stretches of forest on the Mediterranean coast. Alcornoque is the Spanish name for the cork oak tree. Manolo Cenizo cultivates a section of the forest belonging to his family.
Can you show us how you harvest cork?
Of course, no problem.
I would leave the bags here?
Yeah.
Kiko and Bradley are hiking in early April. Technically, it isn't the season for cork harvesting, but Manolo shows them how it's done.
First, I cut around the trunk up here. Then I chop straight downwards, here and there. Once I've loosened the cork at the cutting points, I use the axe's blade to pull it off the tree. A tree is harvested every 9 years. Once it's peeled, it takes 9 years for the bark to grow back.
But you can only do this certain times of the year because of the dryness of the cork, is that right?
In winter, it's too wet. It stops raining in spring, but only in the summer can the cork be easily pulled from the trunk.
Yeah, I would have walked straight past this tree and not known in a million years that it was cork. I never really figured, I never really asked myself where cork came from. I just know it comes out of bottles of red wine. So, but yeah, it's fascinating. That's why I love hiking with a local, because they can show you all these secrets that are hidden in the forest. It's like a little miracle.
The main function of the cork forest is to attract the rain. The Alcornocales are a huge magnet for the cloud masses coming from the Atlantic. They store rain like a tropical forest and feed many rivers. The river water is collected in reservoirs, which provide water to all the people in the entire Cádiz province.
Not far from Manolo's section of forest lies the family cork factory. Manolo buys cork from the local farmers and sorts it by quality. The cork bark is then pressed and stored for several months. The final processing of the cork is done in Portugal. Cork of inferior quality is made into flooring.
Cork like this is used to make wine corks. The cork has to be really thick. Corks create a lot of jobs here in Andalusia. They're natural, unlike the new artificial bottle corks. The economic crisis has impacted business. When people have no money, they don't buy good wine with natural corks. Instead, they buy cheap wine with plastic corks.
You can actually tell quite a lot about the cork just from looking at it. You can see the insect marks on the inside, you can see the dry years and the wet years, and you can actually see, a bit like looking at a piece of bark on a tree, you can see the rings, so each ring is a year, so you can tell that this one has been aged for 9 years, which is pretty much the perfect time to age a cork cycle.
Even if it rains occasionally, spring is the best season to go hiking in Andalusia. The acacia trees are in full bloom, and the fragrance of lavender is in the air. A Roman road once linked the coast with Cordoba, the provincial capital at the time. Now the remnants of the stone-paved road are part of the long-distance hiking trail. On a clear day, you can see all the way to Gibraltar. Due to its strategic location, many battles were waged for this hill. In 800 AD, it fell to the Moors, as the Muslims on the Iberian Peninsula were called by the Christians. In the 13th century, the Moorish conquerors built the castle of Castellar de la Frontera. During the Reconquista, the reconquest of the region, Castellar de la Frontera fell to the Christian troops. In the 1960s, many residents of the town left to work in factories or on the tourist beaches. Dropouts from England and Germany soon took over the deserted houses. Most of the hippies had long returned to middle-class conformity by the time Stevie Jameson got here.
That's a gourmet snack, right?
Stevie has worked as a cook for a long time, and these days he provides good home-style Spanish food to hikers.
So how long have you lived here in Castilla?
7 or 8 years, I think. I bought the house 13 years ago, but it was falling down.
It was all, but the whole village was falling down, wasn't it?
So I believe. And probably still is in some
So how does the restaurant work? Because it's quite unusual the way it's set up, isn't it? You don't have fixed prices,
well, no,
for example.
it's free. It's a free restaurant as well. It's probably very unusual. It's the only free restaurant in the world. I charge for drinks, and then food is a donation.
And you're not bankrupt yet, so it must be
No, I'm on the way. yeah. You want to lend me a quid?
Perfect. Look at that.
Alongside his communal kitchen for hikers, Stevie also runs a small bar. Flamenco music is a combination of Spanish guitar music and the singing of the gitano. In the 19th century, flamenco became the folk music of the Andalusian people. Antonio, a 22-year-old Andalusian, is already a master of the flamenco guitar. His friend Jose sings with him. Few other forms of music fuse joy and sorrow, pain and hope as beautifully as flamenco.
His mother lives in the next village in Jimena, so he's got a lift. He's going to go there early. He's a good Spanish son. I'm going to wait for a break in the weather. It's been raining pretty heavily, so hopefully in a few hours it clears up. I'll be able to start on the hike again.
The castle at Castellar fell to the Christian troops without a battle, although it could have withstood a long siege.
Well, water is a particularly valuable resource in the whole of Andalusia, but especially if you live in a castle on top of a hill. This is the old cistern of the castle. The water's still deliciously cool and clear. It's a great place to fill up with cool water before heading off the sun gets pretty hot.
The third stage of the hike takes Bradley through grasslands. Southern Andalusia boasts a great deal of cattle farming, including the retinta, an ancient breed with juicy meat. For a long time, Luis Rivera Ruiz worked as a veterinarian in Malaga. 14 years ago, he fulfilled his dream by buying an old factory and converting it into a farm. Don Luis tends his herd on horseback and with a lance. Since the 14th century, a special breed of cattle has been bred in Spain specifically for bullfighting. The Spanish fighting bull, the Toro Bravo, is shy and closely related to the now extinct aurochs, the wild ancestor of today's domestic cattle.
In this moment, I had 200 cows, 80 male. 80 males.
So they have plenty of space here. It's a good life, yeah?
3 million meters for the cow, only for the cow.
Wow.
And you can see this area, this is the particular street to the area is acebuche. Una vaca de carne. A
meat cow is immediately taken to the butcher if she doesn't give birth to a healthy calf within a year. She also has much less space, for tame cows are kept on smaller fields. Here, a cow has to pass a test, and then she can live on the pasture. She only has to give birth to a calf every 2 years, and eventually she dies of old age.
Whether or not a cow has the endurance and is properly irritable is tested in Don Luis's own small arena on his farm. Not all cows are suitable for breeding. Don Luis takes notes on how each reacts to the torero.
So for the cow, the focus is important. Yeah?
Very important. Is the possibility when the cow's focus, the muleta, is possible, do his thing, you know.
Right.
Hoop,
the movement.
Side, the different passes, okay? The
fighting bull exists only because there's bullfighting. If we bred only tame cows, we wouldn't need horses, or so much natural space for the animals, which should have as little contact with people as possible. The horses and large pastures would disappear, along with the fighting bull.
The cow is taken back to the pasture. For Bradley, it's time to leave. The hiking trails in Andalusia are sparsely marked, so you need a good map and an excellent sense of direction.
The So one of the tricky things about the GR7 is that there's lots of unsigned junctions, so the side roads coming in all the time. I've got lost a few times this afternoon, but luckily the castle is a big, easy to find landmark. Pretty sure it's over there, so now I've hit the road, should be fine.
By the afternoon, Bradley reaches Jimena de la Frontera. Jimena is a typical white village. During times of the plague, the houses were disinfected with lime. The inhabitants took a liking to the colour, and to this day, they still lime their houses every year during Holy Week. The maze of alleyways stays cool even in high summer. The layout of Jimena can be traced back to the Moors, and even after the Christian reconquest, its appearance hardly changed.
A lot of the towns in this area have the title de la Frontera in the name. This one is Jimena de la Frontera. And that's essentially because this was the borderline between Christian Spain and the Islamic Empire of the Arabs. The border kept changing all the time with the Islamic incursions and then the Christian Reconquista that kept taking it backwards and forwards. But you get a sense that this is an old medieval town, the winding alleyways, the fact that it's all up and down on the street, a nightmare to drive through, but great to walk through. So you can really see the history in the actual topography of the town.
The Moors also left behind a culinary heritage. Anna Bias is preparing a batter flavoured with anise. When fried, it's the basis for piñonata, a traditional food of the area.
Actually, I only still make it for my family at Christmas. But since I know Quico's mother, I'm baking some for you.
She knows my mother, and my mother sometimes buy the piñonata to Anna. And the tradition is coming from the Muslim people.
Anna grinds the fried dough and seasons it with sesame seeds, cloves, cinnamon, and orange peel.
Oh, that's nice. That's good.
This specialty of Jimena is named after its main ingredient, pine nuts.
Piñonata brings back memories of my childhood. When I was a kid, my mother made it at home and I would help her. When I smell it in Anna's house, I feel like I'm a child again.
Honey is added to the mixture.
To make like a cake size?
To make the size.
Then it's hammered into a small baking tin. The pine nut pastry isn't finished yet, but Bradley's allowed to taste it.
Thank you. Gracias. Oh, it's good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Huh? It's like a Ferrero Rocher.
It's perfect trekking food.
It's perfect trekking food.
Just a couple of these a day.
It'll
keep you going all day. I never knew the Arabs invented granola bars. This is what we hype with today.
Finally, Anna coats the piñonata with honey and decorates it. After Jimena, the trail leads up into the upper regions of Los Alcornocales. Technically, the forests here are protected from development. That didn't, however, stop insatiable investors joining forces with the government on a recent project. Fortunately for environmentalists like Kiko, the forests were saved by an ironic twist.
Telling me about?
Yeah, this is the river. This is the more the virgin part of the river,
And here the government wanted 10 years ago, more or less, to build a dam with a high wall with 75 meters, only to contain water for Gulf Coast. By the crisis in Spain, there is money to build, and the project is gone.
So the crisis has actually been quite good for the environment.
Sometimes, and this time is the best crisis that I know.
Los Alcornocales is one of the last remaining natural forests in the Mediterranean area. Benefiting from the humid climate, all kinds of rare ferns, flowers and herbs grow beneath the cork and home oak trees.
Can I eat it?
Yes, go for it.
What do you call this? What's this?
Wild daisy.
You're a good person to know if we lose the path and we get lost for days. You can keep us alive for weeks. Right?
You will not die of
I
hunger.
won't die, not with you.
My giver.
Ili Lozano has written 2 books about edible and medicinal plants. She gained her knowledge from her grandmother.
And is that's edible? You can...
Yes, have a very nice taste.
Nice. Very fresh.
Like water.
Yeah.
If you are thirsty in the way, look in the shade, always, even in the summer, you will find this plant.
What does that mean? What is it? Not obligo.
Ombligo.
Ombligo.
That means
belly button.
Belly button.
That's nice.
Se sabía mucho más porque era lo único.
In the old days, people knew more about wild plants. They often had no other medicine or food.
Que era algo de brujería.
The religion saw this knowledge as evil, as witchcraft.
Entonces, han eliminado todo, incluida
That's why they destroyed the knowledge and the people who could have handed it down.
Podían pasar la información.
Ili has a finca in the middle of the forest. She seals her homemade distillery with fresh dough. Ili distills wild lavender to extract its essential oils.
You're getting taller.
I am dancing on the flowers.
Lavender oil helps relieve stress and inflammation. Ili sells it over the internet, as she does her other natural products from Los Alcornocales.
Various kinds of lavender, thyme, eucalyptus, cypress, sage, and salads like arugula grow here. Whatever we want to eat, it grows wild and fresh in the vicinity.
The distillation takes 3 hours. In the meantime, Ili prepares lunch. A salad with Moroccan sweet pea, nasturtium, and onion weed.
I think we deserve this.
Yeah,
we helped a lot.
Means citron. Oh, wow.
Wow, look at the colours on that. That's great.
It's a picture.
Salad colors. Is this all from around here?
Yes. Why?
Wild. Thank you. Oh, that's great.
Buen provecho.
Bradley and Kiko leave Los Alcornocales. The fifth stage of the hike is the longest and hardest. The trail leads up into a range of limestone mountains.
So it's the end of a long, hot hiking day, a little bit of a sweaty one today. Los Alcornocales is behind me. Grazalema is further on up the hill. That's where the big mountains start. Past halfway now, so I'm feeling pretty good. Ronda is coming up, so I'm looking forward to the next half of the hike.
That evening, Bradley and Kiko reached the white village Ben Aucas, founded in 715 by Arabs. Many people here have livestock and live off the production of ham or cheese, including Pepe Mangana.
Hello, how can I help you?
So we need something for a picnic, I think.
Yeah.
Cheese, maybe? Queso? Queso? Queso de capra or queso de...
De cabra.
Goat cheese. You want to try it?
The cheese, yeah, I think perhaps interest.
Do you produce the cheese here in town?
Yes, we make the cheese here in town, the village from the milk of our own goats.
Can we join you tomorrow morning when you milk the goats?
Encantado, digo, no hay problema ninguno. No hay problema.
Sure, no problem.
Está bien.
Muy interesante.
Gracias.
Ahí estamos.
It's good cheese.
Super.
It's really good.
Superior. Ah.
The next morning, in the mountains above Ben Aucas. The goats here live without shepherds or dogs, almost wild, in a huge fenced-in area. They come down by themselves to be milked. The payoyo is an ancient hybrid of a local and the Pyrenean goat. Pepe Mangana has over 150 goats, and they have to be milked twice a day.
Por ejemplo, tú tienes un día de lluvia. La cabra se mete en el monte.
On rainy days, the goats stay down low and eat under the trees. When the weather's good, they climb the ridges and eat herbs and flowers. So the taste of the cheese varies day to day depending on what the goats have eaten. If you feed them straw or grain, the taste is always the same.
Comen paja y grano siempre el mismo.
I always find it interesting when you can start with a product and then work your way back to the source. So managed to track down these goats. They apparently live up in the hills. They just eat pretty much freely. They only have this food here to bring them in for milking every morning. It's a lovely small-scale family organic farm. Great thing to check out when you're on a hike.
Pepe's goats eat only the best quality natural produce. They're never given any antibiotics or drugs of any kind. Despite this, the family business isn't allowed to market the cheese from its payoyo goats as organic. To do that costs money, money that the Mangana family doesn't have, as only the large companies get to take advantage of the EU subsidies.
Because we're a small company, we don't get any aid at all. This is a family-owned company, the cheese dairy as well as the livestock, and that's why we get no support. None at all.
Lo que pasa que entonces te devuelve pagar. Para que te den la ganadería.
The problem is you have to pay for everything. First, you pay for a certificate that certifies you're even running an organic livestock farm. And that's not enough. To label your cheese as organic cheese, you need yet another certificate. And for that, you have to pay again.
It's time for Bradley and Kiko to say goodbye.
Venimos a decirte adiós y gracias por todo.
Pues nada, y ya sabéis, aquí estamos para lo que necesitáis, ¿vale?
Encantado.
Muchas gracias. Hasta luego. Venga.
The Sierra de Grazalema is the oldest natural park in Andalusia. Few of the hiking trails here are marked, so it's advisable to bring along a map and enough water and food for the day.
Thank you. Cheers. The GR7 actually carries on that way. I've taken a slightly sneaky detour into the mountains. I can never resist a side trip up into the mountains. This is Sierra de Grazalema, lovely karst scenery. So I'm going to go and explore this area for a couple of days before I join the main GR7 as it heads on to Ronda. Diversions are always the best part of the hike.
Over 1,200 kinds of plants grow in these mountains. The rarest is the Spanish fir, sometimes called the hedgehog fir. During the Ice Age, it almost died out entirely in Europe. This is the only place where it survived. With a wingspan of 2.5 meters, eagles often circle above the mountains for hours on end. In the Garganta Verde, the Green Gorge, lives one of Europe's largest colonies of griffon vultures. The nature park provides protected nesting sites. The mountain range is named after one of the most beautiful villages of Andalusia. Grazalema was also founded by the North African Berbers, who bred sheep here. Nowadays, cheap textiles are the main product sold at the weekly market. Nevertheless, Grazalema is famous throughout Spain for its high-quality woolen blankets. In the mid-19th century, every second villager lived from the textile trade. 4,000 people worked as weavers, washers or dyers in countless small family businesses. In the wake of the Industrial Revolution, large wool factories arose in northern Spain that produced textiles much more cheaply. Only one of the family firms in Grazalema was able to survive. Their blankets, made from the high-quality wool of merino sheep, are still washed and milled like in the old days. Over 100 years ago, the family of Mario Coronel took over the factory.
La lana de Grazalema es famosa porque tiene mucha tradición.
The wool of Grazalema is famous because it has a centuries-old tradition. And since Grazalema is one of the rainiest places in Spain, the wool is particularly pure. We also have a higher yield than the other regions in Spain.
The wool is surprisingly soft, and it's quite light, so you can take it traveling. It's quite a good thing to have. A lot of my high-tech trekking gear that costs an arm and a leg is made of merino wool, so it stays warm, and it's lovely and soft. I can't imagine it's changed that much over the centuries. Wool's always been a great thing to have traveling.
Bradley and Kiko have decided to spend the night in Villaluenga del Rosario, one of the highest-lying white villages on the GR7. The next day, a corrida is being held in the village. Bullfighting has a long tradition in Spain, but opposition is growing and more people are turning against it.
Pienso que sí, que está fuera de tiempo, fuera de época y en
Bullfighting doesn't fit to our time. To me, it's animal cruelty if an animal suffers for 15-20 minutes. We have laws dictating that animals killed for meat shouldn't suffer, that they are killed with dignity. The fighting bull is given no dignity. It is only given a very painful death.
El toro no tiene una muerte digna, tiene una muerte con mucho sufrimiento.
As early as the Middle Ages, knights on horseback were fighting the bull to prove their strength and skill. The bulls spend 6 years living almost wild on the range. Then their life ends here in the arena. Bradley knows bullfighting only from the books of Ernest Hemingway, who went to bullfights whenever he could.
I have a very mixed mind about the bullfighting. You know, I totally understand that this is an expression of Andalusian culture, of Spanish culture, and I'm glad that those traditional things still survive. And if I'm honest, I'm not sure that a bull that lives and dies this way has that much of a worse life than a bull that is bred for meat and is killed in a slaughterhouse. I can't say that I derive much pleasure from seeing the bull fighting and dying like this. It's not really my cup of tea.
From Villaluenga, the GR7 leads up to a plateau named Llanos del Republicano. Today, wheat grows here, but during the Spanish Civil War, it was a refuge for the Republican rebels fighting Franco's troops. From the northern foothills of the Grazalema Mountains, it isn't far to the most famous destination on the hike. Ronda is located on a rocky plateau. The landmark of the town is the bridge over El Tajo Canyon. The bridge connects the Moorish Old Town with newer sections. Kiko has to return to Tarifa for work. Bradley's decided to spend one more day in Ronda. Bullfights are held all over Spain, and in some places in France and Latin America. But the home of modern bullfighting is in Ronda.
It was here the first time that the bullfighter Pedro Romero, he actually started fighting the bulls for the very first time on foot instead of on horseback that everyone had done up to that point. And he was essentially the first professional bullfighter, and whole dynasty followed him. Up until this day, you can see the young bullfighters training. So they pretty much kick-started the whole bullfighting sport here.
There are 21 bullfighting schools in Andalusia. Bradley set up a meeting with Manolo Escalante Bernal, whose address he got from Don Luis, the bull breeder. In Ronda, Manolo teaches 16 students. The youngest is just 10 years old.
A torero needs great courage. He must almost be an artist, otherwise he'll go nowhere. He must have a strong temperament. He must want, at all costs, to be a bullfighter. In our schools, we teach students the fundamentals of bullfighting, just like one is taught reading and writing in elementary school.
One thing's for sure, Bradley has neither the talent nor the inclination to learn the art of bullfighting. All across Andalusia, Holy Week, the Semana Santa, is extensively celebrated. All of Ronda is on the street when the brotherhoods begin their processions. The floats on which the Baroque figures of the Virgin Mary or Jesus are carried weigh up to 4 tons. The first fraternity in Ronda was founded in the 16th century. Today, 13 such hermandades commemorate Christ's suffering and the way of the cross.
It's a strange atmosphere here. It's kind of halfway between a party and a funeral. There's great music going on, everyone's having a good time, but it's very solemn, there's a feeling of mourning, of penitence. The processions are organized by the town's various brotherhoods. This is the brotherhood of the Gitanos, or the Gypsies as they call themselves. The brotherhoods look after all the costumes, all the floats, the music, and the Gitanos do the best job.
The penitents seek forgiveness for their sins. The pointed hoods are meant to symbolize the aspiration to reach heaven. Semana Santa ends with the resurrection on Easter Sunday. After Ronda, the landscape changes. It gets drier. The hiking path now leads through olive groves.
I think some of my highlights, or things I remember the most, certainly the biodiversity, the combination of Mediterranean and Atlantic climates, lots of variety in trees, beautiful place to hike through. I love the villages. These white-walled villages are just stunning, set up in the mountains. But I think mostly it's the people. You know, the people I've met have been really fascinating, really knowledgeable about the land, very connected to the place they grew up in. and their passion has probably been the most interesting and exciting thing I've seen here.
After 2 weeks, Bradley's hike comes to an end at the gorge of El Chorro. In the middle of a limestone canyon, there's a small station. From here, the train goes back to the coast.
You know, the GR7 splits into 2 different roads. I can't do the whole trail, but I've done a nice section. I feel like I got a really nice feel for Andalusia. This is pretty much the end of the line, literally for me. Here in the middle of almost nowhere, the foot of El Chorro, the big cliff. Train is coming soon. I'm just waiting for it, and then the hike's finished, and I'm all done. Time to go.
There's a coastal footpath in southwest England that's over 1,000 kilometres long. The most beautiful leg of the trail begins at St Ives, a fishing village in Cornwall. And this is where Bradley Mayhew is meeting Paul Simmons.
Thank you very much. Good to be here. Nice day.
Well, we've got some good weather for you and some good walking.
You've done your job well already. Good.
Oh, no problem. Come this way.
All right.
For over 15 years now, Paul has accompanied hiking enthusiasts from around the world. On the coast of southwest England, the demand for hiking guides has been increasing steadily. A continuous long-distance trail, the Coast Path was opened in the 1970s. Most of it, however, is much older. Long ago, the narrow path was used by smugglers and shipwreck plunderers. Today, hikers walk it for the beautiful wild coastal scenery of Cornwall.
I would say I'm particularly looking forward to this hike, being on my own home turf. I spent a lot of time learning about foreign countries, so it'll be nice to actually learn about my own neck of the woods this time. And I love the sea. I live a long way from the sea, so it'll be lovely just to be following the coast and speak my own language for a change, which will be, hopefully will make things a little bit easier.
Pendine Lighthouse is the first of many lighthouses on the coast path. The rugged coastline with its cliffs and reefs is dangerous, especially when visibility is poor.
Well, Bradley, this is a good example of why there will be a lighthouse close by. This is called the Three Stone Ore Reef, and it has been a site of many of these shipwrecks here, of which there will be thousands along the coast here. Well, Bradley, this is a really good example of how many shipwrecks we actually have. Each individual one here is a shipwreck. This is the whole of Cornwall. You start at the south coast, head down to the Lizard, the southernmost point, all the way around to Land's End. And where we are is Pendine Watch. You can see how many there are out there. And you go further up towards St Ives and the north coast. Well, there's a couple of reasons why there is a definitive coast path. One is the shipwrecks, and one is the smuggling. Now with the smuggling, there's lots of coves here, quite hidden, and people would use the coast, and they knew the little paths that they could create so they could bring all their contraband up from these coves. The other thing is with the actual shipwrecks here, people will be following the shipwrecks all the way around. So in the end, all they did was they linked all these bits of the path up and they created one whole coast path.
The coast path in the southwest of England runs for 1,014 kilometres and is the longest coastal hiking path in Europe. A 280-kilometre long section runs from St Ives along the cliffs of Cornwall to Plymouth. Tin and copper mining is as closely tied to the history of Cornwall as seafaring. In 1850, 2/3 of all the copper worldwide was mined on this coast. The countless mines employed up to 50,000 workers.
I mean, wherever the tin and copper lodes were in Cornwall, that's where the miners would follow. And this is a great example. They would actually have a vein here that's 70 to 80 degrees out there. They would go a mile out there and they would be in cramped conditions. It would be hot, it would be dark. The fact that it's actually 70 to 80 degrees means that just above their head, they could hear the actual rocks rolling on the seabed right above their heads. It's quite amazing.
The remnants of Cornwall's mining industry are now listed as a UNESCO World Cultural Heritage Site. On the second day of hiking, Bradley and Paul reach one of the most striking places on the coastal trail, Land's End, the most westerly point of mainland England.
Well, Bradley, we've made it 20 miles from St Ives.
Okay.
And this is the furthest part west that we can go.
This is the end of the world, is it?
Well, yeah, it's the end of the UK, and over there, the Cornish miners would say, is the next parish.
Water, and then America.
That's it.
Well, that's where I live. 5,000 miles that way.
Right. Well, let's make a move for it.
Yeah, we're running out of time.
Okay.
The following day brings good weather, and Bradley's making good time, so he's decided to take a short break. These can be found everywhere along the coast of Cornwall, rescue stations of the Royal National Lifeboat Institution. The rescue service was founded in the mid-19th century, above all to assist the fishermen of the stormy coastline. The captain of the rescue ship, Andrew Putt, has invited Bradley to watch a practice drill.
Okay?
Yep. It'll be fine.
Once on board, everything goes very fast.
So Andrew, the lifeboat service here has a long history, doesn't it, on the Lizard?
It certainly does, yeah.
It seems quite essential to Cornish culture and history in a way.
It's essential to all cultures right around the country, not just Cornish. Everywhere you go, there's a lifeboat station. Wherever you see a lifeboat station, there'll be a lot of pride in it. It's not a job, it's a way of life. I've been doing it for 28 years and it's in your blood. You just can't get rid of it. So it's just a way of life. If you know the challenges that life throws at you, you don't know what's around the next corner. We could be here now, 25 or 5 minutes later, we could be off 25 miles. You just don't know what's going to happen. And that's the adrenaline. Plus, actually helping somebody when you come back, it really is a good feeling.
But it's an all-volunteer service, isn't it?
It's all volunteer. There's two of us that are paid full-time,
Yeah.
myself and the mechanic.
Okay.
We're full-time, but the rest are all volunteers. And all the money that's raised to run the service is all done by voluntary contributions.
Once a week, Andrew and his crew do a practice drill at sea. Today, real rescue deployments are relatively rare. Fishermen seldom get in distress. Usually it's hobby sailors who underestimate the dangers of the fickle seas off Cornwall. Time and again, the trail leads through unpopulated areas and across a countryside shaped by wind and sea.
I like hiking alone as well. It gives you the peace of mind to really settle and centre yourself a bit more. And on a hike like this, a coastal path, you're hiking through places that you just can't get to by car. So you have these special, beautiful places all to yourself, and you see them at different times of day, different light, different tides. I think hiking and visiting these places by foot is a completely different experience, one I totally recommend.
The coastal trail leads through a variety of fishing villages. Mousel is one of them. Right now, in August, it's high season, so even the beach exposed in the port basin at low tide is taken over by sunbathers. In Cornwall, the Gulf Stream ensures a mild climate. Some fishing villages have become fashionable seaside resorts, like Penzance, with its Jubilee bathing pool, which is built into the sea.
I've been hiking for a few days now, and it's surprisingly hot for an English summer's day. So I'm going to give myself a break, take a few hours to lie by the pool. This is a great old Art Deco pool dating from 1935. This was when the train came here from London in the end of the 19th century. This was a real favourite place for Londoners to get a break by the seaside. So I'm just going to take it easy for a few hours before I strap on the hiking boots and get going again.
No diving, please.
All kinds of accommodation can be found along the coast path in Cornwall, but sometimes a night under the stars is simply too inviting.
I am quite tired today. It's been a few days walking now. I didn't quite get as far as I should have done, but I have found such a fantastic spot here. It's so nice and quiet. I just call it an evening here and just enjoy the sunset. I mean, these are the moments you hike for. These are the moments to savor, not just push through. So I'm gonna have an early night and take it easy here for a few hours. Lovely spot.
After a cold night in the tent, the next morning Bradley decides to make an early start of it. His route takes him through the harbour of Newlyn, the most important fishing port of Cornwall. The sun hasn't even risen yet, but the deep-sea fishermen are already unloading their catch.
1,077 kilo there then. 780.
The bidding process is difficult for outsiders to understand. There are no visible hand movements, but the auctioneer knows how to interpret every wink. Once the bidder has bought his fish, the purchase is marked with a name slip. Since sardines have become rare, Darren Payne now auctions haddock, cod and flatfish.
Yeah, good. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Certainly.
So who are you selling to? Is it mostly local fishmongers or restaurants?
Yeah, I would say this morning, the majority of that fish will be for the restaurant sort of trade. But the Megram soles, which is the bulk of the Beamer catch, will go for export. That'll probably go to Spain or France. Yeah. As a nation, we're not massive fish eaters.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you take a walk around somewhere like an arbor around France, you'll have lots of little places selling mussels and clam. I mean, we've got that to a certain, but not like they do.
And I think I caught your eye earlier on. I'm a bit worried that I just bought 200 kilos of fish. You're not. I'm not in the book, am I?
No. I'm normally pretty good. I know who everybody is, and you know they've all got their own sort of unique ways of bidding.
Yeah,
you know,
it's quite hard to follow who's, eye contact.
It is quite hard, you know, it's something I've been doing since, I left school, you know, what am I now, 44, so I've been doing it for a few years. But yeah, trying to write, listen and watch at the same time sometimes is a little bit difficult, yeah.
Go on, 420, 440, 460, 460, 460, 480, 480, 460.
In the Bay of Penzance, just across from the small village of Marazion, lies the fortified island of St. Michael's Mount, which is considered the jewel of Cornwall. The castle was modelled after its French counterpart, Mont Saint-Michel. It originally served as a monastery and only later became a noble's residence. Bradley has an appointment with an old school friend. Adam Poole is a personal assistant for the aristocratic family of St. Auban. Since the 17th century, 12 generations of the family have resided in the fortress. Like all the staff, Adam lives on the island with his family.
Here we are at the church. This is
chapel, isn't it?
This is the oldest part of the buildings that we see. It's right on the pinnacle of the rock. It's kind of the heartbeat of the place, really. It's all built around this. So, yeah, next year I'm hoping to get married here. So we've got a wedding planned.
Wonderful.
Thank you. So yes, we're hoping to tie the knot here. So it'd be quite a special place.
Nice.
Making it even more special.
I'll just wait for my invitation in the post then.
It'll be on its way.
A reason to come back. Excellent.
The church was built after the Norman conquest in 1070. At that time, the island was given to the Benedictine monks of Mont Saint-Michel in France.
Oh, it's quite a dramatic view, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it? You look down onto the gardens from up here. You can see the private path for Lord and Lady St. Leven.
Wow, yeah.
Quite a long way up, higher than the palm trees.
Gardens are really, really well maintained, aren't they?
We have seen gardeners who are working on there all year round, so it keeps them busy.
Yeah, lovely. How nice to have your own personal manicured island.
Yeah, it's very special.
I could live with that. Sundial, is it?
That's correct, yes. Got a sundial. Nice strong sun today, so we can use it.
So what time is it?
The numbers around here. It's a bit more complicated than that, I'm afraid. Obviously, we've got the hour difference that you allow for summertime, and also this would have been pre-Greenwich Mean Time, so it would have been about 18 minutes out. And the Victorians introduced that, obviously, with the railways to make sure that everyone was catching the train at the same time, depending on where you were in the countries. Okay, you can see over in the harbour now, you can see the boats working. The boats, and they dropped you off because the water was a lot higher, it was high tide. The causeway starting to appear from under the sea.
Emerging from the sea.
That's correct, as the sea goes out, and then later the causeway.
Is that how your kids go to school every morning?
The children will go to school on the boats in the morning, and they also, if tide's open, they'll get a lift off, so we kind of keep them at school. We try not to keep them here.
It's complicated living on
It
land.
is very complicated.
Not as easy as it looks.
No, you have to think about everything, and you're always planning ahead. And it all revolves around the sea as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stormy weather, we can sometimes not manage to get off at all, so we do have to keep some stuff in the freezer for those occasions as well.
Yeah, you go a bit stir crazy every now and then, I guess.
That's correct, yes.
Oh, that's beautiful.
St Michael's Mount is famous right across the UK, and not just because of its location. The St Albans are one of the oldest families of British nobility.
This room here would have originally been the Lady Chapel. It's now the Blue Drawing Room. You can see there's several portraits of the family that's resident at the moment, the St Alban family, along the walls. We had the Queen visit this year as well. She sat at this table here and signed the visitors book, and you can see a couple of years ago we had Prince Charles and Camilla. They visited as well. You've got Lord and Lady St Leven there and their two sons in that picture there.
And this is where Queen Victoria sat, is it?
That's right, 1846, Queen Victoria visited. She sat on the settee here and served a cup of tea.
It's amazing the British connection with the royal family. For all these centuries, it's still, you know, still just as popular as they were.
We still hold them quite dear to our hearts and support them where we can.
It's living history, isn't it?
That's right.
Smartphones have also taken hold among hikers. Above all, the electronic treasure hunt, commonly known as geocaching, is popular. The GPS coordinates of the hidden geocache are published on the internet and, with the help of a smartphone, can be used for the search.
And the geocaching sites here, they leave little treasures for you to find when you go hiking. So you can take one as long as you leave one. So I'm going to take this one along with me, take it on one of my trips, one of my future hikes, and hide it again. Leave this one in its place so the next person who comes along has a little treasure to swap as well. It says Prussia Pressure, that's the name of this geocache. And then all the names of the people that have found it. They seem to be taking almost pirate names. Beardy Man, the Frisky Piskies, and Andy from Redroth.
All hikers who find the treasure document their success by signing the geocache logbook. And then they hide it again. Bradley's been en route for a week now.
Morning.
Hi, nice day for it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah.
Excuse me, did someone steal your shoes?
Oh no, I don't wear shoes actually.
You don't wear shoes?
No, not
Okay.
if I can help it.
Why is that?
Well, it just feels better actually.
Really?
Once you've, yeah.
Doesn't it hurt?
The first time you do it, I have to admit, it does hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
But then very quickly you get used to it, and actually I prefer it now.
Really?
Mm.
You feel the ground differently, I guess, or more connected to the...
Exactly.
Yeah?
You can get all the different textures as you're walking along and get the not just the views and the smells and the sounds, but it adds another sensation to your whole walk.
Yeah, absolutely.
You going to try it?
I'd like to. I think my feet are too soft. I think it would hurt me, wouldn't it?
Well, when you take your shoes off, your eyes open wider, actually.
Yeah.
But this is a bit crunchy. If we're going this way, do you want to come
Yeah.
along? There's an easier bit further along.
Yeah, I'll try it. That sounds
Okay.
good.
Julie Hansen is a coast path ranger. She's responsible for a few kilometres of the trail.
It's cold.
It's refreshing.
Refreshing. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah. So how long have you been walking barefoot then?
It's about 2.5 years now.
Really?
Just about, yeah.
You can
And
tell
carried on.
you've been doing it for a while. Yeah, I should
Let's
try,
go for
shouldn't
it.
I? Hmm. How long does it take for your soles to toughen up?
Just a couple of weeks, really, to get used to walking barefoot, and then over the last couple of years, it's just sort of become more robust as I've gone on.
Walking barefoot over stony rocks and crags isn't for everyone. Walking across Julie's favourite beach, however, is a lot more enjoyable. The long cove of Pra Sands is very popular with surfers. Towards the close of the 18th century, the infamous smuggler John Carter lived close to the beach. From the nearby Prussia Cove, he controlled all smuggling from northern France.
This is one of those perfect smuggler's coves, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it
because
really
it's
is.
so hidden, you can't see from the top. You see the tracks down here, where the tracks would, the carts would come along, and then into the caves where they would unload. And it's said that they've made tunnels from the caves down here up to the buildings and the houses up at the top, where they'd hide all their stuff.
It was a major operation, wasn't it?
Major. It was a very big. That was in the 1770s.
So what were they smuggling?
All sorts of things. They had tea, tobacco, alcohol, all the luxury goods that were really highly taxed at the time. But in Cornwall, apparently, it was just accepted. It wasn't deemed to be naughty or...
Yeah, they were quite honest. They felt they were quite honest, upstanding people. They weren't criminals. They were,
No, they were famous for it. They were Methodists, the family, the Carter family, and they wouldn't even allow swearing on their boats. No.
Swearing but no... smuggling but no swearing.
Smuggling but no swearing, exactly.
One of Julie's tasks on the coast path is to weed out certain plants.
That's the ragwort, and
okay.
it's not good for the ponies. No, it's a little bit toxic to horses and cows. We leave a little bit for wildlife, but I've got more to pull up here.
Okay, I'll leave you to your work.
Enjoy the rest of your walk.
Yeah,
Lovely
thanks very much.
You.
It's been lovely walking
Bye-bye.
with you. Bye-bye.
The trail takes Bradley to the Lizard Peninsula. Over recent years, long stretches of the coast of Cornwall have been declared conservation areas. And at one such nature reserve, Bradley set up a meeting. The biologist Justin Whitehouse is a specialist in edible wild plants growing along the coast path. In Cornwall, there are wild plants that are relatives or even ancestors of some of our modern crop plants.
Yeah, this is rock samphire, and it's quite common, growing all along the splash zone around the edge of the cliffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just kind of nibble on the leaves.
It's quite exotic.
It is, isn't it? I was thinking it tastes a bit like Bombay mix.
Yeah, a bit salty and peppery.
Yeah, a bit spicy.
Yeah.
Now look, this is, I don't think this is going to quite fill you up,
Okay.
but this is a wild carrot.
Oh, really?
So this is what all carrots today, the world over, originate from this plant here. There we are, look at that.
Oh, okay. It's white,
it's white.
Not orange.
Well, all carrots were, actually until quite recently. Or yellow, if anything, but yeah, it looks a bit like a carrot, albeit quite a small carrot.
Yeah. Can you eat it raw, or do you have to cook it?
Well, should we find out? It's a bit.
Quite sweet. Taste of carrot.
Yeah, well, that'll be all right with a bit of cooking.
Yeah.
I suppose it's taken kind of thousands of years of kind of breeding to get to the carrots we've got today.
Yeah.
But it is interesting that, you know, that's the precursor of all today's carrots.
Yeah.
Quite a few edible wild plants grow along the sides of streams.
What's this one?
This is sea beet, and this grows all around our coast, southwest of England. It's the precursor of every single beet in the world. Sugar beet, beetroot, all those beet family, all originated from this. We'll try it, it's more than edible, but cooked, it is absolutely delicious.
Yeah, that's got a bit of a bitterness to it.
We've lost touch with nature. We've lost that connectivity. Food comes from the supermarket, and the countryside is somewhere you don't touch, you go to look at, and all our food comes from this land. We might be better at looking after it, we might respect it a bit more. So I would encourage people to get out and forage, find a good book, go on a course, and actually go and see. And the countryside has some fantastic food to offer for free.
Out amongst nature, in untouched regions like Cornwall, it's fun to go foraging. The search for edible wild plants is gaining ever-increasing popularity. The Bay of Kynance Cove is one of the most beautiful places on Cornwall's coast.
I'm on a place called the Lizard, which is the far southern point of England. It's a tidal beach, so it's only accessible for a few hours a day. Problem with stopping in such a beautiful place, surrounded by people lying on the beach, sunbathing and eating ice cream, is it makes it remarkably difficult to then put on your backpack and start climbing up the edge of a cliff again. But if I don't get going now, I'll never make it tonight. It's time to start walking again.
The Lizard Lighthouse stands at the edge of Lizard Point. For centuries, the lighthouse has marked the northern entrance to the English Channel. After a long day of hiking, Bradley's looking forward to finding a hotel and an evening visit to the local pub. The pub is an institution and is already crowded early on. Above all, it's the local fishermen who come here for a dark beer and, on occasion, singing a shanty, an English sailor's song. In the pub, Bradley arranged a meeting for the morning. John Tonkin is taking him crab fishing. Every morning, John hauls in the crab traps that he set on the seafloor the day before. He lures the crabs into the baskets with fish bait. Most of the crabs he throws back into the sea. He only keeps the best.
Well, what makes a good, healthy crab?
The colour, nice golden brown.
Okay.
Also, the worm casts on his back.
What does that show?
You can tell that he hasn't cast his shell in a long time.
Okay.
So he's a good quality crab.
Lobster is a delicacy in Cornwall. In a restaurant, a single one can cost €50 or more.
And there's still young people want to go into fishing?
There is still young people want to go into fishing, but it's so difficult now to just the immense cost of starting. The boats, the gear, it's just immense. It's immense, you know, and unless you've got money, it's hard to... No bank is going to lend you any money nowadays.
The next day begins with a bit of a treat for Bradley. His father, Alan, is coming to visit. Alan, who lives south of London, is a passionate pilot with his own aircraft. As Bradley lives in the United States, the two rarely get to see each other. The meeting point is a small airfield near the coast.
How was the flight?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I'll see you again.
Yeah, thanks for coming down.
Yeah, welcome, mate. You've been enjoying your hiking?
Yeah, I'm looking forward for a break though. It'd be nice to see the path from up in the sky.
Well, let's get briefed up. We'll get going.
Good.
Cheers.
Alan has promised to show Bradley the coast path from a bird's eye perspective.
Yeah, that's it. Put on those fine and right foot in and lower yourself down.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Nice and cosy, isn't it?
Yes, it's a job. That's a job for two of us.
Alan's plane is a rarity, a Zimango motor glider from Brazil.
It's nice to see it from this perspective. I've been walking so long, it's nice to...
Well, I'll get some good low-level pictures of the footpath, and the distance we'll cover in minutes that you take hours.
I know. It's a much easier way of doing it. You can see everything from this altitude as well. You can see every part of the trail, and it's really nice.
That's why I love doing it, Fred.
Done some fun things. Went out on with a crab fisherman.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, that was good. I met a lady who only hikes bare feet. She hasn't worn shoes for years.
I've heard of this, and they say it's good for you, but I'm not certain I want to try it.
Alan turns his glider inland to the administrative seat of Cornwall, the city of Truro. Truro's skyline is dominated by the three-towered cathedral. Further inland lies Lanhydrock House, one of the best preserved manor houses of Cornwall. Much of the mansion was built in the 19th century during the reign of Queen Victoria.
See this castle? Can you see it from there?
entrance. Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Have a look at that.
Yeah, it's like King Arthur's knights.
That's where they got the idea from, probably.
According to folklore, Cornwall was the home of the legendary King Arthur. After their 2-hour flight, Bradley's father departs for his journey home.
And it was nice going up with my dad. I haven't seen him for a while, so it was nice to meet him again. Even though he did try and scare me a couple of times with a couple of extremely steep banks, but that's what he does.
In the hinterland of the coast, hikers pass country houses of British nobility. Kerry's Castle, for example, was built at the beginning of the 19th century by the famous architect John Nash. Kerry's Castle has been in the possession of the Williams family since then. Aside from the aristocratic estates, Cornwall's reputation has been moulded by the beauty of the venerable Victorian gardens. Bradley is on his way to the lost garden of Heligan. After World War I, the gardens were left unattended and fell into disrepair. Restoration only began 25 years ago. Thanks to the mild climate of the Gulf Stream, even tropical plants thrive in the gardens on the south coast of Cornwall.
Well, back in Victorian England, gardens were all the rages. All the estates would have had their own gardens, providing food, fruits and vegetables for their estate and for the house. But there was a lot of competition between the different estates, and they wanted to find the latest, most remote, exotic new plants and bushes they could find. So they sent off these huge expeditions out to the eastern Himalayas, places like Nepal, Sikkim, and also out to China to try and track down these remote plants, often from some of the remotest jungles on the planet. You know, they were really major, serious expeditions. And a lot of the bushes and plants you see these days, you think are quintessentially English, but actually they've come from some of the remotest locations in China and the Himalayas.
During the time of Queen Victoria, more than 22 gardeners were employed at the Garden of Heligan. Today, there are only a handful. Nicola is responsible for the kitchen garden.
Hi, are you Nicola?
Hello, hi, I am.
Hi, I'm Bradley.
Pleased to meet you, Bradley.
And you too. You look busy.
Yes, yeah. I'm just doing a bit of deadheading at the moment. As you can see, it's quite a long row, so
Can I help you?
Yeah, perfect.
Great.
I've got a spare pair of snips for you there.
Yes, set me to work.
Okay then. Yeah.
Anything that looks past its prime.
That's right, yeah, you can see these ones here just dying back a little bit, and by cutting out those dying flowers we're going to help them keep flowering and keep a good show of colour for longer.
These have been here, or they would have been originally here in the old garden.
Yeah, flowers like this would have been grown for cutting. They would have had to cut so many flowers for the house, big vases of flowers if they had guests for the weekend. So as much as they look beautiful, they're also a crop. You know, they couldn't sort of go to the florist and buy them. They had to grow them. So very important that they had lots and lots of flowers growing in the gardens too.
Yeah, lovely.
After a job well done, Nicola takes Bradley to the greenhouses. Built during the Victorian age, they're heated with horse manure.
Okay, so This is our pineapple pit,
yes.
and it just basically recreates the conditions, the tropical conditions that you need to grow a pineapple, because they were really important back on in the old traditional estates. They were a huge status symbol to say that you could grow pineapples. So obviously if you had the workforce, the time and effort it takes to grow these single fruits, it cost a fortune. And it was saying, you know, I'm really wealthy, I've got a huge amount of money. If you wanted to pretend that you were richer than you actually were, you used to be able to rent a pineapple for your dinner party.
Really?
So yeah,
they had rent a pineapple businesses?
Absolutely, yeah. Obviously the pineapple had to go back intact. Okay, so this is a very small but perfectly formed pineapple and very ripe and ready to eat. You can smell. So just take that off.
It's so sweet.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. But it's going to taste good with that one.
It smells great, though.
The flavour is amazing. I mean, this is the difference between one grown at home and one bought from the supermarket.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's picked when it's cropped when it's ripened.
Does it taste like a normal? I mean, a big pineapple.
Yeah, absolutely, but better, much better. Yeah, you can come try.
Can I taste it?
Yeah, we'll go and get a knife and eat it.
Great.
Sounds nice and juicy, doesn't it?
Not far away from the lost Garden of Heligan is the portside village of Mevagissi. At one time, the main source of income here was sardine fishing. Today, as in most villages in Cornwall, it's tourism. From here, it's another 80 kilometres on foot to the end point of the hike, but Bradley opts for a shortcut and takes the ferry.
So I'm cheating a little bit here. I'm taking a 40-minute ferry. Will save myself a couple of days hiking. Misses out the little busy built-up area around St Austell. So a 40-minute cheat here will give me a couple of extra days hiking in nicer areas on the trail.
From the town of Foy, Bradley continues on foot again. Foy is located at the mouth of the river of the same name. In the Middle Ages, Foy was an important harbour. English privateers sailed from here when leaving to plunder and raid the French coast. It's another 40 kilometres to the city of Plymouth, the final destination of the hike. It's the last day of hiking in Cornwall. Bradley's reached Rame Head, a coastal headland close to the city of Plymouth. Dave Crocker is a well-known landscape painter in Cornwall.
Hi, it's a nice scene.
Hi, thank you very much, thank you.
The chapel Dave's painting has been a highly visible landmark for local seafarers for centuries.
I think that's it, finished.
Finished?
Yeah.
No last little touch?
No,
Completely done?
that's it, that's it.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's good.
I'll take my last shots.
Okay. Are you professional? You look like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, no, I am professional. I painted 365 pictures on the coast path in 1 year.
So did you do one a day, or do you do 5 in 1 day and then sleep for a week?
Sometimes 2 in a day.
Dave Crocker documents the creation of his paintings in time-lapse videos. He later uploads the videos to the internet. Dave and Bradley walk the final kilometres to Plymouth together. Dave used to live abroad, but the Cornwall coast called him home.
So a lot of Cornish people seem to leave when they're young, but they always seem to come back later on in life.
Yeah, I guess they miss it. I came back almost every holiday.
You miss the sea or miss the people?
The pace of life as well.
Yeah, that's nice.
The fact that people have got time for you.
And you spend a lot of time hiking the coast path because of your paintings, right? What do you like about it? What is it about the coast path that you like the most?
Being away from the phone and not being disturbed, and knowing that you're not going to be disturbed. You're aware that you can't be disturbed, and you can just spend as much time as you want doing what you want.
Nice little bit of light on there. Distance.
Shortly before Plymouth, one last time, the path leads through a landscaped park and past a stately home. And then the Cornwall coast path reaches the River Tamar. The county of Cornwall ends here, as does Bradley's hike. Dave Crocker takes Bradley to the river ferry.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Good luck with the painting.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, I've had a great couple of weeks hiking, but now I'm pretty much at the end of the walk. I just have the ferry to take me across to Plymouth. I think from now on, when I get the map out, when I plan my trips, I'm going to have to start looking a bit more at England as a place to go to.
Someone's already waiting for Bradley at the Tralee railway station.
Yeah, thanks
You
for
had a
coming
good
to
journey?
meet me. Very good.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
But I'm ready to hike.
Ready to hike?
Yeah.
The Dingle Way awaits, okay?
Linda Woods is a guide on the Dingle Way. For more than 15 years, she's led people from around the world on one of the most beautiful hiking trails of Ireland. Linda's going to accompany Bradley along the first 2 stages of the hike.
So this map board now, this shows you the official start of the Dingle Way.
Okay.
And the Dingle Way is about 25 years old, and it follows a lot of the old roads that were around the Dingle Peninsula. So some old roads, some old pilgrim paths, and continues around the whole perimeter. Okay, let's go.
At the edge of the town, there's a landmark from the 19th century that serves as a reminder of the difficult relationship between Ireland and England. At that time, almost the entire Dingle Peninsula belonged to English landowners.
So Blennerville Windmill here was named after the English family that settled in this area, the Blenner Hassets, and they reclaimed an awful lot of land out here for cereal crops. Working for the English wasn't the way that an awful lot of Irish people wanted to live, and so a lot of them emigrated from here. And there was nothing for them. They couldn't own the land, they couldn't make a living, there was no prospects for them because the English had the stronghold on everything. And when the potato crop failed, that was what the Irish were living off. The potato crop failed and the famine years came along, and a lot of people then started to emigrate from this port.
About 1,000 hikers walk the Dingle Way each year. Most come from the United States and the UK.
It's always a bit weird being English or British coming to Ireland. There's a lot of bad history, bad blood over the years. I don't think the English have that much to be proud of in this part of the world, but I'm expecting a very warm welcome. The Irish are great people. I get on with them really well. The route's going to be great. I think lots of mountains, lots of coast, maybe some beach, lots of lovely Irish villages, and I'm sure there'll be a few pubs mixed in there as well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
There are 2 hiking trails in County Kerry. The Dingle Way, over 120 kilometres long, passes through a port town also named Dingle. From there, a boat goes to the neighbouring peninsula. On the Kerry Way, it's another 140 kilometres to Killarney, the final destination of the hike. Bradley plans to spend around 2 weeks on the path. Early in the morning, the beaches of Tralee Bay are virtually deserted. A lot is being done here to protect nature, but when it comes to the rubbish that washes up from the Atlantic, there isn't much David McCormick and Alan Balfe can do. The 2 of them come to the beach regularly, and not just when the sun shines.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, we're doing a bit of work for an organisation called Coast Watch here. It's about citizen science surveying the whole coastline. Governments obviously don't have the resources to do it, every inch of the coast, but without the information, it's hard to see where the problems are. So all you do is you can download a form like this, and anyone can do it. We get schools involved and volunteer groups, scouts.
And is it in pretty good shape, the beach?
In fairness, it's in very good shape. What's great about the beaches in Kerry is every community will have a beach that they really keep an eye on. So a couple of times during the summer there'll be a big community beach clean in a few places, which is why beaches like this are almost pristine.
What kind of rubbish do you find here?
Well, it's amazing what will turn up. I mean, if you go straight that way, there's nothing until America. So, you pick up a can on the beach and it might have, a New York label on it, or something from the US, or even something weirder like Cyrillic or Japanese. It's clearly done the rounds of the ocean for a long, long time. And then sometimes, you'll get stuff from much closer to home. So, I mean, if you look just there, we've a fishing net that's probably come from a trawler.
Well, great. I'm glad you're doing this. Thanks. It's nice to walk on a really clean, fresh beach.
I suppose it makes your walk a little bit more
does.
pleasant.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
The second day takes Linda and Bradley out onto a small spit of land to the village of Fayamore. They stop for a bite to eat at a restaurant popular with hikers. The special of the day, mussels in white wine sauce.
The boat up over our heads, that's called a curragh or a navogue. Those are the words that we have for it here locally. And that's an old fishing boat. There's only one man left in Ireland who makes them, and he's a guy called Monti. He lives just around behind us here, so I'll bring you to him later. It's really good. Great. Yeah, they're made by hand, and they're the old fishing boats.
In the old days, all the local fishermen had a carrack. But the traditional ashwood carracks have long been overtaken by plastic boats. Nowadays, Monti Lattari is rarely commissioned to build a boat.
Wow.
But Linda and Bradley are in luck. He's working on one now.
It's a 4-man fishing curragh, navogue.
So how long is the boat?
Boat's 26 feet long and it's about 4'6" wide. And the depth under the sea is about 15 inches.
So it's nice and shallow now.
It's shallow, yeah. It floats in little water with 4 people inside it.
So how long does it take you to make a boat like this?
It takes roughly about 3 weeks.
Oh, it's pretty quick.
From start to finish. There's a good bit of work in it, but when you get used, the more you make. Because the first one, I didn't make the first one as fast. But I have a model here. I have a model now I could show you.
Yeah,
It's made of the finished type. The finished Kerry boat.
Of course, the tools used by Monti are more modern than those used by his grandfather. But the design and building technique have changed very little.
In the boat, the water off. Tar, canvas 18-inch cotton duck.
Yeah.
And you put it over boiled tar, and it preserves it and waterproofs it. And lasts for 30 years if you take care of it. And they took care of it. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps not surprisingly, Monti himself uses a carrot when he goes to check his traps. Like almost everyone here, he fishes for crabs, for his own consumption. Brown crabs are easy to recognise by the black tips on the end of their powerful claws.
Which one's it? Yeah, he's the dentist, he's located in the right place.
Nice.
He's the edible crab.
Pretty good, huh?
Nice crab.
Yeah, great. This one's a bit feisty.
Oh,
how's that? What? That's
male spider crab. He's a little bit small though.
Okay. Yeah, great. It's a pretty good catch. You happy with that?
Yeah, very happy with that. We'll have a nice meal now. We're going.
However, it suddenly becomes necessary to head quickly back to shore.
Well, we got the lobster pot in. We accidentally made a hole in the bottom of the boat. This is why we're rowing quite so fast. We've got about 5 minutes before we're completely filled with water.
Bit of a hole out, the pot went through the canvas.
Yeah, there's definitely a hole.
This is a little bit of
That'll
hole.
do it.
We can patch it easily enough and just put a bit of wood inside and just patch around here with a bit of tar.
No problem then?
Perfect, no problem, no.
Good.
Not a lot of damage.
Thanks a million, Monty. Yeah, we will indeed. Thanks very much indeed.
Okay, bye-bye.
A long chain of hills stretches along the north coast of the Dingle Peninsula. In the valley hollows, the path runs through a moorland. Bradley is now on his own. In the moors of the almost treeless Ireland, peat has been harvested for centuries. Michael Dowd has a crisis-proof job. Ireland is by far the largest peat consumer in the world, at 500,000 tonnes a year.
Hi. How are you?
Not too bad.
I'm good, thanks. Sorry to disturb your working.
That's okay.
I'm surprised it's I didn't expect to see a machine doing it. I thought it was all done by hand.
Well, there was no help long with the number of years started with the machine for the last 20 years now. There was no help by people.
Right.
So they did it with a machine then. So there was a need for a machine sort of.
So what do they use the peat for?
Just used basically for heating houses, for fires. That's all, just for heating the houses.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you have to let it dry out?
It has to be, well, it's dependent very much on weather. It has to be left to dry out, and then it has to be what they call photo standard, and let it dry for saved more or less. So you need fine weather to get it saved and dry, and then just taken home.
And there's no environmental damage to cutting out the
I don't think
turf?
there is, because as you can see, the ground has gone back to the same thing again afterwards, after being cut like this. I'm taking the top off and placing it back
right
and originally, so all that's been missing is the turf in between, the bog itself in between, so it shouldn't have any negative effect as such.
Well, thanks for your time.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Let you get back to work.
Enjoy the rest of your holiday.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
cool.
do. Wish you
All right.
dry weather.
Hope so.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
At the end of a small bay lies the village of Clohane. Bradley found his small hotel over the internet. All kinds of accommodation can be found along the Dingle Way, and many places are attached to pubs.
This is pretty much the kind of room you'd find on the hiking trails. It's simple but very comfortable. A hot shower, a little sink to wash my hiking socks in the evening. And there's so many B&Bs along this route that you never have a problem finding a place to stay at the end of a hiking day. And this one's a great one because it's right above a pub, so you can go down and get a hot meal, listen to some music, have a couple of pints of Guinness, and then just stumble up the stairs and you've got a place to stay. It's perfect for me.
Oh, it's a long, long way to get
O'Connor's in Clohane is very popular, even at this early hour. At the bar, Bradley gets to know the hiker Tony O'Callaghan. Here, everyone knows this folk song. It tells of an Irish immigrant's yearning for his home country.
It's a long, long way from there to here. It's a long, long way. It's day by day. It's a long, long way from there to here. Oh, it's a long, long way. It's day by day. It's a long, long way from there to here. It's a long, long way from there to
It seems like the tradition of playing live music is still very much alive here in Ireland.
It is quite strong in the pubs. There's still a great connection and a great passion, and it brings the local community in, and it reflects the tragedy, the beauty, the vagaries of life. It does, and it connects people with their own environment. And
it's hard to travel through Ireland without hearing this.
It is. Well, it's part of our fabric, and it's in our genes, in our soul. So anyway, pronto.
Happy walking.
Pronto.
The next morning, bad weather has been forecast for the day. Tony has decided to join Bradley for part of the way. The trail runs through a lonely, uninhabited area, not exactly the safest place to be when there's fog.
It can close in very quickly.
It does, yeah. You have to be able to figure a way of getting to your
You
destination.
get lost quite easily, I guess.
So some of the places are marked, but where they're not marked on the mountains, you need to be able to navigate.
Right.
To the prerequisite really for safety.
Yeah. I always carry a whistle. I've always got a map, but it's nice to actually hike with someone. Lucky I met you last night over a pint.
Well, you're very wise to take precautions.
Yeah.
Yes,
Never hike alone. That's the
no.
rule. So this must be one of the wilder sections of the walk, isn't it?
It is quite remote, and things change fast here.
Yeah, it's a pretty steep drop down there, isn't it?
It is 500 feet.
Yeah.
200 meters to the bottom there, as we're walking west. So there's a lot of danger on your right.
Tony has written a book about the Dingle Way. He knows the most interesting places and has a lot to say about them.
Bradley, and you see these striated lines?
Yeah.
That's from a glaciation period in Ireland, about 10,000 years ago.
Okay.
A perfect example of where a corrie or an ice floe would have been born and eventually melted and gone onto the sea in that direction.
So it just scooped out,
just scooped out
the
and
depression.
scraped and left the direction of the flow
Right.
on the ground. On the
That's
stone.
great, you can still see
you
it.
can, it's still, still living.
The most difficult stage of the Dingle Way is crossing the coastal mountains at Brendan Point. By now, Bradley and Tony have been walking for about 6 hours. The fog has finally lifted, revealing a view of the coastal cliffs. Then the path goes downhill. Ahead of them lies a stretch of land known to all the people of Ireland. The coast here is closely connected with the priest and adventurer, St. Brendan. Ever since his canonisation, he's been the patron saint of Irish seamen.
Well, Bradley, this is Brendan Creek.
Okay.
A very famous place for remembering St. Brendan.
Yeah.
This was his mountain. And he got the inspiration for a voyage. And they built a boat, a hide boat.
Yeah.
And it was from this they left in the 6th century and sailed up by the Faroes, up to Iceland, and across the North Atlantic, and discovered America.
That's quite a voyage.
Quite a voyage.
Are you sure he made it all the way to
he
America?
did, certain as any Kerryman can be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's about 900 years before Columbus, isn't it?
That's right, Bradley. Yes, yes.
It's amazing.
It is. It was a wonderful, wonderful, epic voyage.
Yeah, an amazing voyage.
Thanks for your company.
Oh, thank you. It's been a great
Time for
walking.
Tony to go home.
And enjoyed.
Yeah, we'll do.
Great.
Thanks so much, Tony.
So, bye.
On the stretch ahead, it's difficult to get lost. From here, the Dingle Way follows some country roads to the village of Carrick. On the Dingle Peninsula, Irish traditions have been preserved. At this dance school, young children learn the rinchi, the tap dance of the Irish. Jonathan Kellier works for the National Folk Theatre of Ireland. Once a week, he gives rinchi lessons in Carrick.
Hi, how are you?
Sorry to disturb you.
Okay,
I just heard
okay.
the music and it sounded so great. I just wanted to...
Yeah, come in and have a look.
And is this a specific type of Irish dance?
It's actually very old form of Irish dancing. Some of these steps are up to 100 years old because we've had recordings of these old dance masters going back years and years that we've picked the steps up, and we haven't gone to the modern step dancing as such, so we're kind of keeping at the really old style.
Yeah, it's great to see that kind of traditional thing kept alive, especially with such young people.
Yeah, it is great. It's part of what we do in the National Folk Theatre. We do a lot of singing and keeping the old songs alive, and the music and the dance, and putting them all together on stage then. And this is where the training starts. Do you want to have a go before you leave? I think you should.
I'll have a try, but I warn you, I've got 2 left feet.
Sure, Guillaume.
And they're both wearing trekking boots.
The guys here will help you out anyway. Come in the middle there and we'll try.
Okay.
We'll start the very basic jump to trees, guys, the first one, okay? I count you in. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's good. Very good. Again.
Wow, that is tough. It's much harder than it looks. Kudos to you guys are great. Well done. Whew. That's a lot more difficult than hiking.
Yeah, okay. It keeps you fit. It keeps you fit, so it does.
Thank you for your
Pleasure,
time.
pleasure,
That was
absolute pleasure.
fantastic.
Yeah, glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, keep going, guys.
Okay,
Great.
Thank you very
Fantastic.
much.
Bye.
Okay, we go from the top, guys. Last one. Okay.
In the western part of the Dingle Peninsula, the trail goes past many structures from early Christian times. The Gallerus Oratory was built entirely without mortar. Bradley has an appointment with the archaeologist Michael Gibbons.
What a great building.
No, it's extraordinarily beautiful. The stonework is what really hits you. Corbel building, standing here for the best part of 1,000 years, but it's really beautifully designed and wonderfully executed in this gorgeous stonework here. So, really dramatic building, fabulous. There was thousands of early churches in Ireland, but 3 at this level of preservation, and this is by far and away the best preserved of them. Stunning, beautiful, gorgeous, boat-shaped, upturned oratory, as they're described. So, a really lovely example from early medieval Ireland.
It's surprisingly light in here, isn't it?
No, it's gorgeous because what's happening, the light now is flooding in through the window, lighting up the whole interior here. So initially it's quite blinded by the dark, and then you're blinded by the light as it floods in, and it fills the room.
So there would have been congregations, services here, or
small congregation. Of course, you would have an altar here, the centre now missing. There would have been probably a stone or even a wooden altar here.
Yeah.
Small congregations for the host community.
And just a stone's throw from Gallerus Oratory, the ruins of Kilmalkedda Church. During the Middle Ages, it was the most important sacred site on the Dingle Peninsula.
And the lovely things about this church is the gorgeous Romanesque arch, the chancel arch here. Because you've got the very fine detail on it, with exquisite decoration from the 12th century, which survives still on the church.
Detail's still there, isn't it?
It's unbelievably crisp decoration still surviving here all these years.
So what are we standing in at the moment?
We're standing in the remains of a circular house, the larger house in front of us with a nice causeway entrance. Then this is sort of granny flat, or an extension to it. It would have been once roofed with timber, in this case, with stone foundations, an underground chamber in it, a bunker, and then that's within a larger orbit of a stone wall or a cashel or a vallum, and they would have building them like this in order to protect them from cattle raiding, is what the Irish do to each other.
Right.
Cattle in early Irish society have the status of individuals, so they're very prestigious. So your wealth is measured in how much cattle you have, and as a lord you raid to get more cattle.
Very impressive. And a great location.
Wonderful location, because you're looking down on the whole valley here, and there are dozens of other similar sites in the area here.
I've been quite surprised at not only the sheer number of sites from different historical layers, but how well preserved they are. I guess everything's in stone. It's pretty long lasting. But you can build up quite an interesting picture of what life must have been like. You've got pilgrims walking from church to church. You've got monks in their monasteries, copying manuscripts and heading off to morning chapel. And you've got people hunkered down in these amazing fortified settlements, hoping that someone doesn't come crashing over the ramparts to steal your cattle and maybe a son or daughter as a hostage. So I think it was probably quite a tough life.
It's early in the morning and Bradley's already on his way. Today's leg of the trail leads to Dunmore Head, the westernmost point of Ireland. The great thing about hiking is getting to meet people and have interesting conversations along the way.
Good. You're up bright and early.
Yeah, you too. Well,
Peter Cox is on the Dingle Way for professional reasons.
It's like this time of day, isn't it? Do you mind if I have a look through at the frame?
Sure, you're more than welcome.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you got the headland here, leads you up to the left, to the island on the left, and then it takes you across.
Do people still live on those islands?
They used to up until the 1950s, but then they were evacuated. And also, that's on the Great Blasket Island on Inishvicalan, which is the leftmost. There were also people there at one time, but nobody lives there anymore.
Peter and Bradley are going in the same direction. And since Bradley isn't in a hurry, he waits around while Peter takes his photos. Ireland seems to have a magical attraction for landscape photographers. Peter's pictures capture unique moments of atmospheric light and colour. Often he goes to the same location year in, year out, in the hope of capturing the perfect shot.
So how did you end up becoming a professional photographer?
Well, the thing that really got me into photography was when I come out to places like this, and I'm just, I get great joy from being out in places like this and being able to share that, which I think is the object of photography, is you capture something and capture a moment and a feeling, and you try to share that with the people that can see the photograph. Yeah, I grew up in Dublin. We used to come down here quite a lot when I was young, and Dingle particularly has a fantastic array. There's such a variety of landscapes. You've got tall mountains, you've got beaches, you've got rocky coastlines, and it's in such a small area, so I think it's one of my favourite places.
You're lucky to be doing what you love doing, getting paid for it, and be outdoors at the same time.
Yeah, I'm really very fortunate, and I count myself very lucky, and there's not a lot of people that get to say they really love what they do, but I certainly do.
Yeah. Can't do much better than that.
Absolutely.
From Dunmore Head, Peter and Bradley walk along the coast for about 4 hours. Shortly before the port town of Dingle, the two go their separate ways again. Peter's off to take more photographs. For Bradley, it's the last day on the Dingle Peninsula. This stage of his hike ends in the town of Dingle, at the harbour.
The idea was to try and link the Dingle Peninsula and the Kerry Peninsula, and the best way to do that is to take a boat. So I'm going to take a quick hop across the water and then start off on the Kerry way.
The port lies protected in a small inlet. Just past the Dingle Lighthouse, a boat enters Dingle Bay.
think this must be Fungi. He's Dingle Bay's most famous resident, a dolphin that's been living here for about 30 years. There's a whole mini industry built up around him now, a real local hero.
It takes about 2.5 hours to cross the waters to the Ivera Peninsula, or the Kerry Peninsula, as it's commonly called. It's the 8th day of the hike, and Bradley has just docked at the port in Knightstown. It's still a few kilometres on foot to the Kerry Way. Bradley's first rest stop on the Kerry Way is at the coastal resort of Waterville.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Kerry Peninsula is different after spending so many days in Dingle. Weather's still looking good, so I'm looking forward to the next few days. Headed on to Killarney.
The Kerry Way is a 200-kilometre long circular route. It begins and ends at the town of Killarney. To get there from here, it'll take Bradley 6 days. Along the way, Bradley passes through the Derrynane National Park, a protected coastline of sandy beaches and islands, of which Abbey Island is the most famous. The cemetery of a former monastery on Abbey Island is home to the family grave of the great national hero of Ireland, Daniel O'Connell. He died in 1847, far away from home. Daniel O'Connell is the embodiment of Ireland's struggle for freedom and independence from the English. His former ancestral home is known as the Derrynane House. The mansion is now a museum. On display are numerous relics of the lawyer and politician who successfully campaigned for the equal rights of Irish Catholics. A gifted speaker, Daniel O'Connell mobilised Catholic Ireland against the Protestant world power of England.
It was largely due to him that the Irish Emancipation Act came through in 1829, and that for the very first time gave Irish Catholics the right to worship in their own churches. Up until that point, they weren't allowed to have their own education. Daniel O'Connell became insanely popular, was known as the Great Liberator. That was what he's best remembered as, a symbol of Irish independence. And the Pope actually was so grateful to his works and what he did for the Catholic Church that he allowed him to build his own private chapel here in his estate.
Close to the national park lies the village of Daniel. Bradley plans on spending the night here. The town pub in Daniel is also an institution. In the evening, a group of young musicians play pieces composed for violin, flute, and harp. The Celtic harp is one of the oldest instruments in the world. It plays a major role in the musical tradition of Ireland. Bradley is up and out before sunrise. He's decided to take a break from hiking today. Instead, he's doing an excursion to a small rocky island 12 kilometres off the coast of Kerry. To get there, Bradley's met up with boatman Des Lavelle. 30 years ago, Des brought the first visitors to the Skellig Islands. Remote and difficult to reach, Skellig Michael, the larger of the two islands, was inhabited from the 6th to the 12th century by monks who had renounced the world. The 600 very steep steps leading up to the old monastery are carved directly into the stone. Those who sought God on Skellig Michael didn't have it easy. It was a life dictated by the rhythm of prayer and meagre meals.
You come to the most important part of the whole thing, which is the water supply.
Right.
Here's a little cistern, always with plenty of water in, even in the fine summer, supplied by the solid rock up the back, the solid slope, and this was provided for even before the buildings were built. So the rainwater on the slope overhead was the source for all this, and it's so vital for the whole operation of the entire monastery. A dozen or maybe a maximum of 20 monks set up house. They couldn't have looked for a more isolated place on the coast of Ireland. They couldn't have found a more beautiful place on the coast of Ireland.
And what do you think the motivation of these people were?
The remoteness was the motivation. Here were people who were rejecting mainstream mainland and coming out here. How we would describe it today is to be nearer to God, I suppose, and that has to be their mentality too, perhaps in a different fashion, but nearer to God. So getting as far away as they could, that was a test in itself. But setting themselves the task of building this whole monastery out here, that was the super test. I mean, if that was the way to God, they got it. There's something about the Skelligs, and there is, and for me there is, and I've been looking at it for 70 years now. It's magic.
You know, for thousands of years, man has gone into the desert, up into the mountaintop, into caves, to try and find seclusion, but also to strip their lives down to the very elemental simplicities, the rock, the sea, the sun. And I think this is a great place to do that. You really get a sense of that. This is a place where people could confront their God and find some real peace. And that comes out, the landscape comes out of the buildings. It still has a lot of spiritual power for me.
Back in Daniel, Bradley is meeting up with Janet Sly. Janet's financing her history studies as a hiking guide.
Ready for some hiking?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Okay. I figure we'd start off from here, maybe do a detour to Steg Fort.
Yeah, beautiful, yeah.
And then just keep on following the Kerry Way and then Sneem. Maybe time to head off. Okay. I wish my backpack was as small as yours.
Only one day to pack for, much easier.
This leg of the hike, which follows the old stagecoach road, takes them inland. Locally, the route to Sneem is called Old Butter Road.
So butter trails were created during the 18th and 19th century to bring butter from rural areas like Caherdaniels into Cork City, into the butter exchange in Cork City.
Oh, interesting. That must have been very important for the local economy then, I guess.
It was hugely important, yeah. Great feeding grounds for the cows here in Kerry. So they used to bring the butter up for the British Army. So it's hugely important for areas like this to make some money and actually thrive a little bit during quite hard, difficult times.
Even that's too much.
In recent decades, sheep breeding has been on the rise in County Kerry. They're herded by English Border Collies.
They know what they're doing, don't they?
Oh, they're so fast.
Keep it out, though. Keep it out, keep it out, keep it out.
After 3 hours, Bradley and Janet reached the ruins of a Celtic ring fortress. Stake Fort, one of the largest stone ring forts in Ireland, dates back to pre-Christian times.
Must have been something particularly nasty outside they wanted to keep out.
Well, they're not actually sure. There's a couple. It's speculated that it could have been a couple of different things. It might have been just a sign of wealth, a place to store their cattle, or another one is actually defence. Yeah, it would be a good place to look out over the landscape around us. And as you can see, there's the X-shaped stairs that can get you up onto the top, so you can look out over the land around.
The shared hike ends for Janet and Bradley in Sneem. This village is considered one of the most beautiful in Ireland. A French politician is known to have been particularly enamoured by the village.
So Charles de Gaulle, he spent some time here before he died in Sneem. He was very happy here. He seemed to find the people very friendly. Do you read any French?
A little bit, I'll give it a try. En ce moment grave de ma longue vie, j'ai trouvé ici ce que je cherchais. Être en face de moi-même, l'Irlande m'a offert de la façon la plus délicate, la plus amicale. It's nice, very pleasant.
Beautiful, yeah. He was obviously very happy.
Yeah, must have loved the place.
So here we are.
This is the junction, is it?
This is the junction, yeah.
Okay.
If you follow this road up along, you're going to get to Barak Bema Pass. It's great walking with you today.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, absolute pleasure.
Safe
Enjoy
travels.
it now.
Bye. I've been following the coastline for almost my entire hike now, and I have to say I love it. The way the light catches the waves, the lovely little fishing villages and coves. It's been really great. Now the Kerry Way heads inland, heads towards the mountains, so I'm just savouring the last few glimpses of the sea.
From Lake Accuse, where Bradley has spent the night, it's still about another 50 kilometres to the end of the trail. Macgillycuddy's Reeks is a harsh and desolate mountain range. The only people you're likely to meet here are other hikers.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. It's a little bit steep, this section, so yeah, a little bit tough. How far is it to the pass?
Oh, 5 minutes, I guess.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
And where have you come from?
We come from Black Valley and go to Clamberson.
Ah, okay, great. It's not so far. That's where I came from today. So.
Okay, very good.
Well, enjoy the trail.
You too. Bye.
It wasn't too bad a hike, about 3 hours or so. You only gain about 300-400 metres, so it's not too bad. Right behind me are the Reeks. These are the highest mountains in Ireland. And you've got beautiful valleys on both sides of the pass. I'm going to be dropping down here into the Black Valley. So all downhill from here, I think.
For Bradley, it's the last day of hiking on the Kerry Way in the southwest of Ireland. The descent to the Black Valley ends at the lakes of Killarney National Park. From here, Bradley continues by boat. While the Dingle Way largely follows the coast, the Kerry Way gives you the chance to get to know the inland mountains and lakes of the peninsula. At the heart of Killarney National Park lies the Victorian noble residence, Muckross House. Built in the Tudor style in 1843 for an English family, the noble estate is just outside the town of Killarney.
I've had a great time hiking in Ireland. People have also been fantastic, always happy to share a joke, and very hospitable people, even to English travellers like myself. I think everyone who comes to Ireland falls in love with it. There's something in the landscape, the people, the music. We all seem to have a great affinity for it. So at the end of another hike, I just got to make my way to Killarney, take the train, and then it's all done.
Crete, the largest island of Greece, lies in the eastern Mediterranean. Bradley's plane just landed a short while ago, but he's already on his way to meet someone in the ancient port of Hania.
Well, I've only been here an hour, so my brain is still getting around the idea of being in the Mediterranean instead of foggy London. It doesn't matter how many trips I do, it's still going to take me a couple of days. But I got a local contact. I'm going to try and find Penelope. She's going to take me around for the first few days of the mountains, so I got someone to help me with the first few days anyway.
Bradley stumbled upon his hiking partner during his research. Penelope and her brother have written a book about the E4. E4 is the name of the long-distance path that spans the entire island of Crete. The E4 starts at the most northwestern end of Crete. It's an hour away by bus. Penelope Guinea was born on Crete. Since finishing her journalism studies, she's making her living as a hiking guide for tourists.
So what's special about walking in Crete? What makes this hike in Crete different from other
I think
hikes?
the most special thing is that you can always swim in the sea.
Okay.
Even when
The sea's
it's
always
too
there,
warm, yes, the sea is always there, and if it's too hot, you can just jump into the sea. and it's very wild because there is no road actually in the south.
Right.
So you're all by yourself with the pines, the green of the pines, the mountains, the rocks, and the sea.
Nothing of the noisy mass tourism found on the beaches of Crete's north coast is to be felt in the mountains. The E4 begins on northwestern Crete at the fishing harbour of Kissamos. At first, the path follows the western coastline. The European long-distance path E4 is over 11,000 kilometres long and spans all of Europe, from Spain to Cyprus. On Crete, it traverses the entire island. Bradley wants to hike its most beautiful section, which is the west of the island, from Kissamos to Lutro. But where is the path? Here, in any event, it's hardly marked at all.
It's not all that easy to find the E4 here, is it?
Well, not always. In some sections it's easier because there are more people going.
Right.
But in the west coast and even some sections in the south coast where it's more hard to find the path because it's also very difficult, it's steepy. It's a very...
Do many people from Crete hike? Is that a popular thing to do here?
Well, not so many, but we hope that it will be more and more because now there is this new program in the schools that now they are getting interest about the E4s and the paths. So in the environmental education, they are starting talking about this.
Crete is a fertile island, but its west coast is austere and rocky. The local fishermen and farmers live scattered alongside the mountains. Larger villages or settlements are rare. The Orthodox Christian Chrysos Kalitissa monastery sits high on the rocks overlooking the Libyan Sea. The E4 hiking path runs directly in front of the monastery's entrance.
Well, its name is Chrysos Kalitissa, and it means that there was somewhere a golden step, but they say that Turkish took it from here. But there's also another legend where they say that you have to be very faithful so you can see this golden step.
Oh, keep an eye open for it, sure.
Yeah, watch a little bit your steps.
Although I am colourblind.
Well, it's not a matter, it's just a matter of heart.
I have to say I didn't see any golden steps, no. So either I don't have enough faith or I'm impure of spirit, one of the two. Maybe the walking will be a penance, purify the soul.
97% of all Greeks are Orthodox Christians. The icons and sacred images seem to belong to another era. Highly venerated, the ones painted today look exactly like those from 1,000 years ago.
This is our most famous icon. Over 1,000 years old. A shepherd found it. Back then there was no monastery yet, but after he found the image, this cliff, the place where he found it, became the location for the founding of the monastery. It's of the Immaculate Conception.
Being in this church, for me, it's partly familiar, but partly very foreign at the same time. The icons look familiar to me. I've seen them in a lot of churches in Russia and Central Asia. And some of the art has some, I think, Renaissance touches from the Venetian times. But it also feels quite
quite foreign to me. I think it has a feeling of being a much more ancient form of Christianity, more connected to Constantinople than it does to Rome.
Time to take off the hiking boots. Only a few hours' walk from the monastery, the E4 reaches the most southwestern corner of Crete and a laguna reminiscent of the Caribbean. The place is called Elafonisi.
It's pretty hot in the mainland, so to be up to my knees in water is lovely. Unfortunately, my legs don't get to see a lot of sunlight, so they're not very tanned at the moment. It's the only day in the year where they get to see the sun. But it's lovely, yeah, lovely days hiking. Really, it really feels like being on holiday.
The Laguna is a nature reserve that's been supported by European Union funds since 2000 in order to protect this stretch of beautiful, untouched coastline. The vegetation here is unique and threatened by extinction. These days, Elafonisi is very popular with tourists, which makes it all the more important that the area and its fauna are protected.
People can come here during the day, but they can't stay here overnight. They have
they can't camp. No, it's a protected area.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
It's nice that it's protected, otherwise there'd be hotels and cafes and burger places.
Yeah. I hope also that the people who are coming realize that they have to respect everything and not to leave garbage, because that's the mainly problem in the beaches.
After the Elafonisi Nature Reserve, the E4 continues alongside a long bay. Then the path reaches the south coast of Crete. Almost completely surrounded by water on a tiny peninsula lies the small town of Paliochora. Penelope and Bradley take advantage of the opportunity for lunch. Crete's cuisine is said to be particularly healthy. Some scientists have even coined the term Cretan diet, with claims it can even delay aging.
Is this what keeps Cretans living to
It
250 years old?
Some researchers say that. Olive oil, wine, and good life.
What's she doing there? She looks like she's sewing bits together, or?
She's preparing maybe for, to weave after. Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Τι κάνετε εδώ? Εδώ φέρνουμε. Ωπω, κατάσταση.
Nikki Sagaraki weaves rugs from leftover fabrics that she gets from friends. This form of weaving has a long tradition on Crete. Her loom is a family heirloom.
Yeah, it's like more than 150 years. Wow. From her grandmother, the mother of her grandmother.
Nikki tells us her rugs and bags are as colourful as the fabric remnants she's given.
Before she said it was like just red and black, because red was happiness and black was sorrow, and then it's like Cretan always you find that combination.
Yeah.
I don't really weave to earn money. I like how people come in and ask questions. I like talking. Weaving is also a distraction. You become calm. Sometimes I weave just to relax. I like to hand the art down to the young so it doesn't die out. Not as a living, that isn't possible. It's simply a beautiful activity.
The town limits of Paleochora soon lie behind them. The mountains of the south coast are wild and craggy. They drop so steeply into the sea that there's no place for roads. You can only get from one coastal location to the next on foot by taking the European long-distance E4, which follows the ancient footpaths that have always connected the different villages. Because the E4 grew from older paths, it doesn't just follow the coastline. It twists and turns up and down and also traverses a number of gorges. It takes Bradley and Penelope 5 hours to reach the pier of the next village, Suja. The ferry stops here twice a day. Aside from walking, the ferry is the only other option for travelling along Crete's southern coast. Many hikers use it as a shortcut.
So how's the economy here in Crete? Are you feeling much of the crisis from the rest of Greece?
Well, actually, it's much better than the rest of Greece, but sometimes behind the scenery of tourism, you can find personal stories that are really sad. But then it's also a new start for other things, so it's bizarre, like a feeling that it is really a crisis, not so much economic crisis, but like a crack in your life and you are seeing towards where you are going to go.
Yeah, I imagine mentally it's quite difficult to deal with that kind of challenge. It's quite...
Well, hiking it's a very good option.
Stress reliever.
Great stress
Depression
reliever.
buster.
Just thinking and walking. And then the idea comes from the wind.
Yeah, I get lots of great ideas when I hike.
Penelope and Bradley use the ferry to shorten their hike by 8 hours. Like the other travellers, they take the opportunity to enjoy the beauty of the passing scenery. The next harbour is Aia Romelli. Here, the Samaya Gorge opens into the Mediterranean Sea. The gorge is the most popular hiking destination on Crete. At 18 kilometers long, the Samaya Gorge cuts through the mountains. The gorge probably formed millions of years ago with the collision of the tectonic plates that caused Crete to rise out of the sea. Erosion from rivers and running water then gave it its present-day form. Bradley and Penelope have reached the narrowest point of the gorge, the Iron Gates.
Well, this is what they call the Iron Gates, or Portes. It's one of the narrowest parts of the gorge, just a few meters wide in this place. Goes up to about 150 meters tall. He was saying that this is called the Iron Gates because the type of rock is different here. It's not the limestone, but it's more of an iron. In the wintertime, the water comes all the way up to this high mark, so it's impossible to get through here, so the whole gorge is closed. And that's just in a couple of weeks' time, so it just snuck in before they close the gorge for the season.
Today, the Samaya Gorge and the surrounding area is a national park. Park ranger Eftihis is out on the hiking path every day. In high season, it can get pretty crowded between the steep rocky faces of the gorge.
4,200.
On some days, up to 4,200 people hike here.
And the rest from the top. Many people come with their own shoes, and it's not like a park in the town, you know.
Yeah.
Some people think that national park is, you know, a flat area, but here is here is kind of trekking, you know.
Yeah, you have to go rescue them.
Yeah.
You and the mule.
Yes, our partners.
In the middle lies what's left of the village that gave the gorge its name, Samaya. The village was abandoned when the national park was founded. Today, its only inhabitants are Cree, a kind of wild goat native to the southwest of Crete. The Samaya is considered the longest gorge in all of Europe. Most people hike down the gorge, but not Bradley and Penelope. The last 3 hours uphill are very steep and serpentine.
Straight uphill.
Yeah, 1,200 meters up. This is
hold
the
on,
end.
I think I forgot my water bottle.
Oh, it's not the right time to do that.
At the top of the gorge, surrounded by a range of mountains, is the Omelos Plateau. It isn't large, but it is fertile. Penelope and Bradley's long day ends at a tavern with wine and roasted lamb. As a hiking guide, Penelope comes here often and knows everybody.
With the song and like that, like being all together.
Away from the coast, and particularly in the mountains, the old traditions have survived. The old songs are known as Risitica, which means from the foot of the mountains.
That's wonderful. You know, I've been walking up through the mountains most of the day, and now I feel like I'm hearing the mountains, you know, in the evening. So it's wonderful. Yeah, great. I think they all seem to be drinking songs, though. Sad drinking songs more than anything else.
The people of Crete are known to be rebellious and able to hold their drink. The old songs date from when the island was under the suppression of the Ottomans and Venetians, and they praise rebellion, friendship, and freedom. The next morning, Penelope has to return to Hania to work. But before she leaves, the two make plans to meet up for the last part of the hike. As for Bradley, he catches a ride with the shepherd Christos Votsakis, whom he got to know the previous night. And up they go, high into the Lefka Ori, otherwise known as the White Mountains. After all the wine of the previous night, Bradley's happy to not have to walk all the way up. Christos's animals live free range in the mountains, but he checks on them every morning. Christos wants to show Bradley how to shear a sheep, something a real Cretan knows how to do.
These look dangerous.
That's the beauty of hiking. You're up close to real life. You meet people, enter conversations, and get to experience new things.
Cold for the winter? I think the sheep's a lot more comfortable than I am. I'm terrified I'm going to hurt him, but he seems quite relaxed, so he's all good. You show me the proper way to do it.
The herbs the sheep eat are very aromatic due to the dry climate. So the animal's cheese, yogurt, and meat tastes more intensive here than elsewhere in Greece. There's no breeding secret. It's just nature shaping everything on this island.
From here, Bradley continues on his own into the high mountains of Crete. The massive Lefka-Ori, the White Mountains, mold the character of the island's southwest. There's a reason why Crete is known as the Mountains of the Sea. The Kal-Agi Mountain Refuge is one of the few in the Lefka-Ori. Anyone who wants to can spend the night here, but Bradley only allows himself a short respite.
For me, it's like I feel much more at home up here. I'm much more comfortable in these altitudes and temperatures. When I'm down on the beach, I just want to drink a cocktail and lie on a sunbed. But up here, I feel like I really want to go exploring and do some serious hiking. So I've got a couple of days across the big high spine of the island. So I'm looking forward to it.
The Lefka-Ori form the biggest mountain chain of Crete. In some places, it looks just like the surface of the moon. Peaks soar higher than 2,000 meters into the sky. The mountain range separates the north of Crete from the south coast. Pachnes, the second highest peak on the island, rises up 2,500 meters.
This is my kind of hiking. It's just empty, it's tough, it's barren, very rocky. You kind of need to know what you're doing up here. The sun's very strong. There's only a few places to get water. But I love it. It's quite a challenge.
It takes Bradley 2 days to cross the White Mountains. In addition to hikers, the White Mountains also attract scientists. The biologists Electra Raimundo and Panayotis Niktas work for a European research project.
Hello, speak English?
Yeah, hello.
Hi. How are you? So, do you mind me asking what you're doing here? It looks like you're counting rocks.
Actually, we are counting plants.
Ah, okay.
We are now in the alpine zone of the White Mountains of Lefka-Ori, and this is a very important area for plant biodiversity.
And how many different species do you have in this square meter then?
We'll find many. It's very small and tiny between the rocks, and but I can show you one somewhere here. This is one of the endemic of Lefkauri.
Wow, yeah, I missed that one.
You can smell it also, it's very...
Ouch. They're spiky little plants, aren't they?
Spiny, yes.
Oh, that's nice.
You can use it in the food also.
Yeah, that's like oregano, yeah, you're right. It smells Italian to me.
Yes, in the same family with oregano.
Yeah, you can make a nice Italian pasta with that.
In the whole UK, that is 30 times bigger than Crete, the island of Crete. You have 1,800 different species, and 1% of them are endemic. That means that they are only in UK. In Crete, we have the same number of species, and 10% of them are endemic.
That is impressive. I take it back. I apologise. It's not just rocks.
The biologist Electra is heading in the same direction as Bradley. She accompanies him part of the way back to the coast. Electra was born on Crete. After her studies in Athens, she returned to her home island, and now she works at the University of Hania. But it's not the plants alone that makes her heart beat for the Lefkauri and the south coast. Part of her family comes from the tiny village of Ayas Ioannis. In Ayas Ioannis, her cousin Adonis has converted an old, derelict house into a guest house. Most of the rural youth leave for the bigger towns. Adonis, however, returned to the country. At one time, about 200 people lived in Ayas Ioannis. Now there are only 13. With the guest house, Adonis and his family are trying to bring some life back to the village. Hospitality Cretan style. Grandma Vangelitsa insists on baking her famous Sfakian pie for the guest. The simple dough is stuffed with mezithra, a homemade Cretan goat cheese.
The cheese, nice and cold, in the middle, squish it down.
The 77-year-old and her pie are legendary. And she's a strict teacher, but Bradley doesn't do so badly.
Squish it down a bit.
Whilst frying in the pan, the pies rise and the cheese melts. But frying the pies isn't as easy as it first appears.
That's a good one. No, you want to go back in there?
The cheese-filled pancake is sweetened with honey. Since childhood, the biologist Electra has spent all her free time in the tiny village. It's located next to the Arathena Gorge, which nowadays is spanned by a bridge.
In the past, they didn't have the bridge, so everybody who wants to live from this village should pass the gorge.
You have to go
and
down,
go down and
then
go up again.
That's tough.
So, πόσα χρονιά είναι η γέφυρα που έγινε?
Πες να μάθει ελληνικά.
What she said. You should learn the Greek.
Yeah, I'm trying, sorry.
Bradley has to leave the high mountains behind him. He has a rendezvous planned. The meeting spot is impossible to miss. The bridge spanning Arathena Gorge. Mariana Charondaki is a friend of Penelope. She wants to accompany Bradley down the gorge. Along the ridge of the canyon lies the village of Arathenna. It's been deserted for over 60 years. The reason? A terrible and bloody feud between the two families of the village. Two boys began to fight over the bell on a dead goat. Then the fathers got involved. The casualties are buried in the graveyard.
So about 4 to 5 people were killed from, you know, both families.
Yeah, and then the others
And then
fled.
the others, they have to go in order to save
That's
themselves.
That's mad. A whole
It's
village
terrible,
just
yeah.
lost because of the bell of
the
a
bell.
dead goat.
Yeah.
There are still goats here. They use the old village path leading to the gorge. And search for something to eat along the steep slopes. Sometimes they slip and fall, so in the Arathenna Gorge, you should always keep one eye looking up.
You have to be a little bit careful in this gorge because there are dozens of goats up on the hillside and they keep kicking stones down. Apparently Mariana was saying that the dead goat that we just passed was killed by a falling stone.
Yeah.
So it's, for goats it can be a dangerous place. Either that or it was a suicide attempt, we're not quite sure.
The Arathenna Gorge lies in the heart of the municipality of Slovakia. Slovakia was and is the home of most of the freedom fighters from the island.
This is a great place to hide out, isn't it?
That's
Isn't it?
true, yeah. Nobody can find you here.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to come here.
Yeah, and a great place for a booby trap. You come up, you retreat up the gorge, someone follows you, you hide up in
You
the
hide.
cliffs. And
Yeah.
Slovakian people are incredibly hospitable, but they're also incredibly independent-minded, very fierce, very freedom-loving, and you don't tell a Slovakian what to do. So the Venetians, the Ottomans, anyone who's tried to conquer this part of the island, they've always failed when it comes to this part. They'd hide up in the gorges, everyone has their own gun, and it would be absolutely impossible to take this part of the land.
After 3 hours, the trail ends at the small Marmara Bay. This place on the southern coast can also only be reached on foot or by sea.
But the great thing is that you start off in the mountains and you go through this hot, dusty gorge, and then in the afternoon you can cool off in these gorgeous turquoise waters, have a nice meal on the beach. I mean, you can't think of a much better day than that, I reckon.
Tomato bread and roasted liver round out the hiking day, and the pair shelve their plans to make it on to the next village. Bradley and Mariana have spent the night on a beach. Technically, this isn't allowed, but it is tolerated.
I'm good. Did you sleep well?
Yeah, very well. It's extremely comfortable. The locals call this Sweetwater Beach, and it's because underneath the beach here is a whole series of freshwater springs. The water comes down from the White Mountains, and apparently, Mariana tells me, if you dig deep enough, you can get a source of fresh water just 5 meters from the sea. Good.
It makes a great cup of coffee. The trail continues along the south coast, always close to the sea. The section is popular and well marked. There's a yellow and black E4 marker every half kilometre. After 2 hours, Mariana and Bradley reach the former fishing village of Lutro. Again, it can only be reached on foot or by ferry. All-inclusive tourists seldom stray this far. Lutro is popular above all with hikers. Mariana says goodbye here. She has to go home and help prepare a family gathering, to which she's invited Bradley.
See you on Friday.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Have a nice hike and good luck
Yeah,
with
thanks.
this. Okay,
Have
bye.
a safe trip. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, say goodbye to my latest hiking partner. I've now got to go all the way up top of the hill. Got to climb about 700 meters in 4 kilometers. I think that's why I'm doing it alone. All the sensible guides have decided to go by ferry or car. It's going to be a tough hike, but it's a good way to get up there. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a great view.
Lutro, with its narrow bay, was a good place to hide ships. That's why the harbour, indeed the whole region, was always a rebel stronghold. Since time immemorial, foreign powers have always cast an eye on Crete. The Byzantines, Saracens, Venetians, and finally the Ottomans all conquered and ruled the prominent island, but never this area here. Even today, the people here are viewed as free-spirited. Crete's great rebel leader, Thaskalogiannis, was also a local. After a good 2 hours, Bradley reaches the chapel of Aia Ekaterini. It belongs to the next village. The view back onto the starting point Lutro is well worth the steep, exhausting walk. Tiny chapels like this one are found all along the E4 on Crete. Their walls are always decorated with holy images.
So I think they're not really places where people would come and hold a mass or a liturgy. They're really to mark sacred places, or for passing walkers or for fishermen. They see the church up on the cliffs or by the water, get a sense of protection, a sense of solace. The church is there, don't worry, you'll be safe.
2 kilometres beyond the chapel is the village of Anopolis. In the centre, next to the big statue, Bradley meets Penelope again, as arranged.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah.
All good?
Well, good, and you?
Good. You look very relaxed.
Well, and you're very exhausted. What were you doing? Hiking, maybe?
I've had a much tougher day than you have, I think. So this is Das Galianis, is it?
Yeah, but you know many things, eh?
I do some research sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, he was one of the first revolutionaries against the Ottomans in 1770.
Right.
Yeah, the decision for the revolution was taken in Lutro.
Yep.
And then they just attacked from the mountains to the Ottomans in the north.
A local hero then, is he?
Yeah, something like that.
Penelope wants to show Bradley the location of the most important battle between the Cretans and Turks. Frango Castello, built by the Phoenicians, lies directly alongside the footpath. 600 Cretans faced 8,000 Turks. The battle lasted a week, a bloody defeat for the Cretans.
They say that the shadows, every May, because it happened on May, you can see the shadows of the soldiers who hasn't been burned. So like they are wandering and trying to find peace.
Okay.
It's called drosoulitis, this phenomenon, that we see shadows here.
Do people actually see the shadows?
I don't know really, but they say they exist. Someone saw them.
Okay.
It's maybe something like a weird meteorological phenomenon that you see the shadows of the Sahara.
Crete's got an incredible history. I mean, it's not measured in centuries, it's measured in millennia. It's got from the Minoans, probably the earliest form of writing, the earliest culture in Europe, all the way through the Byzantine times. The Phoenicians were here, the Ottomans, all the revolutions and rebellions that have taken place in the last couple of hundred years. There's so much to see and discover here.
Back in the mountains. At this time of year, the air is fragrant with wild herbs like thyme and sage. The E4 goes through a small gorge called Kallikratis, which leads to the village of the same name. The village cafe also houses a small herbal shop full of sweet-smelling natural products.
Hello.
These are the herbs. This is the sage that we were cutting?
That's the sage, yes.
22 years ago, the Danish proprietor came to Crete and fell in love with her husband and the rich nature of the island.
But our main job actually is to distill essential oils.
In addition to dry herbs, Janina also sells herbal soaps and oils. Everything is homemade. Babis collects and sorts the wild herbs by hand. They dry in the sun on big sifters. Nature is his role model.
Organic and biodynamic agriculture orients itself to the stars and the moon. It really doesn't do anything except imitate nature. But what we do here with the herbs stands above agriculture. These are active substances of nature.
Try and smell into the oil.
Smell into the oil. Okay, I'm not sure what that means.
Look, you get one superficial idea. It smells like this, right? Super. Smells something, doesn't it?
Something, yes.
Yeah. Now if you take it, just start smelling, close your eyes. smell into it. Let it fill you, kind of like this.
Yeah, very deeper sense, isn't it? And something for my mind.
That's why it's good for your mind.
I need something for my mind, for clarity. When I'm writing my books, I need something.
Then we are back to bay laurel.
Bay laurel, okay.
Because that is Apollonar's oil. That's the oil of inspiration.
Oh.
You know, Apollonar, the Greek god of light, of the arts, of music. It's almost called an exams oil.
Now.
I just had a great idea.
Just now.
Janina serves homemade food on the sun porch. Local musicians are not a rare sight here. The lyre is the national instrument of Crete. It's a remnant from the time of the Byzantines, and it sounds almost oriental. Bradley's time on Crete is coming to an end. He's been walking the E4 for 2 weeks and has now reached the Eskifu Plateau. It's October, so the fields have long been harvested. In the villages, everyone's looking forward to the Tsikudia festival.
This is a village, just a few meters left.
Mariana and her cousin have invited Bradley to their family celebration. But before the food comes the work. The pomace brandy Tsikudia is distilled from the mash of wine grapes. On Crete, it's also called raki.
If I fall in.
Distilling alcohol is traditionally a man's job and very common. Every second household in the mountains distills Tsikudia after the grape harvest.
Bravo!
The E4 continues to the eastern end of the island. For Bradley, however, the path ends here.
A combination of landscapes, you know, the mountains, the gorges, the sea, the weather's been perfect. October is the absolute greatest time to come here, that's for sure. And the people have been really wonderful. That for me is what Crete's all about. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Cheers. A friend of mine hooked me up with Sandra. She's a yoga expert and loves the high mountains, and to me she looks dangerously fit, so I'm going to have to work a little bit hard to keep up with her on this one, I think. But she's going to show me the mountain valleys for the next couple of weeks.
Sandra Strolz worked for 6 years as a marketing executive in the UK. However, she was born and grew up in the Lech Valley. The Lechquellen Mountains rise up to 2,700 meters. The most distinctive mountain is the Rote Wand, or Red Wall. In In these mountains, a hiking path begins which follows one of the last untamed rivers of Europe, running from Austria to Germany. Christel Moosbrugger and Philipp Walch are up here often. They tend to one of the largest alpine ibex colonies in Europe and ensure the population remains constant. In the 19th century, the alpine ibex was almost hunted to extinction in the Lech Mountains.
But they were hunted a lot. And is that because of their meat or because of the
horns? Because of the health.
Ah, okay. It wasn't meat, it's just the...
Yeah.
For medicine or for decoration?
Medicine, yeah. More for the medicine.
Oh, yeah. Same old story. Horns.
Same old story.
Yeah.
In the 1960s, the ibex were reintroduced to the area. Today, around 500 live in the territory tended by Christel Moosbrugger.
When you watch them climbing around the cliffs and see the confidence they have on the steepest trails and peaks, it's a majestic sight.
Well, the ibex are quite iconic in many ways. I mean, they're a symbol of the Alps. For me, they're a sign that you're up in the high cliffs and the mountains. But there's also something, some deeper connection, I think. You know, you have the astronomy, astrology and astronomy both have connections with Capricorn, the other name for the ibex. You have the Tropic of Capricorn. So there's something very deeply rooted, goes back to even biblical Babylonian times, I think.
Lake Fourmarine lies at an altitude of 1,800 meters, near one of the sources of the Lech River. The hike begins here. The Lech Trail passes through 3 regions. It begins in Vorarlberg, follows the Lech Valley through Tyrol, and then crosses the German-Austrian border. 125 kilometers long, the trail ends in Allgäu, in the town of Füssen. A week-long trek lies ahead of Bradley and Sandra. For the first couple of kilometers, the Lech Trail is only a narrow path, and the Lech River merely an ice-cold, crystal-clear creek.
And do we follow the river the whole way along the hike?
We do follow the river, so it's always alongside the river. Sometimes it's very close by in the valleys, and then it could be higher up to get a nice view of the river. Here it's still obviously very and wide flowing. The Lech Valley is special, and it's got lots of species of flowers and plants. You will see further down the way.
Soon the creek becomes a stream. It's 14 kilometers from the start of the trail to the first village. Kings, Hollywood stars, and other members of the elite spend the winter in the village of Lech am Arlberg. Ski tourism has made the once bitterly poor alpine village very rich. Christel Moosbrugger doesn't just take care of the alpine ibex. She also runs the Gasthof Post. The inn has been in her family for 75 years. Christel witnessed how Lech became one of the most fashionable ski resorts in the world. It all started in 1960, with the father of Beatrix, the Queen of the Netherlands.
And yeah, this is Prince Bernhard from Holland.
Ah, okay.
You see, a little bit relaxing for a little...
They're just like family portraits. It's like looking behind the scene. You don't normally see the royal family like this. It's nice.
Oh, we have so many pictures, you know, I could show you many, many books and that.
That's fine. When we stop looking at photos, we have to start walking again.
Yeah.
So please take your time.
So that was the King of Norway.
Mm.
The royal family from Norway came, and from Jordan came, and the Shah of Persia came.
Did they stay in the hotel?
They wanted to stay here, but that had been such a big group, and the hotel is very small, and we should have thrown out all the guests that had been here already for 20 years, and we didn't do that. The people from Monaco, they always ordered or asked too late for a room, so we sent them as well to the other hotel.
It's hard to turn away the royal family.
Yeah, it's very hard.
That's a tough decision.
Yeah, that is really hard. But we decided to do it in that way, yes.
Bradley and Sandra still want to get a bit further down the Lech trail, which soon leaves the valley floor and heads through the high meadows.
So is this what you call an Alp?
It would be Alp or Alm, as we call it in this region. Okay. It's the same meaning, but it's different languages.
And that means like a mountain pasture, is it?
It's a mountain pasture and somewhere where the people would come in the summer. Right. They would move from the valley up to a higher land.
Okay.
Farmers from Valais, today a canton in the south of Switzerland, brought highland agriculture to the headwaters of the Lech.
The Walser people who migrated here in the 14th century.
Okay.
And they had a settlement of roughly around 13, 15 houses up here. And they were the ones that brought in the system with alpine pastures, which means that they would come up in the summers to use the grazing areas up here with 3 different areas. The high pastures, with the Berg meadow we call them, with just 1 cut a year.
Yeah.
And then further down, and then down in the valley. So we would have lots of land for the cows because that was the only way to survive.
Yeah, normally when you have man impacting on the mountains or on nature in forests, normally nature is the loser in that confrontation. But here it seems to be quite the opposite. The more the farmers cut the grass, the more wildflowers seem to spring up in that space. It's really a great example of man shaping and working with nature.
To promote alpine settlement, the royal house granted the Walser farmers tax privileges. Some of the old Walser houses still stand today. Lisbeth Fritz bought a Walser house a few years ago. It dates from the 15th century and, for the most part, has remained untouched by time. Lisbeth wants to restore the Walser house without destroying its charm.
This is our old smoke kitchen. They cooked over an open fire. This big chimney, as you can see, goes all the way to heaven, through all floors. It's one of a kind, something not seen anymore. Because the farm is 500 years old, it's one of the oldest houses in the region. Nothing was ever changed here. At least in the kitchen, you see. It's all still there, just like it would have been 500 years ago.
I think you certainly get a sense of how tough life would have been in the old days when people were living here. It's quite a dark house. There's no mod cons. He would have had to have been very self-sufficient here. The guy who lived here would have pretty much made everything that he needed to live here, would have smoked his own ham, made his own cheese, carved his own roof shingles. This was not an easy life, and this was not that long ago. This is just just 20, 30 years ago, this was almost a pre-modern lifestyle in a modern age.
The house was only insulated much later with newspapers. Even in her modern kitchen, Lisbeth still cooks on a wood-burning stove. For her guest from England, she's preparing knockeln, a specialty of the region. Beating air into a batter of eggs, flour and milk is not that easy.
I still haven't got it. I still didn't quite get it.
To stop the dough from running, the water has to be boiling hot.
It's a pretty ugly one.
Wenn du nach Hause kommst auf England, sagst Frau, heute koche ich.
I'll make sure I tell my wife the
Ja gut,
Lisbeth knocking.
Spezial.
I would have thought that the wood stoves were quite hard to use, that you didn't have the control that you have on modern cookers, but Lisbeth's saying you can move stuff around the stove to get different levels of heat. The type of heat created by the wood apparently is the perfect kind of heat to create these kind of boiled, almost pasta-like dishes. I imagine it takes an extra 5 minutes to get things going in the morning. You can't just turn it on. Yeah, it seems to work great.
Bisschen, ja?
Some mehr? I'm just going to sprinkle them.
Oh, super.
Fry in butter and then garnish, for example, with Riebiesel, which is the Austrian name for currants.
So this is Lisbeth's special Nocken mit Lauch, Schinken und Riebiesel. I think that's what it is.
Cinnamon, basil, or even fresh daisy flowers go well with knockeln. Bradley is chuffed that his cooking was a success.
Enjoy your meal.
Thank you very much. I can't believe we made this.
For the second stage, the Lech trail continues through the land of the Walser, with the Alps continuously in view. Potatoes and cereals don't grow well at over 1,500 meters above sea level. Most farmers here are dairy farmers. In the summer, the cows are on the pasture. In the winter, they eat locally grown mountain hay. Every morning at milking time, Kurt Soja is out on the pasture. He's one of Sandra's friends, and they walk together for part of the way. Where the headwaters of the Lech end and the Tyrolean Lech Valley begins, lies the village of Steg. Steg too was founded by the Walser. In the village, Kurt runs an organic dairy that is known nationwide. His cows have never seen fodder from the silo. His mountain cheese is made from 100% hay-fed milk, up to 400 litres to a cheese wheel, which is what makes his cheese so aromatic.
So Bradley, cheese down. 37 kilograms, no problem. What's important is to clean the cheese. We have about 400 to 600 wheels here. They have to be cleaned every other day. It's important that they are clean.
So, very slippery cheese. Oh, it's some heavy cheese. So, good fit.
The cheese is cleaned with brine. It helps preserve it and also prevents cracking.
The most amazing thing about cheese is how it completely revolutionized the economy up here. I mean, you can imagine you've got hundreds of litres of milk every day. This is perhaps in the days before refrigeration. What do you do with all this milk? You can't transport it quickly enough, you can't sell it quickly enough. And cheese is such an elegant solution to that problem. You can store it, you can transport it. It's essentially you're putting your money, you're investing it in the bank. The bank made of cheese.
The cheese needs to ripen for 6 months. Only then does it have the required flavour.
Okay, one done. 857 to go.
During the last ice age, the Lech Valley was covered with a huge glacier. When the ice melted, the river had to laboriously gouge a new bed. Time and again, the valley narrows, and the Lech reveals its wild side to Bradley and Sandra. At some places along the Lech Trail, canyoning is an alternative to hiking. Sandra knows the canyoning guide.
Hey, da sieht man dich auch wieder mal.
Können Sie es vielleicht in Bradley mitnehmen?
One person, yeah? Yeah?
Later, so like this, you can talk, you have enough air.
Yeah, I can breathe, I can talk.
So it's close enough.
Yeah, sounds good.
Perfect.
Time for Bradley to show whether he can hold his own against the Lech. After you get into the river, it's a fair distance before you can get back out. The heavy current rubs mineral pigments off the rocks. That's what gives the Lech its distinctive turquoise colour.
That was great, Chris, thanks.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, I like it a lot. That's really good.
That's fine.
Yeah, when I decided to hike the Lech Weg, I figured that I'd actually be hiking it. So it's a nice surprise, a refreshing surprise to actually swim a part of it. That was unexpected for sure. But apart from it being extremely cold, it was great, very refreshing, exhilarating. Time now to head back up into the hills, do some more hiking. Better find Sandra. Hope she's still got my pack. Get some dry clothes and head off again.
If you take it slow, you need 7 days to hike the Lech Trail. The third stage is one of the easiest.
After a couple of days in the high, tight mountain valleys, the landscape's now opened up. Lovely meadows surrounding us. Still big high mountains on either side. We're in a nice, beautiful valley. Lots of side valleys to explore if you want to do that. But now we're pretty much following the valley, following the river. Nice, easy walking. Lots of villages to explore. Lots of little places to stock up supplies for the days ahead.
Space for crops is scarce in the narrow Lech Valley. In the 16th century, villages like Holzgau could no longer feed themselves. Many residents emigrated or worked elsewhere as builders. Some of those who returned brought an art form with them that now characterizes the village. Lisbeth Hornstein and her sister Gabi are masters of Lüftelmalerei,
Lovely painting.
a form of fresco found on the houses here.
Are you just restoring or are you painting it?
Only the parts which are destroyed from the rain and the snow.
It doesn't look very Austrian to me. It looks almost Italian, classical.
Yeah, the painters have been in Italy and they learned how to paint this, and then they come back to their houses, to their homes where they were from, and they showed what they learned there in Italy.
So they're showing off their skills, but also showing off the money.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Great.
Lüftelmalerei is painted directly on the fresh plaster and usually features the patron saint of the house owner in full Baroque splendour. The term Lüftelmalerei, which one might assume translates into air painting, doesn't, however, refer to painting in the fresh air or from the light, airy brushstroke.
Actually, the term is used only in German-speaking countries. The first person here to begin with architectural painting, or Trompe-l'Île painting, painted a house in Oberammergau. The house was the Lüftel house. The Lüftel family lived there. He painted the Trompe-l'Île on it, and then he called himself the Lüftel painter. The name stuck to him, and over time this kind of painting became known as Lüftelmalerei.
I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
You're the Botticelli of Holzgau.
No. Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be nice. It looks good. No, it looks good.
Normally, you shouldn't see what we are doing here.
Yes,
It's finished.
it should just look like it's 200 years old.
Yes.
After Holzgau, the Lech Trail once again leaves the valley floor. It crosses the Hohenbach Gorge via a 200-metre-long suspension footbridge, the longest in all of Austria. It's 100 metres to the bottom, so if you take the bridge, you don't want to be afraid of heights. The Lech Trail is marked with a white L. But when you're en route with Sandra, you don't need a map. She's hiked the path many times, and she also knows people who live or work along the Lech Trail.
Hello, Daniela. How are you? Is it okay if we look over your shoulder a bit?
Daniela Hardera cultivates a plant that doesn't grow in all gardens, and one which has been protected in Austria since 1886. Edelweiss smells like musk and is an almost forgotten medicinal plant.
In the old days, Edelweiss was also called dysentery weed. It was used against diarrhea. In Bavaria, they call it bellyache flower. You can dry the plant and make tea from it. The farmers also used it as sunscreen. They took the blossom, or just the upper part, made it into a powder, and then mixed it with whey. They then applied it as sunscreen.
It's quite an iconic plant, I think. For me, it symbolises the Alps. You see it on hiking club crests, you see it on mountain rescue. It's pretty much everywhere, but surprisingly it's the first time I've seen it. I always thought it was up on the high peaks and you had to go searching for it, and here it is just growing at our feet.
The Lech Valley is ideal for Edelweiss. The soil is very calcareous, and yes, I'm curious to see whether I'll be appropriately successful here with the Edelweiss.
I think it's always a good idea to use local products, local endemic plants. That's always great if you can use it in a sustainable way. And that adds extra value to the products that you make. I hope it tastes good. I mean, that's the bottom line. And then I hope economically it works. You've got to persuade people to pay
a little bit more for an organic Edelweiss juice than you do for a Coca-Cola down in the supermarket.
Daniela produces Edelweiss syrup. When added to ice and lemon juice, it makes a refreshing lemonade.
Zum Wohl.
Thank you.
Zum Wohl, danke dir.
Cheers.
Cheers. Dann habe ich noch so ein bisschen, so ein paar.
I've also added some secret herbs to the mix.
It's a secret, is it?
Ingredients.
Special herbs, is it?
Exactly.
That's the secret. Well, it's great. Yeah, it's very refreshing.
Vielen Dank. Wir sehen uns, gell? Genau, passt. Tschüss.
A famous story from the 19th century is set in a valley that branches off from the Lech. It's a story familiar to everyone in the Alps. Back then, eagles were somewhat unkindly referred to as Geier, the German word for vultures. One built its nest on a steep cliff and would hunt the lambs on the pastures. None of the young men in the valley dared take on the dangerous task of destroying the nest. It took a girl to muster up the courage. Armed with a knife, she climbed the cliff and took the baby bird. The tale became a novel, Die Geier Valley, or The Vulture Maiden. The historical inspiration for the story is Anna Steiner-Knittel, a free-spirited woman from the Lech Valley.
I mean, she looks pretty tough.
She did. I think she was at that time quite rebellious. She was very strong-willed, so she wouldn't marry the guy that was meant for her. So she went off to Innsbruck, which was, again, very unusual for that time, because she just left her home, her mountain farmer home, to live in Innsbruck and become an artist. So she was a role model for emancipation.
Yeah, from what Sandra was telling me, the Geier Valley is obviously a famous story throughout the German-speaking world. It's become romanticized, I think, over the years through the pictures, through the novel. But there definitely seem to be the roots are in history here. There is a wall. She did climb up it, so the basis of it, it's certainly got its roots in fact here.
This leg of the hike ends at the village of Elbigenalp, a woodcarving centre. There's a school here dedicated to teaching creative woodcarving. The technical aspects of woodcarving are as much a part of the training as the use of a chainsaw for carving your own artistic designs. Artisans, hobby woodcarvers, and a lot of artists learn how to handle wood gouges and chisels here. The school was founded only 20 years ago, but as Helena Obermüller explains, the wood sculpting tradition in Elbigenalp goes back over 400 years.
It has been a tradition in all of Austria for the churches, because the Catholic churches have a lot of wood carving and sculptors in the churches.
Okay.
And then the Lech Valley was a very poor valley.
Right.
There's not much farming area, and the people needed something to do in the wintertime to earn more money.
Yeah, so it's partly economic and partly they just had plenty of time in those long dark winters.
Yes, I suppose so, yes.
The students at the Elbigenalp carving school come from all over the world.
And everybody likes wood, I think.
Yeah, it's a lovely material. Yeah, very natural, very warm, organic. Looks good, smells great.
You can heat with it as well.
Yes, and if you don't do it very well, you can just chuck it in the fire.
Exactly.
Every year, rain and melting snow wash about 100,000 tons of rubble into the Lech Valley. The river here is reverently referred to as the Great Landowner. There are few natural retention areas, so when there's rain or a thaw, the river takes as much land with it as it needs.
Well, we've had a lot of rain overnight and the landscape's changed quite a lot. The river is much higher than it was before. All the tributaries have collected all their water from a huge catchment area. It's all flowing down the river. So it's a different river today. Its character is different, its mood is different. I think that's the joy of a free-flowing river. It changes all the time.
The Lech can sometimes be a dangerous river. It changes almost daily, especially if it rains a lot, like right now. Then the level can rise very quickly, and that brings its own dangers. But for us hikers, it's sometimes nice to see how the Lech has its own turquoise colour, and then a different colour and a different course. That's what makes it so attractive.
Wherever an attempt has been made to tame the Lech, the opposite has been achieved. Pile dams were meant to prevent the river from overflowing, but the river had other ideas. The Lech River took the land and formed these braid-like pebble banks, called Lech Braids. Since 2004, the Tyrolean Lech has been a nature conservation area. The biologist Caroline Winkelmeyer is evaluating the population of the indigenous insects of the park.
You look like you're hunting little tiny things.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a species of grasshopper, and it's typical for these mountain rivers. Okay. And it's very rare.
And what's this insect called?
In German you say gefleckte Schnarrschrecke.
Gefleckte what?
Schnarrschrecke.
Yeah.
Schrecke.
Schrecke.
Yes.
Gefleckte Schnarrschrecke.
Yes.
That's not an easy one.
This name is because of the sound when it's flying. It makes a very loud noise.
Does it tell you something about the river or in the environment, this grasshopper?
Yeah, it's only in places where you have this dynamically changing branches and this wide riverbed, because it needs this gravelled ground. Here it's perfect for this species.
The spotted rattle grasshopper can grow up to 4 centimetres in length and belongs to the Acrididae family. In Central Europe, it faces extinction because of all the construction taking place along riverbanks, its natural habitat.
But Caroline was saying they're actually a very important indicator of the health of the river valley. And sometimes from the very smallest and most insignificant of animals, you can tell a lot about the health of the ecosystem.
It's not just the river that's included in the Tiroler Lech Nature Reserve. The side valleys and flood zones are also protected.
The only constant of this river and area is actually the inconstancy. Many think that water has a rather destructive force, but that's not accurate. Along the Lech, thanks to its strong current and the changes, many species that need these changes have the chance to survive here.
Hiking paths need a certain amount of infrastructure. They need the hotels, they need the signs, they need toilets and restaurants. But as long as you can keep those away from protected areas, then mountain biking, hiking, these are pretty low impact, sustainable ways of visiting areas. A great way for tourism to work in the future with wild, beautiful rivers like this one.
This stage of the hike ends at the village of Weissenbach. Sandra wants to show Bradley where she now works. In his father's old garage, the vintage car lover Roland Wolf has opened his company.
Thanks for lending me Sandra.
Oh, no problem, no problem.
Yeah, she's been showing me the valley, so that's...
It was not so easy the last 2 weeks without her.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine.
Yeah.
Roland's company manufactures delicate products with heavy machinery.
So this is the base of the frames, this is the wood that's been compressed together?
Here we build it also here. Mm-hmm. It's out of 9 layers of thin wood. Right. We press it together and laminate it.
Yeah.
Then it goes to the machine to cut it out.
So how did you get the idea to make the frames from wood? I mean, that's quite an unusual thing to make them from. You're the first guy, right?
Important for me, I like to work with natural stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I like to make things nobody do it. And that was the point. That's cool.
The designs of his products are also unusual. For her design ideas, Maria Ilyazovic likes to browse old car catalogues.
Basically, classic cars are our source for inspiration. For example, a Chevy, a Bel Air, which is very 60s, a somewhat feminine car. Back then, there were often sky blue and white combos, or pink and white. And those are the kind of things that definitely have an influence.
Glasses made of wood. Roland came up with the idea in 2007, but at the time, no bank was willing to give him a loan, despite the fact that woodworking is traditional in the Lech Valley.
It's one of the most difficult materials to work so finely, but it's also one of the lightest. It's highly flexible, super non-allergenic, and actually perfect for the product. Only the material definitely doesn't lend itself to bulk production.
Since then, the glasses produced by this Lech Valley firm have been sold in many places, including Japan.
It's this very combination, this down-home, earthy, artisanal high quality, at times almost absolutely obsessively perfectionism that is simply rooted to the region, as well as this modern design wanted in metropoles. It's all very important to me.
The product range of the company now includes over 90 different models. When the catalogue for the new collection is put together, the employees themselves stand in front of the camera, as well as hikers who happen to make it here. After passing Riedener Lake, the trail goes through the Klausenwald forest to the ruins of Ehrenberg Castle, strategically located above the Reuter Basin. In the 13th century, Ehrenberg Castle was part of a sophisticated system of fortresses. Those who ruled here controlled one of the main trading routes through the Alps.
So this is a beautiful Reuter Basin, an important junction. Up here you've got the Fern Pass, and it's transalpine trade routes. I think actually Fern Pass in German means long distance pass, so that's interesting. You've had trade coming through here ever since the Romans built the Via Claudia Augusta, and you've also had a network of salt trading routes that came through this whole region. So Reuter quickly became an important trading town, became a market town, and very prosperous. It's still a little bit too industrial these days, so that's why the Lechweg wisely goes up into the mountains, drops down the other side, and carries on into Germany.
The last leg of the Lech Trail. There's still another 20 kilometers to go before the hike ends at the town of Füssen. Somewhere in the forest, Sandra and Bradley cross the border between Austria and Germany. In this mixed-growth forest, the two run into a ranger and Urs Langenbacher. They're searching for a rare yew tree.
Hello. Is there something special you're looking at? You look very focused on something.
Oh yeah, it's a very special tree here.
Dark green one?
In former times it did play quite an important role and was quite sought after, especially for tone wood.
Tone wood? What is tone wood?
We name it tone wood if it's used for producing musical instruments. Tone production of the timber has also been used for making longbows, for example.
Oh,
and I don't know, where do you come from, the British Isles? Or?
Yes, I'm from England.
That's funny because there was quite a struggle between the ones using the timber at home, here around, and others exporting it to Great Britain.
That's right, so you sold us all your wood so that we could make weapons out of it.
Exactly.
That's how, that was a strategic mistake, I think.
Clever.
The yew is the only poisonous tree native to Europe.
Even the bark is poisonous.
This bark?
So I'm wearing a mask, working with it as well.
So you work with this wood?
Yeah.
Ah,
so
okay.
If you're interested in that, you could come around, have a look at a workshop, if you like.
Yeah, in Füssen, is it?
Just in the centre of the old town.
That would be good. Yeah,
come
I
around.
look forward to that.
But the duo don't want to take the direct route to Füssen. It's a small detour off the Lech Trail, but it's worth it. Hohenschwangau Castle was built in 1832 and is the older of the two surviving pleasure palaces of the kings of Bavaria. Neuschwanstein Castle lies across the way. Finally, the town of Füssen. On the southern outskirts of the town, Bradley and Sandra are going to go their separate ways.
Yeah, that's the Lechfall. That would be the end of the Lechweg. We've done pretty good, I think. 125 kilometers, so that's not bad.
Not bad at all. So, end of the hike.
That's the end of it now.
Yeah.
So it was a pleasure.
Yeah,
all the
thank
best
you.
to you.
Thank you so much.
And,
Yeah, will do. Thanks for showing me all the secrets of the valley, introducing me to some great people. I really appreciate it.
No worries, my pleasure. Okay, bye now.
Bye-bye.
Just a short walk from the Lechfall is the old town of Füssen, which has been a production centre for stringed instruments since the 15th century. Before he goes back home, Bradley wants to see where and how the poisonous yew wood is processed.
That's our workshop.
Oh, it's a great place.
Urs Langenbacher shares the workshop with a colleague.
The stuff we saw from the tree we saw yesterday.
Ah, okay.
And I'm using it as ribs for a lute back. Thin stripes glued together. And if you have cut it, it looks like that. So a radial cut. And it's very nice if you use it like that. It looks like
lovely.
A stripy, white, brown, stripy.
Yeah, visually it looks beautiful.
His colleague specialises in violins. Urs himself makes lutes, which were once the instrument of the royal courts.
What is it about the yew wood that makes it so good for making lutes?
It's incredibly elastic and strong.
Okay.
And that's something which is important for
you need to bend it.
A rib to be bent and to be lightweight and strong. So I'm building lute on top of this mold.
Okay, got it.
And it's glued together, so the ribs are bent in the right shape.
Yeah.
Glued together, only 1.5 millimeters thick. And I used some maple stripes to make it look more
dramatic.
Interesting. Die Geschichte unseres Handwerks in Füssen.
The history of our craft in Füssen extends far back. Actually, even to the middle of the 15th century, there's the first evidence. Particularly significant was the establishment of the first local guild in the mid-16th century, in 1562. The guild system meant clear rules, a clear apprenticeship scheme, and the obligation for the trained that when they couldn't take over a workshop here, they had to move onwards. They were often the people who then became really famous, because they were much closer to the customers than here at home. Almost all famous lute makers of northern Italy in the 16th and 17th century were actually from Füssen. That really means something.
Füssner hat schon wirklich eine Bedeutung gehabt.
The great thing for me about the Lechweg is that it's not a wilderness high alpine hike, but you do get beautiful scenery, and if you want to, for those who are interested in this kind of thing, there's plenty of history, plenty of culture. There's not many places where you get the chance to walk in alpine valleys and then in the afternoon get to learn about the 15th century lute making industry. So it's that kind of balance, working the mind and body at the same time, that for me is the joy of this hike, that's for sure. Thanks guys, I've got to head off.
Bye. Good time.
The road calls. Vielen Dank. Tschüss.
Bye.
The geographer Miguel Salva Capo is responsible for the maintenance of the longest footpath of Mallorca. Miguel's joining Bradley for the first stage of a trail known for its excellent views. And right at the very beginning, there's a view of the islet of La Dragonera.
So what can I expect in the next week or so of walking?
We will starting with the lowest mountains.
Okay.
Here on the southeast.
Yeah.
And then we will go around, sometimes near the sea, sometimes inside the mountains.
Nice.
And as we go to the center, we will find higher mountains. So we will pass by all the villages around the mountain range, terrace landscapes, alm oaks forest.
Sounds like a lot of variety.
Yeah.
Mallorca is the largest of Spain's Balearic Islands. The Serra de Tramontana spans the entire northwest coast. The dry stone route follows the mountain range for just over 150 kilometers, from the port of Andratx to the small town of Pollença. In the Serra de Tramontana, the sea is never far away, but nothing of the mass tourism found at the beaches is noticeable on the dry stone route. Here, the popular island shows its other side. The official name of the dry stone route is GR221. It's walkable even during the island's rainy winter.
For me, hiking kind of combines the physical side and a mental side. Just the slowing the pace down, the getting into the rhythm of especially a long hike. If you do more than a day, you really get into a different rhythm. Your mind settles. Things become clearer. You have more time to mull things over. So for me, it's physical and spiritual kind of come together. I always have a pair of hiking boots packed in my backpack somewhere.
In 2011, UNESCO declared the Serra de Tramontana a World Cultural Heritage Site. In the natural and by and large untouched coastal mountains, remnants can be found of a history that spans back to the Middle Ages. And hikers walk this history on the ancient Ruta de Pedra en Sec, or the path of the dry-laid stones. The stone paths and walls constructed without any mortar go all the way back to the 13th century. Miguel coordinates the stone-laying work along the footpath. As far as possible, the trail still follows the ancient postal and riding routes of Mallorca.
And you couldn't see this path before, could you? It was
No,
hidden.
that path, we rediscovered it because it was with 2-3 meters of soil on it.
Okay. Yeah.
And we didn't knew that it was here.
So you're rediscovering the past.
Yeah, we rediscovered the real path. Yeah, that's true.
Nice.
The stones are laid without any mortar or cement. Bradley wants to try his hand at it.
Yeah, normally the road's already made before I go hiking on it. I've never actually had to build the path before I hike it. Yeah, it's hard work. It's like a giant jigsaw puzzle. You have to fit everything together.
Mallorca wants to promote hiking because it's sustainable, eco-friendly, and an additional form of tourism. That's why we're marking and restoring the trails. We're also promoting hiking so as to extend the traditional tourist season, which is from June to September.
Like Miguel, the master stonemason Pedro Bisbal and his colleague work for the island government.
We're looking for a stone that sort of fits. This one could work, but the tip bothers us, so let's knock it off a bit. We'll soon see if it fits.
A lot of people used to work on the trails without pay, only for something to eat. 30 or 40 men would have worked on a trail like this.
If some of the wall collapsed and someone came by, he would repair it on the spot.
Yeah, this is just one tiny section of hundreds of kilometers of ancient trails. So it's the amount of work that must have gone in there just to build it in the first place is incredible. And now to rebuild it and refix it, yeah, it's a mind-boggling amount of work. In the 1960s, in the last century, this trade almost died out. A lot of the people who worked in this business, they were either getting older or they went to work in building villas down on the coast for the mass tourism that came in from the 1960s. But about 20, 30 years ago, they started to revive this craft. And now it's a nice example of how tourism can actually help revive a cultural tradition like this. It doesn't have to always destroy it. Sometimes it can bring it back to life again.
The dry stone method was also used to build the ancient terraces here. Without them, farming would never have been possible on the steep mountain slopes. On the third day of hiking, Bradley and Miguel reach a coastal landmark, a historic watchtower once used for protection against pirates. Bradley learns that pirates usually attacked from the coast of Africa.
That tower it's from the end of 16th century, and it was a part of a large system to prevent pirate attacks all around the island. When they seen a pirate ship, they advised the local people to protect against the attacks of the pirates. Yeah.
The tower protected the village of Banyalbufar. From the 10th to 13th century, Mallorca was under Moorish rule. The terraces and irrigation systems date back from that time. Later, wine grapes were grown on the terraces. Red Malvasia.
You can imagine all that meters of terraces cannot be made in just a few years. It's the evolution of centuries of people working there to create cultivation areas. If you don't use it in 10, 15 years, a terrace can go down.
In the 19th century, the phylloxera plague destroyed the grapevines. The terraces of Banyalbufar went to ruin. They only began to be used again a few years ago, when together with 4 friends, Pau Wick founded a cooperative.
La cooperativa, les plantes, els de tenir repartides
The vines of our cooperative are spread across 84 different terraces.
En total són 84 mariades.
We all have our own small pieces of land, but most of the terraces belong to the people in the village who no longer use them.
El que hem fet és arribar a acords amb gent que no estava utilitzant les seves
Now we use these terraces in exchange for wine.
A canvi de sempre arribar a un acord, normalment acabam regalant vi.
The sea's just about 30 meters from here, so you can actually taste the sea, the closeness to the sea in the grape and in the wine that comes up through the soil, and the sea breezes kind of seep into the grapes. I'm looking forward to tasting it. I've seen it growing. Now I actually want to taste what it's like. So looking forward to it.
Pau Wick's cooperative grows a white, dry Malvasia. It corresponds to the taste of today's wine drinkers.
It smells right, but it still lacks something. Above all, color. You have to let the wine rest for a while. That was really just a sample. In the 18th century, Malvasia was famous as a red, sweet dessert wine. Back then, Malvasia from Bany al-Bufar was drunk in the royal houses across Europe. That's why it was also known as the king's wine.
After Bany al-Bufar, the dry stone route turns inland for a few kilometers and then returns to the coast. As of 1867, this estate, perched high above the coastline, was the home of the free spirit, globetrotter and naturalist Ludwig Salvator of Austria. The aristocrat had trails built on his vast properties. One of the most beautiful begins at the small town of Valdemossa. The people of the island called Ludwig Salvator Archiduke, or Archduke. Miguel and Bradley want to follow the traces of the Archduke for part of the way. The Archduke wrote more than 6,000 pages on the nature, history and culture of the Balearic Islands. Today, the 7 volumes are still considered a standard work of reference.
He probably bought the most of the main estates all around here, from Valdemossa to Deia, and he wanted to just enjoy the landscape and to feel the spiritual feeling that it was in all that place.
He didn't really care much about formality. He didn't wear any royal clothes, just normal stuff. He didn't wear any. He had just string tying his cuffs together. He liked walking with the people. He said you could learn more from local people than you could from most scholars. And there's one story about he helped a local farmer push his cart out of a ditch, and the guy who didn't know who he was just tipped him a couple of coins, and he joked that was the only money he ever earned by himself. So he was a man of the people, definitely.
The Archduke's path connects Valdemossa to the village of Deia, today's destination. The first 500 meters of the path are extremely steep.
Weather changes pretty quickly up here, doesn't it?
Yeah, that month it's very changeable weather. But in a higher level, just in a few meters, and if it gets clearer, sure.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
The Archduke laid out a lot of these high-altitude passes and some of the lookouts you see here. In some ways, he was the forerunner of tourism on the island. He helped set up these beautiful trails, the ones that weren't going, between village and village, just purely for the pure joy of walking up here.
What might be considered as bad weather by most does have its benefits. Bradley takes advantage of the fog to hide a small geocache treasure. The geographic coordinates of hidden geocaches like this one are published online. Later, hikers can search for them with the help of a GPS receiver. The treasure is usually a small knick-knack, wrapped watertight. The form of treasure hunt, known as geocaching, is popular among hikers. At Deia, the hiking path reaches the artist's village of Mallorca. Deja was the first village of the island to attract bohemians, intellectuals and artists from all over Europe. In the cemetery next to the old fortified church, Bradley and Miguel get an impression of those who once lived in Deja.
They first became famous when Robert Graves, a British scholar, classicist and poet, he moved here in the 1940s. And I think since then a lot of people have been drawn to the area because of that. A lot of painters came here because of the light. The location is fantastic. You've got these great cliffs behind and the blue sea in that side. So I think as more and more famous people came, more famous people wanted to be here. It generated its own kudos in that way. But everyone's been here from, Ava Gardner, Alec Guinness, Peter Ustinov, Anais Nin. Everyone's come here at some point to visit. Beautiful place.
Deja, like most settlements on the Serra de Tramontana, lies protected somewhat inland. But inland or not, all coastal villages have a small harbour. A detour to the harbours is usually quick and easy from the dry stone route. When the weather's good, a hiker can have a swim.
So Miguel's been telling me that there's an alternative path along the cliffs and the coastline, but he's saying in this kind of weather, with this kind of wind, it's not really advisable. So we're going to head up into the mountains just a little bit higher and then follow the hillside along.
From Deja, Miguel and Bradley once again continue their way on a restored segment of the dry stone route, the Gran Recorrido 221.
Why is this called the Sierra de Tramontana?
Yeah, it's Serra means mountain range, and Tramontana is just the name for the wind from the north. So that the mountain range stops the winds that came from north and cold.
Is that why it's raining right now?
Yeah, it's the first line for raining in Mallorca when it came from north.
And then this is the barrier, and then on the other side where all the resorts are, they're sitting in the sunshine, are they?
Usually, or it's lighter, the rain there. Right. Here is the hardest.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, thank you. Good for us.
We're on the north now, but...
Okay, well, it's going to get better. It looks good.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, let's keep going, yeah?
Yeah.
Hola. English?
English, yeah. Right so.
Oh, my fellow countrymen. Enjoying the English weather?
It reminds us of home. Yes, we just had English tea as well, actually.
Oh, well, you might as well have just stayed at home.
Yeah.
Well, you have a good trip?
Yeah, bon voyage. Bon voyage. You'll enjoy it.
Have a good rest of the walk. Okay. Good weather for you. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
At the end of almost every stage of the hike, there's a refugi, a simple hostel. Reservations can be made over the internet. At Refugi La Moletta, a former telegraph station, up to 30 visitors share a single dorm. Pal Moya Rossello is in charge of preparing dinner.
The guests are usually very appreciative. Sure, there are always a few guests who are a bit more difficult, but they're usually helpful, clear the table themselves. The people who are used to it know how hostels work, that usually only one or two people take care of everything, and that you also have to help out a little.
The hikers eat together and share experiences, including tips about the route. The food and bunk beds at the refugies are very reasonably priced. next morning. For the past 100 years, the centre of Soyer has been linked to the port by streetcar. Soyer, with a population of 15,000, is the only sizable town on the hiking trail. Bradley wants to spend a day here. Miguel has friends in Soyer. Tonight, they all plan to cook dinner together. In the courtyard of an old school, Bradley has arranged to meet someone. Ina Mora is essentially the unofficial town historian of Soyer. She's also active in maintaining the traditions of her hometown. Twice a week, she teaches traditional folk dances, such as the yotas, boleros, and fandangos. Ina's offered to show Bradley Soyer and its surroundings. She also fills Bradley in about the special connection the town has with France.
To sell the oranges and lemons from Soyer.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Mm.
Yeah, lovely. So does your family also have a French leg?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah? So you had relatives that were there?
Yeah, my granny was born in France.
Really?
And they have had a restaurant in Nantes.
Oh, lovely.
I have a picture.
This is her?
Yeah, that's my granny. The people left Soyer because they were trading with oranges and lemons in France. So they went away, but they have had their own business there. They started it on the coast from Marseille and Sète, and then they went up to Lyon, Belfort, to Paris, and then also changing the countries, Belgium, Switzerland, Germany.
So they were good businessmen. They made a lot of money, and then afterwards they came back and resettled here.
And those who returned also shaped the architecture of Soyer.
Yeah, that's the style that they brought from France.
Right.
They thought different things, and they brought the Art Nouveau here to Soyer, and you can see it on the balconies and the details that they are on the facade.
So they brought back the money to build the buildings, but also the style to create them like this.
Yeah, all that they have seen in France and the whole Europe, they brought it back here.
So you can see the history of the people and the town written in the architecture of the buildings.
Yes, that's true.
Nice. That's good. Okay, shall we go?
Yeah.
Soyer lies sheltered from the wind in a valley, a single large garden. The lower areas are full of the citrus trees that are so closely tied to the history of Soyer, roughly 120,000 of them. Oranges grow here all year round, and just like in days of old, they're exported to mainland Europe. Above the orange plantations are the olive groves, the pride of the inhabitants of Soyer. Owning an olive tree is seen as a status symbol here. Some of them are hundreds of years old.
They're all individual little family plots, are they?
Yeah, all for the families coming here and harvesting them.
You used to do that when you were a child? Did you have one?
Yeah, to earn a little bit money for the children, pocket money, was to harvest the olives. And we had small baskets, smaller than the adults. But we used to put stones on the bottom, so it was quicker to fill them.
Okay.
They discovered us.
And you're in trouble.
The families here take good care of their olive trees, as well as the terraces on which they grow.
I've seen the dry stone walls being built, and I've seen the terraces being used for vineyards, and here they're actually used for the olive groves. The terraces are the perfect solution here. You have lots of stones, lots of hillsides, not much flat land, so they're perfect for gaining extra growing land and also to stop the erosion. So they're really a very clever solution to the problem, and have been here for centuries, and they're beautiful as well.
After it's rained is a good time to gather snails. Olive groves often also include a small summer house, a favourite place to spend the weekend. Miguel is already busy preparing tonight's dinner. The snails have to be thoroughly washed. The cooking is done together. Aina serves the snail stew, a typical dish of Soyer. After dinner, Aina and Miguel say goodbye to Bradley. Miguel has to go back to his office. The following day, Bradley will be hiking on his own. The next morning, Bradley walks up the Binyaraish Gorge. Here, the dry stone route follows an old pilgrim's path. It climbs 800 meters in 3.5 kilometers. It requires some time and effort. Fresh tomato, olive oil from Soyer, ham, pa am oli, breakfast, Mallorcan style.
This is one of the major old thoroughfares that walkers used to do between Soyer and Yuc, so it's also used as a pilgrim path. You can tell from the terraces and the olive groves here that people used to practice their agriculture right up here to the base of these limestone cliffs. These days, I think it's a bit too much hard work to come and harvest and grow your olives up here. So it's mostly used as a recreational path. It's part of the 221, one of the most popular and picturesque sections.
The Balearic Islands have been inhabited since the 3rd millennium BC. The ancient inhabitants hunted with slings.
Prova. Con este.
They made their slings from woven sisal and found their projectiles on the beach. A perfect stone should weigh about 250 grams.
Cuidado, cuidado, toros.
Long ago, the islanders used slings to defend themselves against Roman invasions. And later, the Balearic slingers served in the armies of Carthage.
Yeah, I've learned that the Balearic Islands actually get their name from the Greek word to throw. So this sport's been going on for at least a couple of thousand years. It's surprisingly easy when you're about 4 feet from the target, which is what I am. But when you get back as far as 50 meters, it's surprisingly difficult. These guys are throwing this stone at 200 kilometers an hour with a record of between 100 and 200 meters away. So these guys know exactly what they're doing.
The Binjereich Gorge ends at the roof of the Serra de Tramontana. The mountain peaks soar up to 1,450 meters above sea level. From here, the dry stone route descends gradually to the reservoir of Coubert. Here in this high valley, once a week, Nofra Bisbal comes to look after his beehives. They stay out here in the open all year round. The great thing about hiking is meeting people en route, and it's easy to get into a conversation. Nofra invites Bradley to have a closer look at the bees. The bees of the Serra de Tramontana are robust, but they're also particularly aggressive.
The honey is very aromatic. We've won the prize for the best honey on the Balearic Islands a couple of times.
Oh, I think we've disturbed them enough for one day. Let them sleep.
Van a dormir, sí, sí, ara van a dormir. Podem treure, podem ficar dit dins la mel i prou, És mel, això? Claro, gràcies.
Bradley, of course, has some English tea with him. And Nofra can contribute the honey to the picnic, the first one of the year.
La primera miel de este año. Si tienes que adivinar un poco el sabor.
Wow.
Tell me what it tastes like, and eat everything.
Todo.
Please, take some more.
Otra vez.
That's so good.
Qué bueno.
That's so good. Yeah, it's going to help me caminando,
Sí,
Help me with the walk, definitely.
Agotado, vamos.
I think when you do a longer hike, for several days, you get a whole range of different environments. We've passed through villages, I've seen the coast. It's nice to come up here. It feels like it's like the spine of the mountains, and you're just crossing it. And it's always on a hike, there's a pivotal moment where you feel like you're halfway there, you've still got halfway to go, and it's a nice place to just pause and reflect and check where you're going and soak it all in, and then head off again. This little pass here is right in the heart of the Tramontana Mountains. We've got the biggest peak up there, which is a military installation, so I'm not allowed to go there. And you have the Refugi Tossels Verde, which is where I'm headed tonight. That's on the other side of this mountain. There's 3 different routes to get there. I can go down this steep valley, I can go around the hillside with the views of the lake, or I can go down this side more directly and then steeply up, and that's what I'm going to do.
At Tosselsved, a remote hikers hostel on the Ruta del Pedra en Sec, Bradley has a rendezvous. Princess Astrid of Stolberg-Wernigerode has lived on Mallorca for 25 years. Her title is of little importance to her. Her passion lies in the landscape of the island.
Okay, let's go.
Because they are hiking a lot, the mountains.
Astrid wants to show Bradley two of her favourite hikes. The dry stone route offers numerous alternative routes or detours. Some of these trails lead you deep into the history and culture of the island. The roots of the Castel d'Alaró go back to the time of the Romans. In the 10th century, when the Saracens invaded Mallorca, the castle gained strategic importance.
Astrid dragged me up to the top of this cliff to see the defences here. Everyone from the Romans to the Carthaginians to the North Africans to the Ottomans, everyone's taken the islands here, so they needed a really good defensive system. And this was the heart of the whole island's series of watchtowers and defences, walls. It's really a strong place.
People come to Mallorca to hike because I think we have everything. We have the mountains and the ocean. When you hike 1,100 or 1,400 meters up into the mountains, you still always have the ocean on the horizon.
I guess a lot of the new trails, especially through Europe, they're specifically designed to be enjoyable and hiker-friendly. They incorporate side detours, local wineries, castles, good restaurants. So it's a much more enjoyable, much more pleasant way of hiking. So if you have a week or 2 week long holiday, you can really get a nice overview of a place, lots of different types of activities, good food, a nice hotel at the end of the day.
A descent of 600 metres in 6 kilometres, a demanding trail for the best of hikers. Astrid's taking Bradley through the Torrent de Parés. A torrent, a fast-flowing stream, cut the gorge into the rock.
It's not for everyone. You have to be sure-footed, and in some places you need a head for heights. It takes over 5 hours and is relatively challenging. The trails existed since the 1920s. The first tourists, including hikers, came to the island in the 20s and also already did the torrent. Actually, only 2 or 3 years ago, the first trails were marked. That's relatively new. But there's an endless amount of hiking trails that are not in the books. There's a lot to discover here.
There's just a little bit of water left over in these pools at the moment, but when it rains, the water comes flooding through here and it's eroded these great gorges, carved out this stream. It's taken about 6 million years to build this one.
It's good weather at the moment, but if it starts raining, we have to get out of here pretty quick. Bit of sky.
Yeah.
The steep faces of rock tower high above.
Finding the GPS, it's such a narrow canyon that you can't
Can you
see.
find?
Okay, yeah, we got it. Apparently, according to the GPS, we're right here.
Okay,
So that's
good to know.
It's very helpful. And we have to go this way.
Yes, okay.
Okay, good.
Let's go.
That's where we were going anyway, wasn't it?
Okay.
Okay, good.
Like most hikers, Astrid and Bradley go down the gorge. It ends at one of the most beautiful beaches on the island. Unfortunately, in April, the sea is still too cold to bathe in. The coast close to the Torrent de París. The next morning, Bradley is now in the heart of one of the most remote landscapes of Mallorca. It's a good place to watch vultures. With a wingspan of up to 3 meters, the monk vulture, also known as the Eurasian black vulture, is the second largest bird of prey of Europe. Wherever it nests, Juan José Sanchez works.
That's a heavy sheet.
Yeah, heavy, eh? But it's good food.
So why do you put it here? Is there something special
Yes.
about this place?
Yeah, this is the more important area for breeding and feeding the vultures. For them, naturally. They don't need really the food that we put them because there are a lot of resources in the mountain. But we try to help them during weekends, for example, where there are more people in the mountain walking or doing excursions, and they need quiet places to eat. Yes, and for this reason we put some sheep. Also, the sheep helping us to observe them and to monitor them.
In 1970, there was only one pair left on the island. That was when Juan José and some of his friends founded an organization for the protection of the vultures.
No.
That's beautiful. They're slow eaters. They're quite
And it was a success. These days, 140 pairs circle the skies above the Serra de Tramontana. For the last stage of the dry stone route, Bradley is once again being joined by Miguel Salva. Miguel is already at the meeting place, a landmark at the northern end of the dry stone route, an ice house.
good. Yeah, some nice high mountains, beautiful lakes. Yeah. I saw some great vultures, a whole bunch of vultures. Good choice of meeting place. It's hard to miss this.
They collected the snow all around here.
Yeah.
So they made levels with snow and some vegetation and salt till the top.
Yeah.
And they keep it here that the snow converts to ice. And after April, May, they take it out the ice and transport to the village, to the city.
So what did they use the ice for?
The main uses were medicinal use to cool the drinks, because there was no freeze.
For ice cream on the beach, I guess.
Yeah, they even made some kind of ice cream, not as we know today, but
not for the tourists.
No, not really.
The final descent. The dry stone route leads through an oak forest and to the Santuari de Lluc, the most important place of pilgrimage on Mallorca. In Lluc, the patron saint of the island is revered. Both pilgrims and hikers alike can spend the night here comfortably, and this is what Bradley and Miguel intend to do. One of the wings of the extensive building serves as a boarding school. There are only 40 pupils here, all between the ages of 7 and 14. Joanna Maria's normal school day includes maths, history, and during the main break of the day, a ball game. Nevertheless, the school in the holy sanctum of Lluc is no ordinary school.
If you like to play an instrument or sing, you can do it here. You get private lessons. If you're not interested in music and singing, you're at the wrong place here in Lluc.
After the break, a daily ritual awaits the pupils. Dressed in blue and white cassocks, the Blauets enter the pilgrimage church. According to legend, in 1229, a young shepherd named Lluc found a black statue of the Virgin Mary here. The Black Madonna is still revered today as a patron saint of the island. In her honor, the choir, the Blauets, sing the Salve as a greeting to the Mother of God, as they've done every day without interruption since 1531. From Lluc, it's an easy descent. Finally, the route's destination, Pollença, a small town in the extreme north of Mallorca. The dry stone route officially ends here, at the market square of Pollença.
Salud.
Gracias. Well, thank you for coming with me. I appreciate you taking the time to get out of the office.
Thanks to you to take me out of the office.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So is this where it ends? Is this the end of the... We can't go any further?
Yeah, it's where it ends, but if you want, you can go also till the lighthouse of Formentor.
Okay, and that's on a spit. You go out all the way to the lighthouse and that's as far as you can go?
Yeah, it's the farthest point. Sea on both sides all the time. It's nice.
Yeah, well, it would be nice to finish in the sea. I haven't gone in the sea yet.
Yeah.
It's got to be done in Mallorca.
Bradley Mayhew is going to hike the most famous pilgrimage route of Scandinavia. There are several routes known collectively as the St. Olav Ways. One of them begins in a small town on the Norddalsfjord.
Well, Olav was an early Norwegian king, dated from about 10 centuries ago. He started off as a Viking sailor, a Viking marauder, went all the way to England, pulled down London Bridge, I've been told, thank you very much, and then converted to Christianity in Normandy, in Rouen. Essentially was famous for uniting Norway and bringing Christianity to Norway. After his death, lots of miracles grew up, so he was canonized and then became pretty much the patron saint of Norway and the biggest saint in the whole of Scandinavia.
Many adventurous tales are told about Olav II Haraldsson, and not all are of a religious nature.
This one place up here was where Olav battled a giant serpent and threw him up against the wall. Well, in Valldal, this village here, Olav was trapped by two different armies that came up the fjord. He had nowhere to go, so he and 500 men burned all 4 of his longboats, hid here for a few days, and then went straight up into the mountains and then headed up to Trondheim.
Bradley's going to spend the next 3 weeks hiking St. Olav's Ways. His destination, the city of Trondheim, where King Olav lies buried. Soon after Olav's canonization, Nidaros, as Trondheim was called at the time, became a place of pilgrimage. During the Middle Ages, St. Olav's Ways to Nidaros was almost as equally important as St. James's Way to Santiago de Compostela. There are several different pilgrims' paths leading to Trondheim. They all follow routes taken by Olav himself, or routes that are associated with his feats and deeds.
So when Olav left Valldal, he came past this exact spot, it said, and drank from this spring. So pilgrims still come here to this day to fill up with some good clean water and get a blessing while they're here. After Olav was killed in battle, that's when the real miracles started happening. A spring like this shooted up from where he was actually killed in battle. They say that his hair and his fingernails kept growing after he died. All these stories and miracles gave the sanctity to him.
From the fjords, there are also direct paths to Trondheim that cross the sparsely populated Norwegian mountains. But Bradley wants to take the most important of the St. Olav Ways, a route that was recognized as a European cultural route in 2010. The main pilgrimage route of the St. Olav's Ways, Gudbrandsdalen Path, begins in Oslo and goes through Lillehammer, which is where Bradley wants to join it. From Lillehammer, the path follows the Gudbrandsdalen, Norway's longest valley, all the way to the Dovrefjell Mountains. St. Olav's Ways end at Nidaros Cathedral in Trondheim. From the Olympic city of Lillehammer, the first couple of days go through the Gudbrandsdalen, which has been the main transport corridor between southern and northern Norway since time immemorial. On St. Olav's Ways, you rarely meet someone coming from the opposite direction. Pilgrimage routes are like one-way streets, and in Norway, they all lead to Trondheim.
Okay, on Pilgrim's Path, yeah? Yeah.
During the Reformation, pilgrimages on St. Olav's ways were forbidden. For 400 years, it was a punishable offence. Nowadays, young Norwegians like Ellen Gilbert and Bjorn Ivar Voll are rediscovering the route.
So why are you doing this hike? Is it just for a long distance hike, or are you doing it for a pilgrimage yourself?
It's a walk in history, because all the way through Gudbrandsdalen you walk on the old King's Road, the main road in the old days between Oslo and Trondheim. Many pilgrims have walked this same road as you walk on now for many years.
I like the different layers you get, when you're walking on a pilgrimage. Pilgrims see the land differently. There's a sacred meaning, a sacred significance.
And you meet people in a different way, people that you would maybe not normally speak to, and they wouldn't speak to you. Norwegians don't usually approach each other in this way, but when they see you're walking and you're a pilgrim, then they take time and they tell you about their lives or the local history and these things. So.
At one time, there were more than 1,000 stave churches in Norway. Only 30 still stand today, and their preservation is expensive. A landmark on the trail is the Ringebu Stave Church. The church, made entirely of wood, was built around 1200. The structure is supported by the vertical load-bearing posts called staffra in Old Norwegian, which are connected by rounded arches and X-shaped crosses. The Ringebu Stave Church is one of the most magnificent in all of Norway. Unfortunately, our trio visit whilst it's covered in scaffolding. But at least Bradley and Bjorn Ivar are able to take a close look at the restoration work. The man in charge is David Sedlacek from the Czech Republic.
So this is the original?
Yeah, this is the original. You can find tiles from different periods. It's like some of them are 200 years old, some of them are just 40 years old.
Over the centuries, most of the stave churches have fallen victim to fire or decay. The few that still remain need regular restoration.
It takes a lot of training, does it?
Of course, it is impossible to learn this kind of job at school. So you have to go and try, and it takes a couple of years to find out the routine. It's more work in Norway with the restorations as the workers they need.
From the Stave Church, it's about a 3-hour walk to Dala Gudbrandsgard. The place is named after a Viking chieftain who once ruled the Gudbrandsdalen like a king.
Almost 1,000 years ago, right on this spot, King Olav came down here and met the Viking king Gudbrand. The valley is now called Gudbrand, and tried to persuade him of the merits of Christianity. He tried to persuade him that the rising sun was due to his god and not the Viking god. I think the Viking king had seen the sunrise before, so he wasn't convinced. But then one of Olav's men smashed the statue of Thor into 1,000 pieces. And I think the might of that convinced him a lot more. And at that point, it was the Viking king converted to Christianity, another of St. Olav's miraculous deeds.
One of the buildings has been converted into a pilgrim centre. People can spend the night here, but Ellen, Bjornivar and Bradley want to continue on for another couple of kilometres. Later that afternoon, the three hikers reached the historic farm, Sigard Gritting. The farm has been family-owned and run for over 700 years. It's also served as a lodging house for travellers. Now, 16 generations later, it's run by Stig Gritting.
Want to sleep here?
Please. We are tired and thirsty and hungry pilgrims.
And hungry also.
Yes. So hopefully we have a place
try to help you.
Thank you very much. Lovely.
Yes, old beds.
Yes, so these are the beds.
But in the Middle Ages it was 12 people could sleep in the room. Now it's 4.
They were very short, were they?
Yeah.
Pilgrims. How old is this building?
That's from 1302. And now this is the oldest left.
So how long would they have walked every day, normally, the pilgrims?
A full day was 34 kilometers.
Okay, we didn't walk that far, but we still want a full portion of stew, if that's all right, because we're really hungry.
Bradley takes advantage of the time needed to fix the meal to look around the historic property and take a few pictures for his blog.
So, how many pilgrims come here?
The numbers are increasing steadily. We have other guests as well, but last year there were at least 100 pilgrims. For many, it's inconvenient to stay here due to distances. If they stop at Hundorp, they don't stop here.
Stig's wife Hilda is in charge of the dinner. She's cooking a special stew.
It really tastes good.
The recipe for this pilgrim soup dates back to the Middle Ages. It's made with vegetables and dried meat and then simmers for several hours.
Left is fresh. Oops, sorry. I promised you a full meal.
Yeah, you did. You're very good on your word.
I don't think I want to know how many calories are in the soup.
Doesn't matter. You walk 26 kilometers, you can eat whatever you want.
Yeah.
The next morning, just like on St. James's Way, the stages completed on St. Olav's Ways can be documented in a so-called pilgrim's passport.
Wish you a nice tour to Trondheim.
Thank you very much. Hope the weather stays for me, yeah?
High above the valley floor, the next leg of the hike leads mostly through forests. In the 1990s, it was decided that the path should be properly marked. The symbol used is the Red Cross of Olav, in combination with the Norwegian cultural heritage symbol.
So where are you headed? You're headed on the main path now, are you? The Olav's path?
Yeah, I think we're just continuing to one of the next pilgrim shelters.
I think I'm going to do a little detour up one of the side valleys. There's a nice church I've heard of. It's not too far off the trail. I haven't had enough churches yet.
Yeah.
So I think one more. I still have some sin to get rid of, so one more church should help.
Yes.
But I might catch you up. I mean, who knows?
So here in the Gudbrandsdal Valley, the St. Olav path passes through Peer Gynt country. This is where the historical character Peer Gynt lived and farmed. And later, Henrik Ibsen created his famous play, and Edvard Grieg created his even more famous music. This is the heartland of that story.
The drama is about Peer Gynt, a farmer's son who lies his way into a fortune and, in the end, loses it all. Every summer since 1928, the local inhabitants of the Gudbrandsdalen stage a production of the play for a few weeks. Marita Onekret dedicates her annual holiday to Peer Gynt. She has a small part in the play and has invited Bradley to the first rehearsal. Almost everyone here is an amateur actor. Only the director and the lead actors are professionals. They'll all rehearse together for the next 4 weeks.
My Norwegian's a little bit rusty, so I'm only getting about 50% of the plot. I think we just saw like the first scene of the first act.
Peer Gynt, he is going to take the bride. So he really takes her from the behind, and he go up in the mountain with her. And the groom, he's just left with nothing. He's a rebel, and maybe sometimes we need that. So it's inspiring in different ways. He needs to go out, and he wants to be something big, really big. He wants to be king.
Peer Gynt, however, returns to the Gudbrandsdalen a poor and broken man.
The same actuality as for 100 years ago, because it's about us. And we haven't changed that much. It's about choices we make. Did I do the right choice? Should I go another direction? It's like you when you're walking. Should I go this way or this way?
For the most part, St. Olav's ways go through untouched nature, but some parts also follow rural roads, particularly in Gudbrandsdalen, the valley of the Lagan River.
This is the longest valley in Norway, so it's always been an important trade communications route. Government ministers and kings would follow this valley as they headed up to Trondheim. And the old trade routes eventually became cart roads, modern roads, highways. So unfortunately, sometimes I have to travel the tarmac roads, but it's all part of the same paths. It's like just walking in historical tracks, so it's okay for a while.
A detour off the main route leads up a side valley to the small town of Lom. Bradley wants to take a look at the stave church of Lom, which is connected to St. Olav's visit here. King Olav united Norway as a Christian empire. To do so, he used aptitude, skill, and also violence if needed. He sent missionaries into the countryside and wrote laws. But he also destroyed the sacred sites of the Vikings and fought opponents of Christianity with the sword.
Well, Lom's important because it's at the crossroads of several trade routes and pilgrimage routes also. A lot of the traders and pilgrims coming in from the western fjords would have met here and then carried on into the central valleys of Norway. Olav himself passed through in 1021. He gave the villagers an ultimatum. He said, you can convert to Christianity or I'll burn your village down. They wisely chose to convert, and they, about 150 years later, they built this beautiful stave church here. A lot of the churches here in Norway were built on original Viking sites, Norse worshipping sites. And you can still see on the outside of the building, there's some protective dragons which pretty much definitely date back from Viking times. So there's this whole connection of faiths going back into time, which is nice. Sacred sites are always sacred sites, I think.
Norway is sparsely populated, and its landscape is dramatic. More and more tourists are beginning to come here to experience the nature of the mountains and the many wild rivers of the countryside. Bradley's lucky. Charlie Moroza has one last space free on the raft.
Back pedal. Stop, stop, stop. Hey, remember, back pedal, you put your paddle there, yeah? Lean forward.
Where are you from, Charlie?
I'm from Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe?
Yes.
How did you end up in Norway?
Through some
That's a
friends.
long way.
Yeah, long way. But rafting is a very small industry. Eh?
Right.
Everybody knows everyone.
The whitewater ride takes Bradley back to the Gudbrandsdalen.
Charlie, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate the lift.
Thanks very much
Saved
for
me a lot of miles walking.
Yeah, thank you for strong pedaling.
Thanks.
Hope to see you again soon.
Back on the main pilgrimage route. Engelshus is listed in the guidebooks on St. Olav's Ways.
Hello.
Pilgrims can spend the night at Hildrun Grandset's farm. Or just stock up on supplies.
What are these pieces?
It's something gromel.
It's made of unpeeled potatoes with salt.
Okay, so bits of potato and what else? Barley?
Det poteter med skall.
Barley flour.
Og så det salt.
Unprocessed whole wheat flour.
Kveitmjøl. Og
and a little water. That's all.
Det salt.
Simple.
In Norway, flatbread has been a staple food since the days of the Vikings. It's often eaten along with sour cream.
Varsågod.
Thank you. Good. It's warm. Nice. Crunchy. Good. From what I understand, the flatbread is essentially made of potatoes and barley with a little bit of salt and water. I think that's because they just don't have wheat here. It's such a short growing season, such long winters. I think bread is a loose term for what we have, but it's certainly very tasty. It's a bit like a crispy waffle. I was told that it's good travelling food by a friend, so I'm going to try that out, but I have a feeling I'm just going to have a bag of crumbs at the end of a couple of weeks. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I will pack this very carefully.
Yeah.
Thanks for the flatbread. It will keep me alive in the mountains.
Yeah.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Good trip.
Thank you.
The full network of the St. Olav's Ways is more than 5,000 kilometres long. It includes paths that lead from Denmark and Sweden to Trondheim. Each year, around 10,000 pilgrims walk the routes.
There's all kinds of hikers walking the Olav path. Some people are carrying everything on their back, camping in the woods, and other people have their bags transported for them. They just carry a day pack, go to a nice hotel, hot shower at the end of the day. So there's all kinds of different comfort levels you can do if you want to tackle the trail.
A long day of hiking draws to a close. During the Norwegian summer, the sun doesn't set until midnight. It's actually dark for only a very short time.
I slept really well, thank you. Like one of the logs in your house.
Bradley has spent the night at Budsjord, a former episcopal residence. A few years ago, the architect Erik Langdalen took it over. Erik is currently restoring the 600-year-old estate. It's important to him that the work is done using traditional methods and materials, including wood, moss for insulation, and completely without nails.
If you see on this technique, it's a very smooth, nice type of logging that can date from the 17th century. So it's a sign of sort of that technique, and you find that technique on this building as well.
So these are the original beams, are they?
Yes, it's a puzzle, because when he takes it apart, he will know and he will learn how to where they're from, if they're moved.
So why are you going to so much effort restoring and rebuilding these old buildings?
They have so much life in them and history, and they're actually worth preserving just because of the solidity of them and the handicrafts. So if you maintain them, they can stand for another 500 years.
It fits quite nicely, doesn't it, having these ancient buildings housing pilgrims who are walking a medieval hiking trail. It fits together nicely, I think.
It's really the combination of these things that makes this place alive. Cultural heritage is not enough, because you need life, you need people to use them.
Otherwise it's just empty buildings. Right?
Yes.
The great thing about hiking the St. Olav's Path is there's really nice, comfortable, interesting accommodation all the way along the route, and you get a sense that you're really living in a place that's really connected with the path and connected to the trail.
After Budsjord, the path leaves the Gudbrandsdalen and rises steeply into the Dovrefjell Mountains. According to legend, King Olav repelled a snowstorm sent against him by a giant. He then turned the giant into stone. It'll take Bradley 3 days to cross the mountain plains. This is the most difficult part of the entire trail. Here, it can snow at any time of the year.
Well, it's always a pivotal moment when you reach halfway through a trek, and also when you reach the highest point on a trail. This is where you only come in good weather. You don't want to be up here in a storm, that's for sure. It's only about 1,200 metres, but it feels much higher than that because we're above the tree line. It feels a bit like Scotland mixed with Tibet up here to me. I like it. I'm looking forward to the next few days.
On the Dovrefjell, the main path joins with the old King's Way. Since 1299, the kings of Norway have resided in Oslo. For centuries, however, they were crowned in Trondheim, so even royalty was forced to take the strenuous path across the fjell. Bradley has reached Fogstugu, the highest lying farm in Norway. Pilgrims usually take a break here. Fock means snow and stegu, hut. Places like this were set up in the Dovre Fjell in the 12th century so as to provide shelter for travellers. A former sheep barn now serves as a chapel.
But you have the rather odd situation where you have mostly Catholic pilgrims on a Catholic pilgrimage walking through a Protestant country. So there's only a few limited places, a few limited churches still on the site where religious pilgrims can stop and reflect. This is one of them. It's one of the few places that the spiritual pilgrims can really find a connection with the pilgrims that were passing through a few hundred years ago.
Pastors come from all over Norway to spend a few weeks at Fogstegu. The services held are open to pilgrims of all religious denominations. The next morning, in the lower lying areas of the mountain plateau, the path leads through some thickets of scraggy birch. In the summer, you can often find Wanderlust here.
What are you doing? What are you picking?
I'm picking wool from the musk oxes.
Oh, it grows on trees, is that?
No, not actually. They lose their wool once a year. I must pick it up before it is come much rain.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is not every year I can collect wool from in good quality.
Right, so it's a very limited supply that you can find, I suppose.
Yes.
And you have certain trees, certain places where you know that you can...
Yes, I do some
where they
research.
leave the wool.
Yes. I find out what they like to eat, and then I go there.
Yeah. It's easier than trying to get it off a live animal.
Yes. Yes.
The wool of the musk ox is the warmest and most expensive natural fibre in the world. Wenche spins the wool she finds into yarn, which she uses to knit clothing for the long Norwegian winter.
Sarveull veldig mye forskjellig det også.
There are many kinds of wool, but musk ox wool has the finest fibre of them all, finer than cashmere or silk. Only artificial silk has a thinner fibre than kiviot, as we call the wool of the musk ox.
Outside of Greenland, the Dovre Fjell mountain range is the only place in Europe where there are any wild musk oxen left. Despite their name, the animals are actually more closely related to sheep and goats than to oxen. Bradley has joined up with Espen Rusden, who works for the Dovre Fjell National Park. The Ovibos moschatos gets its name from the strong, sweet odour that the male musk oxen emit during the mating season.
So the male that we see over there now, it's an adult male. We can see it from the big horns in the skull. Yeah. So that's typical for the male. A female would have had much smaller horns.
A little bit similar to yak in Tibet and bison in Yellowstone.
They are.
Similar kind of environments. And
yes, it is. So it's a kind of Arctic environment, and they are very well adapted to that.
The only way to see the heart of the national park is by bus. This restricted access was established above all for the protection of one animal.
In this region, we have the last remaining of the wild mountain reindeer in Europe. Those reindeers lived south of the ice cap during the last ice age and was probably one of the main food resources for the first Europeans, the Stone Age people of Europe.
There are barely 4,000 wild reindeer now living in the seclusion of the Dovrefjell Mountains.
So if the reindeer are really this shy, what should I do if I see some?
They can spot you or even feel the scent of you of even more than 500 meters. And then they would run for maybe as much as 3 kilometers. And then they would lose energy and they will lose important time which they normally have to use for feeding. If you are so lucky that you actually see a herd of reindeers, you should not try to approach them. And now during summertime, when the temperature is getting rather high, they depend on these snow patches that you see all over the area. There are some small flies, which can be a really bad thing for the reindeer and disturb them a lot. So when they get to these snow patches, there's normally a lot of wind, so the parasites will blow away. And the reindeer would get calm down and lower their temperature as well.
It's air conditioning.
It's air conditioning, yeah.
Further down the mountain plateau, Terje Dalen is preparing for some daily training.
So each dog has its own? Each dog have his own harness. As you see here, there's blue tags for males.
Yep.
And red tags for females.
Okay.
Now you know that. And when we're putting up a team, we start from behind. So we take the two last dogs we put in, it's your lead dogs.
You always have the same dogs in the same order?
Not really. I used to change that.
Okay.
All from day to day. Yeah. Hold on to the collar.
Yep.
And then you have to fix this on the dog.
Yep.
From behind, put it over her head. There should be 2 straps on each side of the head here.
I've been told that the dogs are heading roughly in the direction of the St. Olav Pass on this trip, so I'm going to try and hitch a ride. I have a feeling they're going to go wherever they want to go. But it's certainly going to be a different way to get there. Oh, right, hold on.
In the winter, Terje drives his huskies at international dog sled races. In the summer, he keeps them in shape with regular training.
Surprisingly easy to control. It's essentially just an engine, which is the dog's, a brakes and a steering wheel.
"50 kilometers of the pilgrimage path crosses the Dovrefjell Plateau. Many rare and endemic plants grow here, but the appearance of the glacier-formed landscape is dominated above all by lichen. Lichen is a composite organism, the result of fungus and algae joining forces. There are over 12,000 species worldwide.
Hi. Hey, how are you? I'm good.
The
How are you?
Vilhjálmur
doing?
Axelsson
What are
is
you
gathering a kind of lichen that is commonly known as Iceland moss.
And what do you do with it?
We're gonna cook it. We have it on one of our local dishes down in the restaurant.
Is this the same kind of lichen that the reindeer eat?
Yeah, they eat this one, and then we have a couple of other types in the mountain. Quite sketchy to say, but when you clean it up and then you cook it, then it's fine.
What does it taste like?
It's a little bit like an earthy toned, bit of grassy feeling to it.
Right. Well, it's definitely locally sourced.
Yeah, yeah. But we only serve like a really small portion on each plate, so
right.
So we can get the nature into the plates and what do we have in our surroundings?
Kongsvold lies where the Dovrefjell Mountains open into the valley of the river Driva. The inn is over 300 years old and includes beds for pilgrims. Nowadays, it's also a luxury hotel offering first-class cuisine. And here, Viljalmor cooks with the foodstuff usually eaten by reindeer.
You could say that Viking is a low-calorie, high-fiber diet, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. The ones we are picking are quite dry, and it's on top. The restaurants together today, then a lot of them are taking the old traditions and bringing them back to life.
The lichen is cooked in boiling water for 10 seconds and then rinsed in iced water.
Well, the lichen is very much a forgotten food in some ways. I think in the olden days it was really only used during times of famine when there was nothing else to eat. This was like a last resort. But it's quite a useful little plant. Well, it's not really a plant, but it's a useful little substance. You can get dyes out of it. You can get litmus out of it to test the acidity and alkalinity of materials. Nice that it's just growing out in the wild.
Fried crispy, it's a perfect garnish for a fillet of ox on celery puree.
Well, I finished my hike over the high plateau of the Dovrefjell. The weather was pretty good up there, so it doesn't worry me too much that I've got some rain on the lower areas. If I'm going to get some rain, I'd rather have it down here.
The next leg of the hike takes Bradley through Drivdalen, the valley of the Driva River. Up until the mid-19th century, this valley was impassable whenever the winter snow thawed.
Apparently, in the olden days, the path used to go down and follow the valley, but it had to cross the river 9 or 10 times, and every springtime it got flooded and it was impossible to cross. So the king ordered this path. The Vorstigen means spring path. So unfortunately, although the road stays down low in the valley, I have to climb up a little bit and then drop down the other side. But hopefully the views should be nice.
For the final stages, the path goes mainly through river valleys. For 4 days, it follows the Okla River. The Okla is one of Norway's many rivers in which salmon come to spawn during the summer months. Another pilgrim hostel, Ingrid Meslow's farm, is located alongside the river.
Thank you.
Here, Bradley once again meets up with Bjorn Ivar and Ellen.
No, it's good. We had a little bit of rain.
I was wondering if I would catch up with you because I went on my little side trip, so I was...
Walking for a bit?
Walking, huh? Yeah. So it's nice to see old friends on the trail.
The three decide to go the rest of the way to Trondheim together. A long day's walk on the St. Olav's Ways goes through lonely forests and moorlands.
flatbread.
Oh, really?
Yes, handmade.
That's great.
These are the biggest pieces I have left.
Thank you.
The rest of it looks like this. It's the worst trekking food ever invented, but it tastes great.
The pilgrimage is slowly coming to an end for the trio.
It's not just physical beauty, physical landscape. There's sacred spots, there's churches, there's events that happened in history. So you're kind of accompanying past legends, past history.
You can also see a lot of the names in different places are connected to St. Olav and that part of Norwegian history.
All the way from Oslo to Trondheim, local places. They have St. Olav Springs and St. Olav churches and all that. And before I started to do this trail, I didn't know that.
On the last day of the journey, the Trondheim's fjord comes into sight. Where the Gola River meets the fjord, the ferryman is already waiting. Many generations of John Wanvik's family have ferried pilgrims across the Gola. There's still one last hill to cross before the destination of Trondheim. At the end of the 17th century, the city was razed by fire, then rebuilt following a whole-scale redesign. In the Middle Ages, Trondheim was called Nidaros. The town cathedral still bears the ancient name. After Olav fell at the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030, his followers brought his body to Nidaros. A chapel was later built on top of Olav's tomb. Over the subsequent centuries, it was expanded into the largest church in Norway. The west front of the cathedral is decorated with 3 rows of saints, and amidst them all, with axe and cross-bearing orb in hand, stands Saint Olav. Here at Nidaros Cathedral, the hike ends for Bradley, Ellen and Bjorn Ivar. Their journey followed the trail of a Viking who converted to Christianity, became king, fell in battle, and is today the most revered saint of Scandinavia.
The whole cult grew up around St. Olav. And somewhere beneath my feet is where he's still supposed to be buried. I think there's a real sense of achievement at arriving at Nidaros here. Many of the hikes and treks that I do, the high points are always in the middle, whether it's a high pass or a base camp. The great thing about a pilgrimage is that the destination is what it's all about. So to finally get here has a great sense of achievement, and you really end on a high note.
One of the most popular long-distance hiking paths of Germany begins where the borders of Luxembourg, France and Germany meet. In the Luxembourg wine-growing village of Schengen, located on the Moselle River, Bradley has arranged to meet someone.
I'm here in Schengen, a small village with a big name. For me, it's a real icon of Europe. This is the heart of where Europe came together, where they abolished the border controls. A surprisingly small little place, but sorry. Hello, Kirsten. Hi, how are you?
Kirsten Schneeklot is already waiting for him at the Europe Bridge. Like Bradley, she's a big hiking fan.
I am good to go. Time to start walking.
A geographer from Trier, Kirsten's going to join him hiking for the next couple of days. The trail begins directly at the Moselle River. In the tri-border region, the first leg of the path goes through France for about 2 hours.
Through France.
Oh, so we're in France right now?
Yeah, we're
So I've been in 3
from...
countries in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
The mountain ridge along the Moselle Valley is known as the Hammelsberg, a French nature preserve. In the summer, its fields are full of flowers. The Saar-Hunsrück trail, around 220 kilometers long, leads from the tri-point of France, Luxembourg and Germany to the town of Idar-Oberstein. Along the way, there's a small side trip to Trier, one of the oldest cities in Germany. A last section of the trail can be followed all the way to the Rhine River.
So how many days have we got to look forward to?
To Idar-Oberstein we have 12 days and 3 more to Trier.
12 days,
yeah.
Okay. I hadn't heard much about Hunsrück before I came here, before I started reading about the hike. It's kind of a hidden corner of Germany for me. But I've heard great things about the hike. You hear that it's one of the prettiest hiking trails in Germany. So I'm looking forward to walking all the way through the Hunsrück. It's great to actually walk all the way across it rather than just drive through in a car or a bus.
The Hunsrück is a low mountain range in southwestern Germany, located between the Rhine, Mosel and Saar. It forms a plateau used for agriculture and forestry. We don't really have a lot of industry here, nor a lot of jobs. But hiking tourism is bringing more and more jobs to the region and is already an economic factor here.
After the ascent from the Moselle Valley, the trail reaches the Hunsrück Plateau. The region is characterized by woodland, fields and small scattered villages, a low mountain range between the Moselle and the Rhine. The trail is designed so that meadow, forest and river sections alternate. It has almost no paved sections. The scenery is relaxing and beautiful. And the trail offers a lot of variety. Just outside of a beech tree forest, the trail leads Bradley and Kirsten to a restored Roman villa. "2,000 years ago, Julius Caesar conquered the southwest of what is now Germany. For 500 years, the region was part of the Roman Empire. To keep the Roman legions fed, large farming estates were established. They were managed from country manors like this one, the Villa Borg. Hungry hikers can enjoy a hearty Roman meal here, based on the recipes of Marcus Gavius Apicius.
So who was Apicius? I've never heard of him.
Apicius was a Roman, as we say it, Feinschmecker.
Feinschmecker?
Yeah, gourmet.
Okay.
Feinschmecker. And he collected some recipes. It was the first cookbook we know.
Really? So you
Yeah.
can still follow those recipes and make dishes like this today?
Yeah.
A wine that goes well with the Roman cuisine is the history-steeped white Elbling.
So it's genuine Roman wine? As
Yeah.
well as Roman.
It's Roman wine, yeah.
It seems that Elbling is a white grape that the Romans introduced here almost 2,000 years ago, pretty much. And it's been growing here ever since. It's been transposed into other vines, so it's kind of mixed into the local landscape. And it's still being made, especially in along the Mosel River, up in Luxembourg. So you're drinking a little piece of history here, which is nice. It's a good wine. It's quite dry. It's a little bit tart. I recommend it.
Bradley and Kirsten get along well. Kirsten, like Bradley, enjoys hiking. She's very interested in what the travel and trekking author thinks of the path running through her homeland. It's only a few hours from the Roman Villa Borg to one of the scenic highlights of the Saar-Hunsrück trail, the Saarschleife, or Saar Loop. A 180-degree bend in the Saar that cuts 180 meters deep into the quartzite hills. From here, Bradley and Kirsten continue walking along the river until they reach the small town of Mettlach. In Mettlach, the path takes them past the historic premises of Villeroy & Bosch. This tradition-rich manufacturer of fine ceramics has been in the business for over 250 years. Tableware from Villeroy & Bosch is famous around the world. Kirsten is acquainted with a designer at the firm, Helmut Frank. He designs the elegant pieces.
Workshop.
So this is my studio,
Where the magic happens.
At the moment, Helmut is modelling handles for a teapot collection.
Still a lot of handmade.
So this is your design?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's my design. It was a very special project. This is a dog.
Nice, yeah.
So, yeah, and this is plaster.
So you make the things out of plaster first, and then eventually you make a porcelain final
Yes.
product of that,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
firing it. And
Yeah, you would have a plaster model like this, cast a mold from that model,
yeah.
and then out of that mold you can cast the porcelain.
So this is where the design starts, is it?
Yes, the
Paper?
design starts with a drawing. I just figure out the general idea, what I want, how should the teapot look.
So even in this modern age, you're drawing by hand. You're not
First ideas come to paper with drawing by hand,
right.
and then very soon I go to the wheel and make this idea three-dimensional.
From Mettlach, the trail rises back up to the Hunsrück Plateau.
I'd read quite a lot about the Saar-Hunsrück before I came, and the main reason it was of interest was that it was quite different from the other trails that I was thinking of doing, on this trip. It's quite a new trail. It's just formed a few years ago, but it's already really popular. It's got how many people are doing it every year, do you think?
100,000 people.
100,000. Yeah. So in just a few years, it's gone up to 100,000 people are walking it every year. And these are not old historical trade routes. They're not like pilgrim paths like a lot of the other trails. This brand new trail, it's been designed from scratch. It's a kind of made to order, made to fit for hikers, especially designed to be everything they want from it.
And everything hikers might desire is found along the way. Untouched nature, a highly varied landscape, a clearly marked path and flexible stages. Rainy weather, of course, is less popular with hikers. In the Hunsrück region, you can't go wrong having an umbrella in your backpack. At midday on the fifth leg of the hike, Bradley and Kirsten reach the village of Wanderlust. At the old fire station, Bradley hears some voices and hopes they can get out of the weather for a hot cup of coffee. Many years ago, Marlies Gorges and 12 other women from Wanderlust founded a baking club. Now they meet once a week. Every woman bakes her own bread. On baking day, Monk Pra usually also stops by. He and Marlies Gorges know each other well. There's a Buddhist temple in the village, learns Bradley. Pra from Thailand is the only monk there. Bradley knows Asia well from his travel writing. But what is a Buddhist monk doing in the Hunsrück? The Wanderlust Baking Club meets for 3 to 4 hours. Then the bread comes out of the oven. Bradley thoroughly enjoys the taste of the oven-fresh bread.
I just asked. I don't know whose bread is whose. It all went in the oven together, but there are different patterns all over.
These smooth ones are by Granny Maria. The shaky ones are mine. Here, like this. She's better at it.
It's nice to just pop in, find a local place like this, homemade bread, a monk. I mean, these chance encounters, that really makes the hike for me, connects it to the place that you're in. But there are some hikes that are wilderness hikes. You're up in the mountains, you go there for peace and quiet, for the beauty of the scenery. This isn't that kind of hike. This is a hike through villages, through places, you're meeting people. You know, it's a cultural hike, and you get to eat, you get to drink beer, you get to taste wine. It's the whole part of the joy of hiking through here.
Monk Pra is fully integrated into the village. He moved into a room in Marlies Gorges' house when his temple was badly damaged by fire and took a year to be repaired. The Wat Somdej temple lies in the heart of the village in a residential building. Here, Pra takes care of the religious needs of the local Buddhists, who, for the most part, are the Thai wives of Hunsrück men.
แต่ถ้าเรากำหนดซะแล้วนะสมมติได้ยินก็ได้ยินหนอได้ยินหนอเดี๋ยวมันก็หายไปทุกอย่างเกิดขึ้นตั้งอยู่ก็ดับไปเรา
Everything that we hear, see or smell, we should consciously notice, pay heed to. That's important. For example, when hiking, we see how something comes, stays, passes, like life. You must be aware of both yourself and others. Then inner peace arises. Hiking can be a way of achieving that, so it's a good thing.
Next time I come and stay for a few days for some meditation. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Today, the two are out of luck when it comes to the weather. But eventually, the rain comes to an end. One nice thing about hiking is it's easy to make friends. Kirsten and Bradley have joined up with a group of hikers.
You're a choir that hikes. You're not hikers that sing.
No. We are a choir that hikes, that just likes to spend time together. And for example, by hiking, we are the mixed male choir from Saarbrücken.
The mixed choir consists only of men. The only woman is Ame Shaib, the choir master.
Buvons bien, buvons mes amis, trinquons, buvons gaiement, chantons.
In the first mixed men's choir of Saarbrücken, gay and straight men come together to sing. The song is entitled Tourbillon. It's a French drinking song from 1530 about ordinary soldiers. It laments how much nicer it would be to drink wine and eat ham with the enemy instead of being at war with them.
And it sounds like a hearty drinking song. Is that right?
It's a sort of early anti-war song. It's about simple foot soldiers who don't want to kill the enemy, but to celebrate and drink with them. That should be the way of war. There are obvious parallels between the renaissance of hiking and folk song singing. There is a desire these days for simplicity, returning to the roots and escaping the daily hectic of our urban and modern lives. It's also about identity, where we come from, and what's important in life.
Okay. And every now and then I see everybody toasting everyone else. So yeah.
À ce flacon, faisons la guerre.
Eikräbchen und ein Käft, ein Kau, ein Bäckerbrot und 2 Käft.
This tradition is 1,000 years old. Once a year, the men from the forest cooperative of Vadril draw lots to find out who can cut wood from which plot in the community forest and how much.
Ein Butschelchen und ein Käft.
The numbered forest plots are allocated by a lottery using wooden balls marked with ancient family symbols, known as hedge symbols.
Die 40. 48. Ja, im Moment werden die Nummern aufgerufen in fortlaufender Reihenfolge. Die werden dann zusammen.
The numbers are called in succession.
Auf diese Perlenschnur, auf diese Schnur aufgereiht.
Then they're beaded onto this string and you have the so-called rosary.
Ja, man hat also nachher genau das Ergebnis der Zuteilung.
Afterwards, you have the exact allocation results on the
Ja,
string.
jeder Miteigentümer hat ja einen ideellen Anteil am Gesamtvermögen und
All co-owners have a share of the total assets, and depending on their amount of shares, they get an annual allotment in the form of a woodlot, a hedgerow, we say.
Einer Hecke, wie wir sagen, zugeteilt.
und A-Heft.
Nowadays, the results are recorded on an Excel table. The Hunsrück is the last place in Germany where this ancient form of cooperative still exists. The village forest is owned and administered jointly by the entire village. After the lottery, the forest plots are immediately marked. By now, Bradley and Kirsten have done about half of the trail. Bradley and Kirsten indulge themselves with a short hiking day and a relaxed picnic in the countryside.
When the sun's shining, it's lovely. It takes you through lots of different environments. You're through a forest, you're walking by a stream, and even the surface of the walk changes all the time. You're on grass, you're on soft soil, you're on gravel. So it's always interesting, always keeps it fresh.
Einfach nicht eine Langeweile aufkommen zu lassen.
So as not to get bored. If you only walk straight forest trails for 4 or 5 kilometers, it gets boring, gets too long. You also feel it that way. It feels longer than it really is. If you have more to look at, more variety, it's easier to walk.
From the high plateau of the Hunsrück, a branch of the trail leads down into the Moselle Valley and to the city of Trier. Trier is the oldest city in Germany. It was founded by the Romans over 2,000 years ago. The Roman and medieval monuments of Trier have been designated a World Cultural Heritage Site. Bradley and Kirsten head towards the Cathedral of Trier, which was already visible from afar. The Cathedral of Trier, built on Roman ruins, is the oldest episcopal church of Germany. High above in the nave is the Swallow's Nest organ. The organist Josef Still usually practices after the visitors have left the cathedral. The organ has 5,600 pipes, is 16 meters high, and weighs 30 tons. At 112 meters long, the Trier Cathedral is one of the largest church structures in Europe. The history of the Trier Cathedral is one of regular destruction and constant extensions. The current structure combines all eras of European art and architectural history. In 1986, the cathedral was listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. South of Trier, the Ruhr Valley branches off from the Moselle Valley. Wine has been harvested here since the days of the ancient Romans. The Saar-Hunsrück trail leads past the steep slopes of Marienlei. To ensure that the Riesling gets as much sun as possible, all unnecessary foliage is removed.
You've got enough to do here, don't you?
Hey, the weather's nice, so it's okay.
When did you begin?
At 6 o'clock this morning.
That early?
Yes, because then the temperature is pleasant and not as hot as midday.
So can you tell just by looking at the grapes that they're Riesling?
Yes, especially it's on the leaf you see it. It's a special color, it's a special ribes. A little bit of red color on the steel. Also you see it on the grape, it's typical a small grape with the berries with the points on it. It's typical for the Riesling.
And why is it that the Rieslings are so dominant in the Ruhr Valley here?
Because of the slate, we have here the blue slate. And it's the best for the Riesling. It's sometimes dry in summer. And Riesling and the terroir here together, it makes grandiose wines.
Wolfgang Mertes is the vintner of Chateau Marienlei.
Here's the fermentation and storage.
So the wine take us some of the taste.
These are the cellars of the winemaking estate, Reichsgraf von Kesselstadt. The estate has cultivated Riesling, and only Riesling, for the past 650 years.
Very old, they can age here. Then you can taste wines from...
What's the oldest bottle of wine you have here?
We have from 1947 here.
Wow.
Wine. Here we the a Caslanesian from 85.
Wow.
Kassel was a monastery, and there was an abbess named Agnes who was nicknamed Nieschen. And this abbess took great care of this vineyard. She also liked to drink wine from the region. So later, the region was named in her honor, and since then, it's called Kasseler Nieschen.
There's a certain irony of calling a winemaker after someone in a monastery. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this when I started hiking this morning. This was a very pleasant little detour. I'm quite reluctant to head back out and start hiking again, but it has to be done. So I'm afraid another 6 or 7 or 8 glasses, then we have to get going, definitely. Cheers, thank you very much. Thank you, Kirsten. Cheers. Cheers.
Behind the Ruhr Valley, the trail leads back up to the Hunsrück Plateau. Soon the forest begins alternating with wetland. In Vadril Valley, researcher Ulrich Heinz studies the fields and wetlands for the Nature Conservation Society of Saarland. The beaver used to be virtually extinct in Germany. In the 1990s, the Conservation Society brought 4 of them to Saarland from the Elbe River. Ulrich organized the reintroduction, which was extremely successful. Today, about 500 of the aquatic rodents populate the streams and rivers of Saarland, and once again build their elaborate dams.
A hydraulic engineer would never build a straight dam, but would always give it a bulge. Oddly enough, animals probably noticed long before engineers that a bulge withstands the pressure of the water much better than a straight dam, particularly when it floods. The beaver belongs to the original fauna of Central Europe, but it was pushed back, almost persecuted. In other words, it actually belongs in this ecosystem and shaped it for millions of years. With its dams, its damming and regulatory activities, it created the ideal habitat for all sorts of insects, amphibians, fish, and birds. These species existed, so to speak, in the wake of the beaver and are now slowly coming back with them. In the background, we just heard a kingfisher. It likes coming here to catch small fish, which of course are more plentiful in a pond like this than in the fast-flowing, streaming waters further down.
Unfortunately, after a week on the trail with Bradley, Kirsten has run out of time and has to return to work. A friend has come to pick her up. The farewell is difficult. The two got along well. Bradley has to manage on his own now. He ups his hiking pace slightly. At Hoxel, the Saar-Hunsrück trail crosses the viaduct of the decommissioned Hunsrück Railway. A long boardwalk cuts through the Ortelsbruch, one of the moors of the Hunsrück. The trail is perfectly marked, but Bradley always carries a map. For him, part of the fun of hiking is finding his way in an unfamiliar countryside. Nevertheless, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Bradley realizes he's lost his way.
Kom hier, kom! Na kom, na kom!
Good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me, do you know where the village of Wilstenberg-Husweiler is?
Wilstenberg-Husweiler is down there, just a small walk down. I'm going the same direction, but I have to gather the cows first.
Can I help you?
Sure.
Sprechen Sie ein bisschen Englisch? Mein Deutsch ist sehr schlecht.
Yeah, a little bit I speak.
Okay.
Well, I have something for you.
Okay,
so
wow.
I have something else to make some noise.
Okay.
So we could go ahead and try to get them.
Yes, cow herding. Good.
Right, okay. Na kom, na kom, na kom! You know, I have a little problem. A couple of weeks ago, my dog died. Okay. I had a wonderful system and I didn't need to do anything.
Right.
the dog was doing the whole job, and now I have to run myself.
It's much harder work now, is it?
I'm really glad, actually, that I have somebody to help this morning.
I'll be your dog this morning, all right?
Well, we could try.
Andreas Jablonski owns Bornwiesenhof, an organic dairy farm.
She's ready, okay?
Thanks. For an Englishman, you do really well.
Oh, thank you. I think that's an insult.
According to Andreas, when milking the cows, it's important to work quietly and calmly.
Yes, the cows also stay healthy, and you get healthier milk when they're relaxed and giving better milk. This emotional aspect, it carries all the way through into the healthiness of the milk as well as the subsequent products.
The one thing that surprised me was that all of the cows had horns. I always thought that horns were only for bulls, but obviously they're all milking cows. So it's something I'll have to ask Andreas. He's a bit busy at the moment, but when he gets a minute, I'll ask him why all the cows have horns. Oh, sweetie.
Bradley is handed over to Andreas's wife, Micah, who manages the cheese dairy. Running an organic farm is not easy nowadays. Dairy farming in Europe is an industry, and milk prices are rock bottom. That's why the Bornwiesenhof produces high-quality cheese from its organic milk. After the milking and cheese making, it's time for breakfast. All the farmhands come together and enjoy this daily ritual. All the cows at Bornwiesenhof have names, and they have their horns, which is a rare sight in Europe today. Milk cows almost always have their horns removed.
Andreas, I noticed that all the cows here have horns. It's not just the males, is it? Why is that?
It originally had to do with being able to build the stalls closer together and more cheaply, leaving the animals less space. If that's the way it is for a few years or decades, it's suddenly normal that cows no longer have horns. It used to be the other way around. We allow the cows to grow their horns as they should be.
The cows that have horns here, the milk is slightly different, and it means that people who are lactose intolerant can often digest and enjoy that milk. So it's quite a useful addition, as well as making the cows happier. It seems that Andreas is really he's really in tune with his animals. I think he understands them well, and he feels quite connected to them. He can tell different animals apart. He knows when they're happy and when they're not. I think it's an organic farm. You're much closer to the land, the animals. It's just alive. It's wonderful.
Okay, Bradley.
Time to say goodbye to Andreas. Bradley has milked the cows, had breakfast and swept the stall. Now it's time to get on his way.
Thanks a lot. We'll remember you. Thanks. Bye. Tschüss.
It doesn't take long before Bradley makes some new friends. Anya and Judy are jewellery designers. And they're heading to the same destination as Bradley, to Ida Oberstein, where the Saar-Hunsrück trail ends. The last third of the long-distance hiking path goes through Ida Valley. It's known for its deposits of minerals and precious stones. Anya works on the Saar-Hunsrück trail as a hiking guide. Judy is visiting from Scotland.
But it's great to get to meet locals, get some local tips to, point out some interesting things on the trail and get some different perspectives. So it's super easy to meet hikers on the trail. Everyone's really helpful. If you get a map out and look lost, you'll inevitably find someone who will help you. And people are always happy to hike together for a while. It's a very friendly community out here.
While the villages at the beginning of the trail near the French border were destroyed during the war and later rebuilt, the village of Herstein, population 700, is a medieval idyll. In Herstein, an ancient profession is still practiced, one that's practically died out in Germany and is consequently no longer taught. Jean Collin is one of the last cutlers in Germany, and he has his smithy in Herstein.
Well, you look like a blacksmith. Sorry, but is that actually your profession?
I'm a knifesmith, a bladesmith.
Ah, okay.
And I've specialized in traditional tools and arms and knives. And this is a dying profession, in fact. Right. So there's no longer, you cannot learn it any longer, except when you find somebody who teaches you.
It's quite fine work, isn't it?
Forging is a craft as well as a mental activity, so you always have to think carefully. When something's in the fire, it gets warm. It's a stretch of time you need, the iron needs. This time is for considering the next step. A novice has to think a lot. It takes a long time before you're able to forge from the gut and not the mind.
From here, it's not that much further to the end of the Saar-Hunsrück trail, at the small town of Ida Oberstein. Since the 19th century, this has been a city of jewellery and gems. It's long been Germany's gem cutting and trade centre. It's also Anja Eckart's home. Her husband Jürgen is one of the last remaining gem cutters of Ida Oberstein. Unfortunately, the tradition-rich trade is not doing well.
Here.
Now, even Anya only works part-time as a jewelry designer. The decline began when the gemstone deposits around Ida Oberstein were exhausted.
Things are still found, but it simply isn't worth the effort anymore. The stones found in Brazil are prettier and more varied, and the mining is much simpler and more effective.
Nowadays, gem cutting is far less expensive in Brazil, Thailand and China than in Ida Oberstein. But that's not the only reason.
The next problem is, a lot of raw material no longer even gets to Ida Oberstein. It's bought directly by the Chinese, a whole year's worth. The material isn't available on the market. It's bought directly from the mine and prepared in very large grinding shops.
Bradley tries his hand at it with a piece of rose quartz.
Getting some good tips here from Jürgen, and it's fun. I'm slowly demolishing this piece of stone, so I hope it's not too valuable. I think hiking, because you're very much in the trail, you're close to the trail, you're hiking it, you're not in a bus, you're not in a car, you sense things much more strongly. You smell the air, you smell the flowers, the colours, everything is a little bit more intense, and you're closer to things. You can see stuff just off the trail, and you really see the land much more on a much more deeper level, I think, when you hike through it. And that includes the stuff just off the trail, these chance encounters and the little factories and stuff that you see off the trail. It's for me, it's the great joy of hiking.
Am Schluss soll der
Okay.
so aussehen.
This is what it should look like.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this could take some time. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Until recently, the Saar-Hunsrück trail ended in Ida Oberstein. However, the trail is currently being extended northwards across the entire Hunsrück and all the way to the Rhine.
According to the map, I'm heading right towards the River Rhine, town of Boppard. So I'm looking forward to see that. It's a really a real icon of Germany, the real heartland of Germany, and Boppard's supposed to be a nice romantic town. So I'm looking forward to seeing that just around the corner, I'm hoping.
From 2015, the Saar-Hunsrück trail officially goes all the way to the Rhine, a hike of 400 kilometers, taking around 4 weeks to complete. In Boppard, Bradley has one last rendezvous. Kirsten has come to the scenic town on the Rhine to spend one last day with Bradley.